it is true. But it is within our innate disposition that we should actually accept this to be, the concept of God. No matter what background we come from, this resonates with everybody. Would you agree?
Yeah, I would agree.
Right? So this is the concept of God. On the other hand, look at the concept that you
If
guys
you
have.
don't, most of them.
You guys have made the concept of God, the very identity of God, so confusing. You have these three entities, and two of them are dependent on one, and in some cases you guys say, as you rightly said, they're interdependent, which will render all of them not God, right? The attributes that you guys associate with him, that he had to come and die. Dying is not something you associate with an entity like God, because God by definition is immortal.
In short, Brother Asif, the concept of Trinity violates logic.
Yes.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it is.
Right. So brother, look into Islam. This is a straightforward definition of God that I presented to you. On top of that, we believe, in the day of judgment, there will be a day of accountability for all of the human beings, right? Everything that we do in this world will be held accountable for it, right? And there were prophets and scriptures sent before us. All of them, they gave guidance to their nations, to their respective nations, about the same concept of one God. Now, they may have had their own little different laws and regulations, but the main concept has always been one. And that was not the triune God. That was always one God with the same attributes, right? And that, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was the last and final messenger sent for all of mankind. All of the previous prophets, they were sent for the respective nations. Even look at Jesus himself. What does he say? I've come for the lost sheep of Israel only. He specifically told his disciples not to go and preach to the Gentiles. Right? Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and then even look at Moses. Look at all the previous prophets. Even in your Old Testament, they always preach predominantly to the people of Israel. Right? But the God of Quran, it says that he's not the God of Arabs. He doesn't say he's the God of Israel. He doesn't say he's the God of the Americas or the Europeans. No. He always refers to himself as the Lord of the worlds, the entire universe. Right? And the Prophet is sent for the entirety of mankind as a mercy to all of mankind. So he's sent for you, for me, for people living in the, in China, India, any continent, you name it, he has been sent for us. For the ins and the jinn. So also for the jinn, which is another creation of God that we cannot see. Okay? So look into Islam. And if you have any questions, feel free to hop on, ask us any question. We go live Fridays and Saturdays and sometimes on Sundays as well. Feel free to come and ask us any questions. But please sincerely look into Islam.
Yeah, but what's it called? Because I don't know. You.
Oh, he got disconnected.
We lost him.
Yeah,
I guess
here.
he'll be back soon.
Yeah, he's back. Brother, we lost you again. Are you here?
Huh?
We lost you there for a second. Yeah, you got disconnected. So sorry, what were you saying?
Yeah, I was saying what's it called, because you guys seem to be on logic a lot. So like, how is it logical to you guys that like an angel came to Prophet Muhammad in a cave and grabbed him like viciously and everything and started revealing words of God supposedly?
Where does it say that he
Everything.
grabbed him viciously?
Well, the what's it called? The angel Gabriel.
Yeah. And even first of all, it doesn't say that. But even if he did, how would that disprove his prophethood?
I mean, because
You guys literally in the Old Testament, what does the angel do with Prophet Jacob?
Prophet Jacob.
Do you remember the story?
No, I don't remember that one. Could you say it?
He literally wrestled with him and broke his hip.
Oh.
Was that angel or God?
No, they actually, so Christians believe, some Christians actually, not all Christians, they believe that it was God, but then in Hosea, it specifically says that it was an angel.
Okay.
Yeah, right? The point still stands, right? That if an angel is violent, it does not. First of all, it doesn't even say that he was being violent with the prophet, peace be upon him. He just grabbed him, you know? But even let's say if I were to grant you that he was being violent, how would that actually render his prophethood to be false? How do you reach that conclusion?
I mean, because angel is supposed to be gentle, no?
We just proved to you that in Genesis, he wrestled, the angel wrestled with a prophet, and he broke his hip, literally broke his hip. He got into a WWE wrestling match with him.
Yeah.
Better UFC.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess for now, I don't really have an answer to that. But
Okay.
I'll,
So
And brother,
look
before you
into.
I'll
before you leave, brother, we are not here to demean others or debate people. We are here for you actually. We are here so that you get the path to salvation. You understand that what is correct and what is wrong. So don't take it otherwise that brother Fawad, whatever conversation you had with brother Fawad, it was for you. We did it for you, and we'll end it for you as well. You know, because at the end of the day, we want you to get to understand that what the right path is. So I wish you all the best, and may Allah guide you.
thank you, brother. Have a good night, y'all.
All right.
Good
Thank
night.
you for coming on, brother, and hope to talk to you soon.
Yes. Bye.
Take care. All right. Bye. All right. So that was a
A
Christian
good
brother.
brother.
Yeah, absolutely. May Allah guide him. Please, everybody, make dua for him. He had somebody else with him. I don't know if it was his brother, his friend, but there were two people basically
I
listening
guess
to
he
him.
was in the school. Yeah,
Yeah,
he just told.
yeah. But yeah. So, how have you been, brother Arthur?
Alhamdulillah, it's very cold in here right now, and
It's getting really hot here, Akhi.
living in the southern hemisphere,
This is
the
the
only one.
third time he's been. This has been the third time he's saying about the cold, so it's really getting to him.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
Uh,
do we have
you guys
somebody
go
else?
ahead. I'll be right back. Okay. You guys go ahead and try.
Inshallah.
Okay.
In the meantime, I just wanted to say this for everyone in the chat, whether you're Muslim or non-Muslim, we all know how to conduct ourselves in the chat. All right. I'm not gonna try to put anybody out, but come on, everybody, Muslim, non-Muslim, let's be cordial. Let's be respectful, and let's not get personal with any attacks or whatever. All right. We know the right languages to use. We know what the wrong languages to use. We're all adults, guys. Let's keep it that way. All right. I don't want to see any more. I don't want to see any more of what I've been seeing. All right. Whatever it is, if you have a problem with anybody, keep it private. All right. But I don't want to see that not on the stream. At the same time, not when the brother has been is in a conversation with actually a sincere Christian. So please, everyone, let's please pay attention to the stream and not take things into our own hands and get personal with anywhere or have our own separate conversations. If there's any non-Muslims out there that are putting claims on the chat, mods, please tell them to click on the link or to stop leaving keyboard messages. All right. Come on, guys. Let's be better than that.
Yeah, right. I also saw something happening in the chat. Regardless of that, I mean, it's so astonishing that people, especially the Christian brothers we have, these Christians, they are devout of logic and rationality. I mean, whenever I hear them or whenever I listen to a Christian trying to justify Trinity, I ask myself a question that what happens to the human intellect? With all due respect, I mean, how can you even comprehend the Trinity yourself. And it's another thing that you are preaching it to people and trying to convert them to Christianity. I mean, I challenge. It's my challenge that even the missionary people, get me anyone, any any pastor or any debater Christians have got. Even that person will not, I challenge that he will not be able to comprehend Trinity himself. I mean, it's totally zero. You cannot defend it at all.
It's such a
I mean,
sh-
actually, so go ahead.
it's such a shoehorn like theology. Like that's what they do, especially with the Old Testament. Like they shoehorn their theology. They kind of like they fit. They try to squeeze their theology in there. And I've always said the OT has no room for Christianity, for Christian theology. Absolutely no room at all. No room for the Trinity. No room for Christ as the Jewish Messiah. Now, I'm not saying Christ is the Messiah, because I believe Isa is the Messiah. But I don't believe so because of the Old Testament. I believe so because of the Quran. The Old Testament has no room for a Jewish Christ as the Jewish Messiah. No room for the atoning sacrifices. No room for any of that stuff. And it's interesting that they try to shoehorn the theology in there. SubhanAllah. Versus our theology is not shoehorned into there. Our theology is taken from there. So the stark contrast between their theology, which they shoehorn into the Tanakh, and our theology, which is right in the Quran, and we take our theology from the Quran.
Somebody
You
having
know,
grapes.
and the funny thing
What did you
is,
say?
I guess
can
brother
you hear
Fawad
me?
is having. He's eating grapes, I guess.
Oh, grapes?
Wait, I don't know. You know, but the one thing
Berries.
I want. Oh, there we go. Oh, great grapes. I thought you said something else. Okay, all right. The one thing I will say is this. But I thought everything you're saying, it's unbelievable until you realize the structure of how they work. And I'm not just talking about Christians. For anybody to believe in a certain thing, whether it's true or false, because sometimes it's not even about whether or not the belief is true. It's about, can you convince them by changing, redefining words? I mean, just for example, look at the concept of the Messiah. Christians have a whole completely different concept of the Messiah than what Jews do. So when we talk about this idea of what God is or what God has to be, well, every religion is going to try to give their own definition of what God is. I remember I spoke to a Hindu not too long ago, and the guy actually told me that God must, I think it was yesterday actually. The guy actually told me that God must be more than one.
I
He
saw
has to
that.
be more than one God. And I'm saying, so it's, and
I saw that
this was the
conversation.
this was the concept that he was most likely raised with. So, and this is why people, when you're young, that's when that's when they start to influence you, because when you're young, you're taught in a certain way about God. You're taught that God must be Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. God must be Zeus, Apollo. God must be a family of gods. And to them, it's not even about if it makes sense. Anything makes sense if that's all you were raised with. And this is where a lot of times when we talk to Christians and even Jews, their main component is, well, they were raised that way. So of course the mentality is, oh, wait a minute, it makes sense to me that the Trinity is, it it's logical according to them, which it's far beyond me. But also, the moment you start telling them, well, you could never understand God, when the moment you start saying you can never understand God, that's the moment any religion can be true. Somebody who worships Zeus can come and say, hey, the true gods are the pantheon of the Olympians. Hades, Zeus, Apollo, Poseidon. And then when you start to question him on it, it's like, why does it? Then you say, well, we can never understand God. We don't know why that is, but it just is. So you can see that's the same. That's the same excuse, or that's the same response anybody can make. So there has to be a differentiation of how do you separate the subjective criteria, or like Fawad was mentioning earlier, the subjective criteria of faith versus objective criteria. Because again, as a Muslim, if that's the case, then we can say the same thing. We can say, well, you just don't understand. Maybe, you know, you don't understand until Angel Jibril reveals. Maybe as Muslims we can start doing that. Or you would never understand the Quran unless, you know, astaghfirullah, but unless, you know, you accept it. You can't understand it. You have to accept the Quran to understand it. Imagine if we started doing that. So it
Ali,
would be no different than any other
we got a guest on stage, Akhi. So,
Oh, I didn't see him.
okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, Anam.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum. Okay.
Wa alaikum salam.
Wa alaikum.
I suppose somebody mentioned that you're a Trinitarian Muslim.
Yes,
I didn't
Oh,
know
he's not a
this
Muslim?
thing actually
I've been
existed.
introduced. I've been
Okay.
introduced for.
So
My
you know
reputation
that
precedes
this. So wait, do you identify
Oh.
yourself as a Muslim or a Christian?
No, the label is accurate. Trinitarian Muslim. I saw you on the Kofefi
What?
stream the other day.
Yeah. Can you answer the question? I don't care about that stream. I was disrespected
said
over
yes.
there, and I'm not gonna go back over there. I'm talking about this particular stream.
I said yes to your question.
Yeah. So do you identify yourself as a Christian or a Muslim? That's not a yes or no question, brother. Listen
No,
to the question that I
So
asked.
I said the label is a Trinitarian Muslim, so be a Muslim. Yes.
Okay. And what does it say on the topic?
It says resurrection, crucifixion,
No, before that, what does it say?
Christians only.
Yes. It
Okay.
doesn't say Christians only, but it says Christian. So if you don't identify yourself as a Christian, what are you doing over here?
Well, we did discuss the resurrection on that other stream, so I wanted to pick that up. And I saw you
Okay.
discuss.
Do you believe that crucifixion took place?
I'm agnostic on that.
So you
Um,
believe in the Quran and you're agnostic on it.
Yeah. So, I mean, historically, Muslims have interpreted different things about the crucifixion also.
Okay. Which classical scholar actually said that he was crucified? Jesus.
Well, the idea would be that is that the verse in question about the cross can be
Can
interpreted.
you answer the
as-
question that I asked? And please not waffle.
Sure, I know, but here's the thing. I haven't said one thing, and there's just been nothing but a prosecutorial line of questioning. I'm okay
Correct.
with that. I'm okay
Yeah.
with that. But I'm just saying,
because this
that's
is my
a-
style.
Yeah,
If you don't like it,
but
you're
this is
free to
your
leave.
this is your channel.
Because when I
Like,
ask you a specific question, I would prefer that you give me a specific answer to that question and not answer something I did not ask. So with all due respect, I will ask again. You made a claim. You said Muslims have actually, understood it differently in the
so-
past. I want to know which classical scholar, a Muslim scholar, interpreted it as Jesus being crucified. Can you name one? If you can't, take back the claim, and we can move on to the next topic.
Okay, so I am answering your question. It won't be in the cross-examination thing, but so as far as I understand it, the idea that Isa alayhi salam was replaced with a replacement was was some person came up with that in like the 14th century or something like that. Have you heard of that? Ibn Hujjah or something?
What did I ask? This is literally the third time that I will ask. What was my question? Can you repeat the question to me,
Which
please?
classical scholar believed in the crucifixion, I guess?
No, the crucifixion of Jesus.
Right. I mean, that's what we're talking about.
Okay, so we don't have anybody like that, correct?
Yeah, I gave you my answer, but no, I don't think there's a classical scholar.
Okay.
Who would say it
So the
happened.
claim that you made earlier, you don't stand by it.
Okay. I mean,
Okay. Moving on to the next thing.
do you understand my point about the
No,
relationship
I
theory?
don't, and I don't even want to, because I don't
So
care.
you only
It's
wanna
totally
ask-
irrelevant to what I asked. Now, the next question is, in the Quran, it specifically says that he was not crucified. He left?
Yeah.
No, actually, he's back.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
No worries.
Mhm.
So in the Quran, it specifically says that he was neither crucified nor was he killed.
Mhm.
Okay. So let me ask you this: are you an Arab yourself?
No,
Okay. Do you speak Arabic?
no,
Okay. So you have to rely on translations, correct?
right, or experts.
Okay. So in any of the translations, can you show me where it
What
actually
experts?
says that he was crucified or that he was killed?
Uh, the translations. No, I don't think the translations go with the mainstream Muslim understanding.
But we already established. What do you mean the translation doesn't go with the mainstream
It does. It
understanding?
does. It does.
It does. Okay, perfect. So when in chapter 4, verse 157, it actually says that he was not crucified, neither was he killed. How do you understand that?
Right. So do you know who Professor Ali Atai is?
Yes.
So he gave a very good lecture on the crucifixion in Islam at Zaytuna College.
Totally
And
irrelevant because, first of all, do you know what Ali
although
Attai's
I
position
haven't finished the
is?
sentence, so I just want to say, like,
Because
you're my host, so
I'm
I just
saving
feel
I'm
like
saving
there's a
myself
little courtesy
headache
that should
and
be
time.
extended to a
And
bit.
if you don't like it, as I said, you're free to leave because you haven't answered a damn thing
That's
so
fine.
far. Do you know what
Well,
Ali
you
Attai's
asked me
position is?
you
I
asked me
will
about the
ask you
Arabic
this
and the
one
understanding.
last time. Do you know what Ali Attai's position is today as compared to what he proposed in the earlier day? Or are you just only talking about his earlier
Yes.
position?
So
You
I'm
know that
aware
he
he
actually
doesn't.
changed his position, correct?
Yeah, but I mean, did he not speak Arabic back then?
He did, but he actually changed his position. So what does that tell you?
It means
Were you aware of this?
now.
Were you aware of this?
Yeah.
Yes or no?
So I'm aware that if
Okay.
you
So
watch
why are you using his previous position and not his current position?
because he was talking about a fact of the Arabic grammar, which wouldn't change with one's opinion.
And this is exactly what he corrected. Now, is Ali Attai, is he an Islamic scholar?
He's a PhD.
In PhD in what?
Religion.
What religion?
He has multiple degrees.
So again, I will ask you this question again. Is he an Islamic scholar?
Is he an Islamic scholar? Like ulema? Because like, I mean, he's a PhD, right? So that's a scholar,
Okay,
right? He's not a dumb person, right?
Right. So if I actually have a PhD in physics, is he a PhD or not?
Is he a scholar in physics? Yes.
Okay. So what does that actually have to do with Islam?
So you're saying he's not an Islamic scholar?
Can you please Google his qualifications right now? Read it out loud to me. What are his qualifications? Please do that. Do me a favor, because you're in front of your computer. Please do that for me.
No. So what I'm saying is,
can you please do that before we move on?
Okay, but
can you please do that before we move on? You don't want to
talk about the Arabic of the verse?
No, because you don't know Arabic. That's why I asked you if you knew Arabic. So can you please? Because you made a claim.
Because I do like to
about Dr. Ali Attai. Okay, you're not going to speak over me. Okay, this is not KFF. This is dots connected to Islam. Okay, here this is how I roll. When the host is speaking, I don't allow other people to speak over me. Do you understand? Okay, and you're being like, I'm treating you fair. I'm giving you time to respond. You're not responding. Okay. You have been making claims after claims after claims. Anytime I've asked you to substantiate your claim, you have not been able to. Now, this very last claim, unless you want to apologize, I don't want to move on from this particular topic. Okay. Now, can you please do me a favor and look up Ali Attai's qualifications and tell me and read it out loud so everybody else can hear in the chat as well.
Maybe you want to do that since you're making the point that he's not an Islamic scholar.
Can you please do that for me?
I've told you he has a degree in religion. He has he studied New Testament. But see, here's the thing.
So somebody that studies the New Testament, do they become Islamic scholars? Are they qualified Islamic scholars if they have studied New Testament?
So the word for scholar in Islam is
yes or no, Anam.
It's alim, and it
Anam.
means you have knowledge. You
Okay.
don't have to. There's
Anam,
no official.
Anam, I actually asked
you don't
you a
have to come
specific
from
question.
Al-Azhar.
Without waffling, can you please answer that question to me? If somebody has studied the New Testament, does that qualify them to speak about Islam as an alim?
If
Yes or no?
somebody's an active professor at Zaytuna College, which is the only Islamic university in North America, is
Can you
that
answer
person
that
an
question?
Islamic scholar?
Can you answer that question without waffling? What did I ask you? Repeat the question to me that I asked you, please.
You wanted me to read somebody else's qualifications.
But I asked you a question based on what you said about him being studied in the New Testament. What did I ask you based on that?
You said, is he a scholar?
If somebody studies the New Testament, would that qualify that person to be an Islamic scholar? Yes or no?
No, their study of Islam makes them an Islamic scholar.
Perfect. Now, can you please read out his qualification to all of us?
I mean, look, anybody can look it up on Google. What I'm saying is that
I want you to look it up on Google, please.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm saying as though, see, I'm doing
Waste of time. Out of here. Stop wasting my time. All right. Now,
Is he an English version of Muslim?
Yeah, pretty much.
That guy is one special snowflake, I must say.
Assalamu
I believe-
alaikum wa
I don't know why,
rahmatullahi
but
wa
I believe that
barakatuhu. Brother Aladdin.
Junior Alauddin. Why did you kick Anan
That,
out?
no, Akhi, Junior Aladdin is actually DeAndre. And he's going to give you a run for your money, Akhi.
طيب, let me put, I want to say something. You might have echo. Let me tell you something.
Yes.
I came here for Anan. I know Anan and we have history together. Anan is not a Muslim. He's a Zionist who believe in a Trinity, and he called it as an Islamic Trinity. And I debated with the Christian while he was with the Christian against me, debating Trinity. And you will find one of our debates, me versus him with two Christians in his side about the Trinity in my channel. So wherever he goes, whenever I meet him, I love to expose him. He dress up like Muslim. He is originally from Pakistan, but he is not Muslim. So if you have him next time, discuss with him about Trinity. You are good in a Trinity. And he'll explain to you what he called as an Islamic Trinity. He has his own version of Islam, and he says, I am Muslim. But he is not Muslim. I'm saying it publicly with my camera open. So everybody will know it, and Allah will testify this on the day of judgment. I love the smile of Ali. He's killing me. I'll step out. I cannot take it. Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah.
That's why I come here. Assalamu alaikum.
He's saying salam to you, Ali.
Wa alaikum salam.
I say to all of you.
Well, I already,
Salam.
actually, that's one of the adab, even
Anyway,
I can say
brother,
alaikum salam on his
When
behalf.
you were in the other channel the other day, I was backstage for almost more than 1 hour and a half. Actually, I'm one of the moderators in the channel.
You mean on Dawah wise?
Yeah. I love
Yeah,
the
see,
channel.
the problem is, Akhi, so because it's not my channel, you have to remember that, right?
Yeah,
Because
I
there
know.
were actually,
No,
yeah,
they always
some
let
other
me
Muslims
speak.
as well. Sorry?
No, they always let me speak. I'm one of the moderators actually in the channel.
Yeah, I totally respect that, Akhi. We were about to let you on. The problem is, like, I was given specific instructions that only allow non-Muslims in the beginning.
No,
The
okay,
last-
this is not the point.
Yeah.
This is. I want you to explain, if you have, please. I know that you have the knowledge. Answer the question that been thrown there. So, because you didn't have the chance to answer them, that's why I joined the truth.
Which question was it, Akhi?
Like saying Uzair ibn Allah. That's
Oh,
one
yeah,
of the claim. The second claim. Actually, I wrote a memo, and I still have the memo until now with me, because I
Yep,
wanted to remind you about those things, and I wanted you to answer them. And about the hadith that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put the sin of Muslims on Christians and Jews on the day of judgment. And he also quote, that guy quote Surah Yunus chapter 10 verse 94. وإن كنت في شك مما أنزلنا إليك, if you were in doubt, ask the people of the book. And he also quote chapter 3 verse 130, chapter 4 verse 136 Surah Nisa about الكتاب الذي أنزل من قبل أو أنزل من قبل. So he's trying to prove that the Quran affirmed the Bible. Those are the things that I wanted to talk about actually in the other live stream. But I waited until almost 4:30, 4:45 in the morning. It was Fajr for me. I left. And actually, I slept while I was waiting backstage. I fell sleeping. I slept. I slept as I slept. I was really sleeping. I slept.
See, what happens is on like a lot of these channels, so like the Ozer, Son of God, that I think I actually have probably, I don't know if did we ever put it on our channel? I don't think we did. I actually gave
No,
a huge like half an hour long lecture on it, and I gave references and everything. But just since there were so many people waiting backstage, sometimes you actually have to go through the argument real quick, right? Instead of like going really deep into it, right? And I totally understand and I respect what you're saying.
Brother,
But
sorry to
sometimes,
interrupt.
yeah.
I'll be back. Huh? I'll be back. Inshallah.
Okay.
No,
okay,
actually, I
inshallah.
wanted to, if you can
Yeah.
put more details here, inshallah, you are free to do it. You have more time.
Yeah. And
If you can
here,
respond to
Akhi,
those
we have more time. So here, feel free to
Yeah,
come
yeah.
on, and we can have a detailed discussion and anything you want to share, because alhamdulillah, this is our own platform. You're treated it like your own platform. Come on here, you can
Jazakallah
clip it
khair.
out of here.
I understand, yeah.
Inshallah.
I
Yeah, feel
appreciate
free.
that. And by the way,
Over there, it's a little difficult. Like you see how I was treated on KavFF. I left their group and I told them, even though Brother Muhammad, Brother Nazam, they called me afterwards, and I said
I
it's
was so
totally
mad.
fine.
Brother Muhammad
They
called me.
apologized. Look, I tell them, look, it is your channel. However you guys moderate, and the person that actually kicked me out, you know who that was. That was not Muhammad, and that was not Brother Nazam.
Yeah, I
Okay.
know he's the same thing. He did the same thing to me, and you know that he did
It was actually, I'll say his name. Everybody knows. It was Mustafa, Now
don't know him.
Mustafa, he has this tendency to always suck up to Christians, and I'm not afraid to say this out loud. I will definitely ridicule him because he does this, he has done this in the past to other Muslims as well. He did it to you the other day. He did it to me. He loves to suck up to Christians rather than giving priority to Muslims of knowledge. If we're saying something, out of ignorance, by all means correct us. I was asked, I don't know if you were there, Akhi, there are so many brothers and sisters, they can attest to this in the chat. They asked me specifically on WhatsApp, on live chat, and publicly they said it, both of them, Nazam and Mustafa, sitting there. Brother Fawad, come up on stage. I did not want to go up there, right? Muhammad also messaged me saying, go up there. He typed it to me on chat. Finally, I go up there and look at how I was treated. I was not treated this way in the past, but this time, this is my last time. I unsubscribed to the channel. Alhamdulillah. I don't need them. They don't need me. They can continue with their own thing. They have brilliant panelists over there. One thing I felt really sad was that some of the arguments that were being made from the Christian side, they did not have good answers to. Alhamdulillah, akhi, my knowledge is very, very limited. But there are a couple of things that I could have added in there that they did not know. You could have added something in there that they did not know. It's their loss, akhi, not our loss. Because
Habibi,
Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not need us. We need him. He will propagate his religion through you, me, somebody else. He will use anybody of us as conduits. It is their loss as a channel that I will never, I don't know about you, Akhi, I will never ever go back there. I got a call from Brother Nazam and Muhammad apologizing to me. I said, Akhi, Akhwan, why are you guys apologizing? You guys didn't do anything wrong. The person that actually did it, he should be calling me and apologizing, or at least messaging me. If he didn't do it, you guys have nothing to apologize for. Khalas.
Akhi, you notice actually, I post for you in a private chat and in a public chat. And they got, actually, before they did it to you, he did it twice to me. When in the same stream. I was muted twice. And what that makes me a little bit offended. Usually I don't get mad. Brother Muhammad, wallahi, called me up on the spot. As soon as they muted me, actually, I'm always welcome in the channel of Prophet Muhammad, exactly like your channels. And whenever he has a stream, he send me the link for the stream to join them live, any stream. And he gave me the space to speak about Islam, and he highly respect me. As soon as Brother Mustafa did it to me, Muhammad on the spot, same second, he called me up by WhatsApp on the spot. and he apologized and he asked me to go back. But what is really wrong is both of them, Brother Nazam and Brother Mustafa, with all due respect to them, I highly respect them. I love them for the sake of Allah. But what is, I mean, after I left, Nazam told Anam, who's not a Muslim, I am sorry for the action of the brother. He is sorry because I exposed Anam and I said Anam is not a Muslim. He believed in Islamic. See, he apologized. He said, I'm sorry for the action of the brother. I was shocked there. What? You are so gentle, so soft with the man who's attacking Allah and Prophet Muhammad. And Allah says, we are أشداء على الكفار رحماء بينهم. We should be harsh on those such non-Muslims and so lovable and merciful among each other. Actually, I sent this verse to Brother Muhammad on WhatsApp. I told him, please share it with them. Brother Nazam, he is a man who has much knowledge about the Bible. I respect that. I know that. But with all due respect to you and to everybody and to them, they lack the knowledge about the Arabic language and they don't have enough knowledge about Islam. I don't mean to be offended or to be rude in any way, disrespectful. Astaghfirullah. They do better da'wah than I do. But they lack knowledge about the Quran and they speak more Bible about Islam. And the guy was asking, the same Anan who was here, he was asking about Islam and he wanted to educate me in Islam. So I said, you are not in a position to teach me my Islam because I know who is he. So therefore, Brother Nazam was offended for me saying that. Brother Mustafa was offended and I was muted twice. And I left, you came back, and even I advised you, don't go back. I said that during the stream, but I will go back to the channel. We do this for the sake of Allah. Don't let anything stop our da'wah. Prophet Muhammad, during his da'wah, they did many things. They even tried to kill him. They tried to murder him. They called him sahir, sha'ar, magician, crazy, mad. He suffered so much for the sake of da'wah to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So this is a small thing that happened for us, and it's a trial from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So please don't stop. Just keep going on. Don't let those things stop you. Keep going on to Brother Muhammad channel. He's a very lovely, good brother, and I love him for the sake of Allah. And he will give you the space to speak. Trust me. Just
I agree. I just told him the other day. I said when he called me, and also Brother Nazam, I spoke to him like almost for an hour. And he said, because he did not know that I was muted on several occasions. And then I was kicked out because they thought I left. I said, no, Akhi, I was kicked out. Then they kept messaging me like, please come back. So I went up there just for the respect that I have for them. Just so I didn't want them to think that I have, some sort of, pride or anything. I was like, no, for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, I will actually continue doing da'wah to that one person that was putting them on spot and they did not know how to respond to that particular argument. So I put him on spot, that Jason guy, whatever.
Jason. Yeah, his name was
exactly.
Jason.
Yeah, and I looked at it. Some people were talking because this was the first time I spoke to him. Some people have said that he's got 140,000 followers. So I was like, all right, this actually looks bad on Muslims. So if there was somebody more qualified than me to talk about that particular topic, Akhi, I would not have gone on there. At the end of the day, it's not about personal pride, Akhi. If you go up there, I'm up there, somebody else is up there. It's speaking about deen. We just don't want to have somebody up there that doesn't know. Look. My Arabic is very, very weak. You know what I do? Anytime I've questioned, this is why we have individuals like Brother Saifullah, and this is why I invite him. I'm like, come up, Akhi, come up. Anything that is related to Arabic, we tell him. We have individuals like yourself. I will refer to you, Akhi. Can you please clarify this? Because I know my lane. I try not to step outside of my lane, And if somebody points something out to me, I'm the first one publicly. I will apologize, because if it comes to deen, I have absolutely nothing, no pride whatsoever. And on top of that, going to his channel, Akhi, like as he told me, he said, no, Akhi, I wanted you to actually come over there as a special guest for Q&A with Christians, etc. I said, for the sake of Allah, I will go wherever you invite me, no problem, but I just don't want Mustafa to be there. That's all. Because for some reason, he has this tendency to always take the side of Christians, of the kuffar over non-Muslims. And he has done this on so many occasions, and just like you pointed out, I told, what I told Brother Muhammad, I said, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he gives us honor, us believers, over the kuffar. Then who are we to not give honor to each other? Subhanallah.
Yeah, akhi, let me tell you something. Always, am I muted here? Did I mute myself? No. Yeah, akhi, remember this always. Allah said in Surah Yusuf, verse 108, قل هذه سبيلي أدعو إلى الله على بصيرة أنا ومن اتبعني وسبحان الله وما أنا من المشركين. Say, this is my way for da'wah, for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So keep doing it. Don't let this stop you. Just inshallah, that's a trial. Those brothers are very good brothers. The only issue I have with them that they are very, very, very soft with non-believers, and they are very, very harsh on Muslims. And I was surprised of Brother Nazam saying a sentence, and I wanted really to ask him, but that was not the right place to ask. Brother Ali is sleeping. Wake up and smile, Ali. I will step out. Ali, wake up and smile. Okay.
I was
Smile. Yeah, okay. Now let's go back. Okay, I'm old man, but I'm funny guy. Don't worry.
no. I was starting to think you're doing it on purpose, man. Because now
I have common sense. Don't worry. I have some common sense. Don't worry. Anyway, brother, for what? You see how I like sometimes to jump? Just go. You're kidding. Just to give some atmosphere, then go back to the topic. I'm not a person who love to be, Allah said, I'm not to be that serious. Everybody will be sick of you. I love to have some, I love to, like a mixer. You put some sweet in the mixer with some pita, mix it together. That's what I do. Ali is dying while laughing. I want to hear his voice laughing. He's laughing when he muted himself. See, I forget now what I'm going to say because of Ali. La ilaha illallah. He killed me with his smile. That's what I'm telling you. They are very, very soft. And that's wrong. Sandali, bababa ako. Sandali, may kawasab ako. You see? No, they're talking to me. I'm sorry. I turned to Filipino language. You see, they are very, very soft. They should not be as soft as that. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala show us the way of da'wah. There are two ways of da'wah, and I explained them before in your channel and Brother Muhammad channel. They should not be as soft as this, especially with those people like Anan. We know who is he. He was exposed. He's not there to learn Islam. He is there only to throw his poison with honey. He mixed poison with honey, and he comes. And Brother Nazam fell into his trick. I cannot imagine that he apologized for my action after I left. As soon as I left, he said, I am sorry for what the brother said, because I said he's not Muslim. It's a true fact. Then Muhammad came right after me, and he said it live. Anan is a Zionist who support the genocide of the Palestinians in Gaza. He is not Muslim. He believes in the Islamic Trinity. He said it clearly. So that's why Nazam was surprised. He started asking him about the Trinity. He said, I'm not here to speak about the Trinity. And the last point I want to say, what is it? He said one sentence that I was surprised. He said, I am here to harmonize the Bible with the Quran. Mm-hmm. So I was thinking very deep.
I know. I hate that position. And the
more you harmonize,
the more I hate it.
You are trying to harmonize. Allah is one of the three. Allah is one. Jesus died. Jesus did not die. Do not say Trinity, say Trinity. Jesus is Allah. Jesus is not Allah. So I was saying, how will you harmonize? I was asking myself.
Not just that, Ahi. See, like I understand what he means. It's probably could be articulated better. But I understand what he means. That you can actually prove the oneness of God even from the Bible, the fact that Jesus was not God, etc., etc. But that's not the point. The point is the moment you actually, the amount of Bible that they speak. You see, this is where I love John Fontaine's approach. And, wallahi, I've said this openly, and I've told this to him as well, that his approach has really changed that I'm conducting my dawah. Yes, I do speak about the Bible still, but I do it to refute their arguments, to disprove, to constantly show them, guys, this is actually paganism. This is literally taken from all of the pagan religions. Come back to Tawheed. For that, look at the Quran. Look at the attributes that you guys associate with God in the Bible, right? Look at how the prophets of God, the representative of God, are depicted over there. Look at the Quran. Quran constantly comes in defense of them. Quran constantly corrects the Bible. So this is why I love how I forget who it was, and then I looked a little bit more into the word Muhammad, which actually doesn't just mean guardian, but it also means that what you need from these previous scriptures can be found in the Quran, which means you don't need the Bible for a damn thing. You don't need it for anything. Everything is Quran. That's it. So since they believe in it, like with this previous scholar, not with Anam, the one before that, I didn't even go into the Bible. Do you notice it was just only one or two occasions the entire time I spent on talking about the concept of God with him, because that should be the starting point, And I think this is how dawah should be done. This is just my humble opinion. If somebody does it better, either way, if they're able to bring somebody to the fold of Islam, alhamdulillah.
Hey, Fawad, we got two people in the back.
We do?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We've got, okay. So we can bring.
I think
I have to go.
I think
I have to go.
Okay, Habibi.
You're leaving,
Assalamu
right?
alaikum.
Assalamu
I'll
alaikum.
be back, inshallah.
Assalamu
Assalamu
alaikum.
alaikum. Yeah, smile, Ali, before I go. Show me your teeth. I don't want to see your teeth. Yeah,
Show that Colgate smile. Come on.
Assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, so we've got Brother Vipin on stage. Hi, Brother Vipin.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Or, well, good evening to me and good morning to you.
I am in India. Do you
Yes.
know Hindi, Fawad bhai? Do you know Hindi?
I do, Ahi. The problem is, Brother Athar, is he over here? He could probably have helped with this a bit better. But it's an English-speaking stream, Ahi, so I would have to literally translate everything that you're saying. It's going to take a very long time.
My English is not good, but I will try my best.
Yeah, it's okay. Try. Anything you're not able to translate, I will help. Because
Okay.
I'd rather you actually even talk in your broken English rather than me translating literally everything that you're saying. It's going to take forever because we've got another guest waiting backstage. So please
Okay,
tell us what your contention is. Do you see the topic?
Mhm. I am telling you कि Christianity में God one ही है, एक ही है, only one God.
Sorry.
Christianity say only one God, but nobody can define it. उसको define नहीं कर पा रहे हैं लोग, लेकिन I can try to define it कि how God is one. Jesus Christ is the body of God and his Father is Spirit of God. Just like your body and your spirit are one, just like Jesus is the body of God and Spirit is the Father of God. Both are one.
Okay. We can talk about the Trinity, no problem. But do you actually see the topic that we have at hand? It says Christians prove the crucifixion and resurrection actually happened. So can we deal with that first?
I think Trinity is a major problem
I agree.
because
I
nobody
agree.
can understand this matter. So I can try my best because Trinity is major bigger क्या कहा जाए कि उसको एक वो है concept है जिसको nobody can understand.
I understand. And Ahi, this is why I said, we can talk about that. And I think it'll be more fruitful if we actually talk about that on one of the Hindi channels. I don't mind coming to Brother Athar or Brother Tawheed's channel. Okay, I don't know when they're having their streams this next week, and I can speak to you regarding Trinity, no problem at all. But I'd rather speak regarding today's topic because the other guest that we have waiting backstage, he might actually be wanting to talk about this particular topic. So I want to give this topic its.
Okay, brother. Bible is a book of history Bible already say कि Jesus Christ is crucified that time. और जोसेफस is a historian, उसने भी इस बात को लिखा. जोसेफस जो है वो historian, उसने भी जीसस के बारे में कहा है कि वो crucifixion हुआ है उनका.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa
Before
alaikum
Salam.
before we move on, brother Vipin, I know there is a lot of wrongdoings in this world, and I'm with you on that issue.
Only love is the only solution, my brother. Love
Yes,
is the only
love.
solution.
Everybody love.
But brother Vipin, we already saw Jesus' love on the stream the other day. We already saw Jesus' love where we showed you how he's calling people adulterous generation and brood of vipers, snakes. We already saw his love. Like, with all due respect, I don't want that kind of love for me.
Crucifixion is a presentation of love. Crucifixion, Jesus Christ ka crucifixion is.
I would beg to differ. What is a perfect representation of love? Mercy, compassion, and saying, I forgive you. Okay, without putting somebody on the cross, without the spilling of blood. That to me is true love.
Vipin, if I may ask, are you married?
Yes.
And so with your with your wonderful wife and everything, so let's say, of course, when two people are married, there are issues that they go through. No marriage is perfect, right? There are some times where you mess up, and then there are some times where she messes up because you messed up. Because let's be honest, right? So I will say this: whenever you mess up, let's say you do something wrong, right? Wouldn't you want your wife to forgive you?
My English is very poor because I don't understand what are you telling. But
no, Vipin, he is saying that because you are married, sometimes you may fight with your wife. Okay, so when you are wrong, do you expect your wife to forgive you? Yes or no?
I accept, or I never fight my wife because I love her. I never fight him.
Because of the language barrier, I think Brother thought this would be a perfect for you to.
Brother Athar, you take over, inshallah.
So sorry, brother. Man, next time.
No problem.
No problem.
Yeah. Inshallah. So come next time, then we can have a discussion regarding this. All right.
Okay.
All right. Take care. All right. Take care.
Thank you. God bless.
And love is in the air.
Yeah. Okay, we've got this next guest. He was here. How do you pronounce that name?
Ionis.
Okay,
Ionis.
Ionis, can you turn on your camera real quick for verification, please? And you can turn it off. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
He was the Greek speaker last week talking about the
I remember.
Greek language. Yeah.
Okay, Ionis, welcome on stage.
Hello, my friends. I would like to say δόξα τον ύψιστο Θεό επί γης, η χάρις του Κυρίου ημών Ιησού Χριστού και η αγάπη του Θεού Πατρός. I would like to greet the host. Fawad, you are the host today.
We were three hosts, Ali, DeAndre, and myself.
Very. Then I greet all of the three hosts, my friends.
Okay.
Your topic today is crucifixion, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you would like to have some kind of evidences about the crucifixion.
Correct.
Brother, are you Russian?
Sorry?
Are you Russian?
No, I am not Russian, my friend. I am Greek.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
Yes. It is, isn't it? So, what kind of proofs would you like to have? Historical proofs or proofs from the Bible? Like, what would you accept?
If you want to refer to the Bible, then you would have to substantiate that the Bible is actually historically accurate, or it is the word of God. Okay.
We can do it two ways. Like, We could say that Bible is actually a very honest book, and whatever is described in the New Testament, if we speak about geography, yes. If we speak about people, those people, historically speaking, are mostly accurate, so they existed.
I would beg to differ. There are many historical things recorded in the Bible that are completely not factual. They're inaccurate. We can get into that, right?
Are you speaking about the New Testament or the Old Testament?
Both. Yeah, we can talk about both. But my point is, even if I were to grant you that it records some historical events that took place, that would not necessitate that it is a revelation from God. You cannot.
I'm not speaking right now about the revelation from God, my friend Fawad. I'm not speaking about the revelation from God itself. We are speaking about the event which is called crucifixion. The crucifixion itself was a historical event. If some guy was crucified, it means that it's a historical event, right? Besides
and he
if it's from God or no. Sorry?
And he resurrected, right?
Yes, of course. This would be also a historical event.
Perfect.
Both of those things.
Can you tell me, so for this, then you cannot appeal to the Bible because that would be a circular argument. Do you agree?
I disagree with that. No, I disagree. Okay. And I will explain you why I disagree.
Perfect. So if I were to write a book today and I say this book is from God, then can I use this particular book that I wrote this in as a proof that this is the book from God?
Well, it depends what is described in the book. If in the book is described,
it doesn't matter. Can you answer this
question?
It matters.
Of course, it matters because if for example, as a historian,
look,
I would be able to use a Bible as a historical book to, for example,
Ionis. Here's the problem.
Ioannis. The name is, guys. The name is Ioannis.
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 My apologies. Ioannis. My apologies.
It's okay.
Ioannis. So, and here, understand what we're trying to say, okay? When we talk about history, what we're not saying, we know you claim that the Bible is a religious book. That's not what we're saying. What we're telling you is that the claim of the crucifixion, if you're going to look at it through a historical way, you have to remove the theology away from it. And now, why is that? Because when we study history is focused upon the physical. History does not really care about religion. There are certain things that one religion can say about history. It could be true, sure, but historians look at it from a way of in a non-theological way. So if we look at history, we have to look at every single historical document that talks about this historical event, meaning we are putting the theology away from it. We know what you believe. We know that you believe X, Y, and Z. You know you believe in Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. However, historically, those four gospels were not the only gospels that were written around that time. You have more than 50 different gospels that were written. I understand that you don't believe that those gospels are from God. You only believe in 4 of them. But historically, other people did, and 2, those other writings contain things that claim to be historical. So a true historian would look at every single thing outside from what you believe as well. They'll look at every single thing from what you believe to what other people believe, every historical work, and then they'll use that as evidence. Does that make sense?
No, I understood what you're saying, but you are mixing 2 different things, my friend.
Go ahead.
You are mixing, one of the things is that you are mixing the mythology of the Bible, and you are mixing the things that the Bible describes itself. What do I mean?
When did I talk about, when did the word mythology ever come out of my mouth?
Well, when we are speaking about that the Bible is coming from God, or it's a God inspired, it's a mythology. It's a mythology of the book.
Ioannis, when did I say God?
Well, what it has to do if you said it or no, my friend.
Because
this is given thing.
But the thing is, if you're addressing me, then address the points that I said. Do not address things that I did not say. So everything I said, it was based upon history. So can you please keep it to the topic?
Okay, so you want to take it completely historically, right?
That's how you do it, yes.
Okay, very good. Historically speaking, the Bible is very accurate. Number 1, not in its mythology, yes, which is also a historical thing in its geography, in its persons. So we know that the persons which are described in the Bibles, they are historical persons. The regions that are described in the Bibles, they are also historical regions, so they existed. It's true. And about the crucifixion itself, we have enough of evidence to believe that it was a true event.
What evidence is that?
Well, we have enough of the evidence from the Bible itself, historically speaking, if we take out the mythology. Plus, we have enough of evidences, like from the archaeology, which suggests that the people in that time were crucified exactly like the Bible is describing it.
So, Johannes, here's what I understand. Okay, the reason why you're saying that the Bible's account of the crucifixion is true, the first thing is because you already concluded the Bible is reliable. That's one. The second thing is because the names that are found in the Bible are historical, which is not necessarily true. The third thing is that using archaeology, archaeological reports say that the way how people were crucified around that time, it matches the way how Jesus was crucified in the Bible. So that must mean it must be the same way. It must be true then, because other people were being crucified the same way. That means the Bible must be true. That's what I'm getting so far.
First of all,
I hope you know that these three are actually. It's literally just either confirmation.
Well, first of all, the thing that you said that about the historicity of the persons which are taking part in the New Testament, it's proven true. So these people were existing.
How has it been proven true?
We have the church tradition, yes, which is dating to the early church.
Is church tradition historical or theological?
Most of it is historical.
Most of it is theological. That's why you say church tradition.
No, I said historical. I didn't say theological.
You said church. Did you not just say church tradition?
Yes.
Is church theological or historical?
Most of the church tradition is speaking about historical people.
Most of the church tradition is speaking about the theology.
Well, we disagree on that then.
No, it's not about agreeing or disagreeing. It's about what does the evidence say. Because if you look at the church fathers, what are they talking about? I have a question for you. Every single church father, what religion are they?
Christians. What do you mean? What religion?
So if they're Christians, does that mean they already conclude that it happened?
Say it again.
If they are already Christians, does that not mean that they've already concluded in their mind that this event happened?
So we cannot hear them because it's biased. That's what you want to say.
No, I'm saying that it's a theological claim because for one, they're called church fathers. The moment you say church, that's the moment you say.
No. We are not speaking about the later church fathers. You made a mistake, my friend.
I'm saying I didn't say later church fathers. I said church fathers in general, and I'm talking about from even.
Well, there are some church fathers who knew the apostles by themselves, like face to face.
Okay, what religion are they? First of all, wait. Are you talking about? Okay, name one.
Luke.
Who's Luke?
Yeah, Luke was the first apostle who created the icons, and it's in the church history. We know, like people from. I could open it now. I could search it. Who was exactly? But it does make sense.
You mean Luke, Paul's physician, the one who allegedly wrote the Gospel of Luke? Him.
Yes.
So okay, let's actually you mentioned Luke. Let's actually talk about him historically, right? Historically speaking, did Luke ever see Jesus?
Luke, of course.
Yeah. Luke saw Jesus.
Yeah.
What does it say that?
In the Bible?
The Bible says where in the Bible does so you're telling me right now the Bible says that Luke saw Jesus.
Yes. Not Luke. I'm mistaken him. Luke was the disciple of the apostles.
Okay. So Luke himself didn't see Jesus, right?
So Luke did not see Jesus.
Yeah, but he knew people who saw him. So what?
Doesn't matter. You talked about Luke.
No, it matters. Of course, it matters.
No. For what? He just said Luke knew people. Name one person. Name one person Luke mentions.
Easy, I can Google it.
Name one person. Because Luke
I will tell you now. I don't remember them exactly, but I will tell you really fast.
Yeah, go ahead.
Google it, sir.
It's not a Google.
You just said Google.
No problem. I was just referring to something else.
And not everybody of us Googling something, my friend. It's normal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Relationship with Luke. Luke is explicitly mentioned as a companion of Paul in New Testament. Colossians 4:14, Timothy 4:11, Philemon 1:24.
What was my question to you? What were you supposed to search?
Well, if Luke knew any of apostles, and we have the apostles here.
Okay, cool. Did Paul meet Jesus?
Of course, he met Jesus. Yes.
In his life.
In his life, yes, in a vision.
That's not
Jesus appeared to him. Yes.
Johannes. When I said
Yes.
in his life, I mean while he was on earth.
Who? Jesus or Paul?
Did Paul meet Jesus when Jesus was on earth?
Jesus was everywhere. He's God, so yes.
Jonas, you yourself said you will stick to history and not theology.
Johannes,
yes.
So you have to understand when we talk history, you have to keep theology away from it. So this idea of
we have to keep theology away from it.
That's how you test history. Do you not know how history works?
Okay.
So
okay.
So when we talk about historically, the historical Jesus, right, was the man that came, according to you, he came down, but we're just talking about the man during his life, right? Before he allegedly was crucified, right? Did Paul meet him while he was on earth?
No, but the Paul is not making any of the records of Jesus' life.
So thank you. So that means historically, Paul never met Jesus. Historically.
No, but he never wrote a gospel.
So thank you. So far we've established that you made the claim that Luke mentions people that mentions people that met Jesus.
But bro, wait a second. Let's have a conversation, my friend.
Johannes,
you mentioned Paul for some reason, and I told you that Paul.
Johannes, please 1 second. I'm just stating it to you so we can keep following along. Okay, you brought up Luke, not me. All right. You mentioned that Luke claimed, like Luke said he knew people that knew Jesus, right?
Yes.
I asked you, okay, what does he say that? You looked and you realized he does not explicitly say any names at all. He doesn't even say that. And then you mentioned Paul, like Luke was Paul. Luke was Paul's physician. Luke was Paul's follower. You brought that up. Okay, cool. Then I'm asking you, did Paul historically, I understand religiously, you believe that Paul saw Jesus in a vision. That's theological. Historically, Paul himself never saw Jesus when he was on earth.
Yeah, you're completely right. Yes.
So now going back to my point, going back to the original point, you made the claim that Luke knew people. Luke said he knew people that knew Jesus. Go back. Where is your proof for that claim historically?
Again, I'm explaining you then again that Paul never wrote a gospel. That's number one. Number two, most likely, Luke knew also Mark. Luke.
What does he say that? Where does he say
Sorry?
that? Where
in Colossians 4:10.
No, I'm saying, where is your evidence that Luke
in the Bible? Mark?
Okay, what verse in the Bible?
Colossians 4:10 to 14.
So
2 Timothy 4 to 11.
One second. So Colossians 4:10 says Luke knew Mark.
We will open now
I'm asking you, does Colossians 4:10 say that Luke knew Mark? Does it say that? Yes or no?
Should I read it to you?
Go ahead.
Okay, my fellow prisoner Aristarchus, send you greetings, as does Mark, the cousin of Barnabas. Jesus, who is called Jesus. So here we have, as does the Mark. That's number one. That's it. It's in Colossians.
Where's Luke anywhere in there?
Our dear friend Luke, the doctor and Demas, send greetings. Bro, come on, don't burn yourself, my friend. It's literally in the verse.
Wait.
Yeah.
I really don't think
should I read it all? Should I read it all?
I really don't
Let
think
me
you
know
understand
when
what
I
I'm
can
saying.
take over, Ali. I can see. This is why.
I mean, it's evidently here that Luke is here, Mark is here also.
Let me have some fun with this. Okay. So let's go back to this, okay?
Look, wait a second. I will tell you something, and you will tell me. I will listen to you, my friend. So in this verse, we have two people, Mark and Luke, which are interconnecting, my friend. That's it.
Second, brother.
if we're going to have a conversation, you're not going to speak over me. Okay? If we're going to continue having this conversation, you're not going to speak over me. Everything that you're doing, I'm actually just following along with you. I'm granting everything you're saying, by the way. And all I've been asking you to do is just prove it. Right? But if you and I are going to have a convo, an actual fruitful conversation, because at this point in time, it's obvious that you really don't understand what it means to base something off of history. But I'm still granting you what you're saying because I want to see how far this rabbit hole goes, really. So let's continue this conversation, and you're not going to talk over me. I want to make sure we establish that, otherwise this conversation is over. Okay? So this entire conversation, Johannes, started with a historical claim, right? You were the one who brought up Luke. For some reason, even when the idea you brought up Mark, by the way, Mark himself never saw Jesus. This entire time, we're talking about people during the time of Jesus, as far as the historical claim. So everybody we have writing historically. I mean, the funny thing is, you mentioned Luke. I was actually expecting you to mention Matthew or John, if anything, because they were the ones who historically have been known to be the ones that were the names of two of Jesus' disciples. But you mentioned Luke, someone who clearly never met Jesus. And then you took it to Paul. Again, historically, never met Jesus. Even this idea of what you're talking about, Luke knew, okay, cool. Even if I'm going to grant you that, there's still no evidence at all historically that Mark knew, well, the idea of Mark, whatever. Anyways, there's still no evidence with that because Mark, who is Mark? The whole point of the conversation is this. People that did not know Jesus are claiming that this thing happened historically. The problem with that is this. For one, in Luke, he claims to have an eyewitness, meaning for one, he's not a first-hand source, meaning he never saw everything. He's just writing down what someone else told him to write down, what someone else believed, basically. The funny thing is, he doesn't even name the person. Nowhere in the Gospel of Luke does Luke name the eyewitness he's getting this information from. Nowhere in the Gospel of Luke does Luke even claim religious inspiration. No claim whatsoever. But yeah, you're doing this just based upon history, and it's clearly evident that you don't understand what history is. So let me ask you this one question right now before we continue. How do you determine if an event is historical or not? How do you determine that?
Through the interconnectivity, that's number one. Number two, you through the interconnectivity between the persons. And you said that these people, they didn't know each other, that Luke didn't know Mark didn't know Paul, something like that, right?
Okay.
So I'm reading right now 2 Timothy, and it says, only Luke is with me. Get Mark and bring him with you, because he is helpful to me in my ministry. So we have a clear two persons, Luke here and Mark, in the same verse which Paul wrote.
Let's go.
Yes.
So, okay. Can you prove historically that the Mark it's talking about? Since you basically just dismissed everything I just said. But let me ask you this question. Yes or no? Can you prove historically that the Mark you're talking about there is the Mark that wrote the Gospel of Mark?
Well, who is Paul speaking about then?
I'm asking you, can you prove historically? Because by the way, unless there's only one person.
Yes, of course.
Okay, historically, how could you do that? What evidence says that?
Yes, through the text of the Bible, which is a half historical thing. It's a half historical text. So here in the Bible, we meet two people, whom Paul who wrote Timothy.
Johannes, what you're saying, you need to understand what you're saying. You're saying that Mark, just because someone is named Mark, that means it's got to be, you're linking the two names, which, by the way, I'm not really supposed that Christians do. Just because someone is named Mark, that means, it's got to be the same Mark that wrote this. You're linking, and I'm asking you for history. If it doesn't say certain things explicitly, you cannot say it's historical. You're putting your beliefs back into it again. And this is why I didn't even want to get to this conversation with you, because you really don't understand what history is.
No, my friend, I think you do not understand. Any historian would agree with me, not with you.
Johannes, stop. Even this idea alone, Luke knew some guy named Mark. That must mean it must be the same Mark that wrote the God. You're putting those connections up when it doesn't even say that.
So it was some different Mark, right?
Johannes. Okay, Johannes, let's go to this, okay? Because at this point, you're really starting to show some attitude, and I'm not liking this. But let's actually go. Let's go back to the point I was.
Hey, bro, it's not about the attitude, my friend.
Johannes,
First of all, I'm not Westerner, my friend.
Johannes, can you
I'm
stop?
Easterner, okay?
Johannes,
So
stop talking.
it doesn't work with me.
Johannes, we're gonna try this one more time, all right? Just one more time. Because at this point, it's really it's starting to get ridiculous, okay? We're gonna try this one more time, okay? Let's one more time. My question to you now is, tell me this: how do you test? How do you determine if something, anything in general, how do you determine if it's historical or not?
Through the interconnectivity, my friend. If there are several people who are describing the same event and they interconnect, it means that it's historical. That's it.
I disagree.
Nothing more, nothing less.
That's for
Yeah,
one.
and yeah,
So-
you have zero clue. It seems like you haven't read a single thing on what determines history to be history.
He hasn't.
Zero
So-
clue, zero. Look at the camera. See this? This is
So,
what you got.
You know, I'll
You're
ask him
just
this.
showing your ignorance.
I'll ask him
Huge
this.
freaking ignorance.
Why is the Gospel of Thomas not historical?
Are you asking me this?
Yes, I'm asking you, Johannes. Why is the Gospel
No,
of
he's
Thomas?
asking your
I
neighbor.
didn't say that it's not. Who said that it's not historical?
Do you believe it's historical?
It is historical, yes.
Have you read the Gospel of Thomas?
Yes, it's how it's called, the Gnostic Gospel. Yes, and
So you believe the
Okay.
Gospel of Thomas is historical?
of course it's a historical document.
Okay, what does it say?
I don't remember, but it doesn't matter. It's a later gospel.
No, it's a later God.
No, it's not.
Yes, yes, it is.
It's not.
It,
No,
it
it's
has
not.
clearly.
Okay, well, Ali, just give me
No,
a few
you know-
minutes with him. I will hand it over back to you.
Go
Yes,
ahead,
of course.
man. Go ahead.
Okay. Name a single critical scholar that actually dates Gospel of Thomas to the 2nd century. Go right ahead.
Nobody said that it dates.
Put your foot
There
in
is
your
none,
mouth.
there is
and
none,
name-
there is none,
Shush,
there is none.
shush. Exactly. It is
Yes.
dated by many critical scholars to be from the 60 AD. Okay? Put your
Yes.
foot in your mouth once more and tell me, what is the historical method? Go right ahead.
The historical method is about the nature of
What
the
is the
text.
historical method?
The nature
Shush.
of the text.
Listen,
I
listen.
told you,
Look,
man.
do this. You've got two of these, okay? And one of this. Listen before you answer. What is the historical method?
The historical method is the nature of the text.
That's a historical method.
Of course, it is a
Humans.
historical method.
Where do you guys come from?
This is how we
Where do you
attribute.
guys come from? Like literally.
This is how
Like,
we
have you
attribute
ever read
text
a
to.
single book in your entire life on the
This is
topic
how.
that you
This is
look,
how the
you're gonna
historian.
look? Shush, shush, shush.
Don't tell
When
me
I'm speaking,
Satri, Male.
shush. When I'm speaking, shush. Like a
Yeah,
good little
say,
boy,
say,
you're
say.
gonna be quiet. Okay?
Say,
Now
say.
stop with the condescending attitude. Okay. Now
Yeah.
let's reset. I am not granting you your Bible. Ali's method was different. Mine is different. I'm not granting you your Bible. I don't give a rat's behind about your church tradition. Okay? Prove to me why I should believe in your church tradition or your Bible the way you hold it in your hands today, okay, and not the Apocrypha. Why should I give it more credence? Go right ahead.
Because the Apocrypha itself is a different kind of a text in a comparison with the Gospels. The
What
Apocrypha,
type of
by
text is
its
it? Is
nature,
it not theological?
historically speaking, only
Is it
historically
not theological? Pay attention to the questions that I'm asking you,
speaking,
okay?
it has a different mythology, my friend.
Okay, what methodology does it have?
Don't you know what I'm saying? What methodology
Did you
does it
see
have? Probably
methodology or
because
did
it's
you see
gnostical.
methodology?
Probably.
Look,
I will explain you. Probably
yeah,
because
but why should I believe in your mythology over the Apocrypha's mythology?
it's not about my methodology, my friend. It's about the historians. If the
Then
historians
this is what
differentiate
I'm
between
coming back
gospel and
to
between
again. And I
apocrypha,
am telling you, and for the
what?
last time I will mention this, that why should I give your Bible more credibility than the Apocrypha? Can you
Because
please
the
answer
apocrypha
that?
themselves, the Gnosticism
Yeah,
is
so why
coming
should I
even
give it
before the
more
Christianity,
credibility?
my
Can you
friend.
answer that without begging the question, without committing fallacies? Can you answer this
Because
question, or are
it's
you
not a
wasting my
fallacy.
time?
Because by its nature, my friend, the
What nature?
Gnosticism
I don't.
is older.
But I don't
Do you want
care
to
about the
listen to me or
nature. For
no?
me, your entire Bible is
Do you want to
apocrypha.
listen to me
So
or
can
no?
you please tell me
I'm
what
explaining you.
historical method or what critical method do you use to
Yeah, I'm
ascertain
explaining
that
you,
it
but you
is.
don't hear.
Can you listen to the question before you open your big mouth? Can
Okay,
you do
yeah,
that for me?
speak.
Okay, so now listen to this for the 5th time. I'm going to ask you before I kick you out because you're wasting my time and you're giving me a headache. Okay, I am not granting you your Bible. I am not granting that your Bible is reliable. Okay, so if you want me to bring Bible on the table, no problem. I will bring Bible on the table, but then I will have to bring the Apocrypha on the table as well. Okay, so I thought I would change the accent because obviously you couldn't understand my normal
Bro, I
accent.
don't care if you change the accent. This is the secondary
Italian
thing.
accent,
Oh
Ask
my
the
you would
question.
be able to actually understand. So can you please answer the question?
Yes, of course, because historically speaking, those two takes are different. I don't care that you made my accent. I
Okay,
really don't care.
so there you go. Now
Yeah.
you're going back to the exact dilemma. This is the dilemma that we're stuck in. Okay, I told you I am not granting you your Bible. I am not. I'm
You are
not at
nobody to
liberty to
grant
do
me
that.
anything, my friend.
Shush. Okay, shush and listen to the question before you answer. And this is the 6th time. After this, you'll be out. You're wasting time. We're not going anywhere. Okay, I told you. Look, you're saying this is reliable. Look at the screen. Look at the screen. Stop being a doofus. Okay, you're saying this is reliable and this is not. I'm saying why. Both of them are from the same time period.
And I'm explaining you, my friend. You don't want to hear.
Can you answer after?
Yes, I'm
I ask the
answering.
question. Okay, so tell me, give me an objective criteria as to what you apply. First, give me the criteria. Stop referring to the historical method.
Okay, only the criteria.
Okay, you're just wasting time.
Only the criteria, of course, no problem, my friend.
Okay, I will put you on mute, and this is your last opportunity later on. Literally, your last opportunity. Okay, I will kick you out after this because you're not leaving me any other choice. Okay, so now I'm going to ask you one last time. 2 books, 2 sources, one saying he was not crucified, the other is saying he was crucified, both from the same time period. Okay, both are religious texts. Okay, tell me, why should I take yours and not those others? Go right ahead.
Okay, should I start?
Yes.
You hear me? Yes, very good. So, Gnosticism, Gnostic Bibles, as is Thomas, Mary's, etc., are different from the original Bibles in a content, which means how do you listen to me or what?
Jonas, listen to me.
All right, he's out of here, wasting time. All right, John 3:16. We might actually have a better conversation.
You know what? Okay. Was impressive.
Oh yeah, we're supposed to have a conversation about the Messiah.
Like honestly, if he cannot even understand the most basic thing, how can we move on forward?
So, I got a couple things to say before then. The first thing is, bro, you try to sound Greek, but you sound Italian.
That's the only one that I can do.
At least see, man.
Yeah,
that's
you
one.
were sounding like an Italian, mafia.
Bro, I was dying
bro,
laughing in the middle of
the-
the conversation. I was
The entire time he sounded to me Italian, so I was like, maybe the Italian accent would actually get through to him.
Your whole Bible is
Bro,
apocrypha.
honestly, the more you kept on talking, actually, one of my favorite movies ever is The Godfather. The more you kept on talking, I was like, I can see for
Goodfellas. All right, John 3:16. Just give us a quick way before I bring you on, so I know it's you, because we've talked to this brother a couple of times. He was all right. Good. All right. Yeah. Hey, John.
Hey, boys. How's it going?
How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
All right. So,
I'm liking the topic.
Today? Huh? Okay. So, yeah, the topic today is prove to us that the crucifixion and resurrection actually took place.
Okay, I'm gonna start with the crucifixion.
Okay.
So I'm gonna take the historical,
approach.
The historical approach, and I'm gonna use critical scholars for that.
Okay. Can you first tell me which critical source are you using? Instead of like appealing to authorities, I would rather you actually make the argument from the primary source material itself.
Okay, so, well, it's mainly quotes from
atheistic philosophers, isn't it?
Yeah,
Atheistic
basically.
professors, isn't it? Yeah, you were just copy pasting them on the chat as well. Because, but Brother Fawad, as Brother Fawad said, it's appeal to authority, my friend. I mean, just because somebody wrote something and you will just put it on, in front of us doesn't make that right.
No, he can, Atharva, he can do that, no problem. That's why I'm asking that first. Tell me which source are you taking this from? I'm not talking about the or which sources the critical scholars are taking this from, right? Instead of just quote mining, because a lot of people they like to quote Bart Ehrman and one scholar, another scholar, right? But when we ask them, okay, what is their entire argument? Instead of quote mining, because I can literally quote mine against crucifixion, even the existence of Jesus. I can quote you Robert Price, and I can say, there you go. He says, that Jesus never existed, and
Richard
he's a
Carrier.
PhD scholar. He's a PhD scholar. There are plenty of other scholars. They actually don't even
Exactly.
believe that
The
Jesus
the
existed.
problem is with that, it would be contradicting your belief, so that would be kind of
No,
shooting
no,
yourself in the
no.
foot.
So,
In the
so my
foot.
belief is not on the table, John, at this point. Okay, because
By
you
the
don't
way,
believe. One second.
go ahead.
My belief is not on the table because you don't believe in it. You don't believe in the crucifixion or otherwise, or the existence of Jesus because the Quran actually says so. Okay, so it should be completely off the table. Your scripture should stand on its own 2 feet without appealing to the Quran. When I'm speaking to Christians about this, I'm happy to bring the Quran, but I like to first have them prove from their own sources or otherwise, not bringing the Quran, because you guys love to say the Quran came 600 years later, blah blah blah. Okay, at this point I'm granting you that. Okay,
So
imagine I'm an atheist. Imagine I'm an agnostic. I'm not a Muslim at this point, and I'm actually asking you, prove to me that the crucifixion actually took place. Simple as that.
And by the
yeah,
way, John, real quick before you go, I just want to establish something. So when we talk about history, and this is what the last person did not really did not have the patience to understand. When I say history does not care about religion or theology, it doesn't, and I'll tell you why. Even when we talk about our beliefs, because for one, I believe as Muslims, I believe that Moses, peace be upon him, existed. I believe that a character named Noah, a long time ago, existed, and he made an ark. I believe in these prophets. However, there is absolutely no outside of the Bible and the Quran, which are theological books, by the way. Outside of them, there is absolutely no evidence to say that Moses existed. There's no evidence to say that Noah existed. So history itself can say one thing that I don't believe in. So it's not about, well, I have to believe that Jesus Christ, obviously, but that's a theological concept. We leave our theology uh, outside when we're talking about history, because history does not care about the metaphysical. History does not care about theology. That's what you need to understand. So if we're going to continue this conversation, we're actually looking at the historical work, removing aside your theological biases. Can we do that?
well, I'm not. If I'm using critical scholars, they're literally atheists, so they're obviously not biased toward the Bible, man.
Okay, what are they saying?
Okay, I'll give you a few there. I can give you the list of names, but I'll just give you a few and tell you what they say.
Go
So
ahead.
that's Gord Littleman. Jesus' death as a sequence of crucifixion is indisputable. Pinchas Lapide, I can't say their words right, sorry. Pinchas Lapide, Jesus' death by crucifixion is historically certain. And then you all know Bart Ehrman's comment about the death and crucifixion of Jesus Christ is the most certain thing in history.
Okay, well, there's a couple of problems with that. And you want to know what the problem with that is?
Yeah.
The problem is when you use the term historical certainty. You want to know why that's a problem?
Well, it's really not my problem. They said it. They're
No,
historians, so I'm assuming.
no. They're historians. I understand that, but this is what I'm saying. When you're talking about history, for one, and this is everything any historian will say. So this is why it's good to actually read more, because they actually tell you why. And let's go through them actually. First of all, the idea of historical certainty, there is no such thing as historical certainty. There wouldn't, and then let me tell you why. Because for one, do you believe that the absence of evidence is the evidence of absence?
No, I believe we have more than enough evidence.
That's not what I asked you. I said in general. Do you
Well,
believe
obviously
that
not.
thank you. So that means the absence of evidence is not the evidence of absence, correct?
Yep.
So, and this is one thing every single credible historian will follow. So one thing, that's why they can't be certain, because for one, every historian, what they will base their work on is this. They will say, based on the evidence we have, based on what survived, based on the clues that we see. The problem is they will never say this is all the clues we have. This is all the clues, all of the evidence, all the clues that there is to be seen. This is all the evidence that there ever will be. They never say that, meaning they leave room for new evidences, because why? They know that there will never come a time, there will ever come a time where we don't have every evidence. What does that mean? That means even when they look at the evidence, what do they say? That means, okay, well, based on the evidence, cool. It's based on the evidence, we can conclude that it says this. That still does not mean this is actually something that actually happened in history. That's because there have been a lot of things that have been shown evidently in history that has been found out later when new evidence has been seen that has been proven historically false. Would you agree to that?
Well, yeah, but now the problem is you'd have to, like, I brought you atheist sources. Now you'd have to kind of give
Okay,
me
so
an
let me
answer
let
as
me
to
just
why
let
it's not
let me just
historically sources when they
John,
actually use it.
John, we're taking this one step at a time. I'm not done yet. We're taking this one step at a time. Are you following along with me so far?
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah, I
Okay,
understand.
cool. Now that's this idea of historical certainty. That's one. Now let's get to Bart Ehrman. Okay. Now, when we talk about the evidence of this one person named Jesus, right? Now,
Mhm.
outside this idea of crucifixion, how could he have died? How could he have died? What happened to him? How, outside of when people say, oh well, these people believed he was crucified. What could have happened to him?
Well, there's a few sects that obviously believe different,
I'm
like
not talking about
Muslim sects, but I don't.
I'm not talking about belief. And let me clarify to you what I mean by that. For one,
Yeah.
and I use Bart Ehrman. This is actually why I would suggest you actually finish what Bart Ehrman says, because I actually listened to his lecture when he said those words, when he would say those words like that. And why is that? Bart Ehrman is looking at it from a historical basis. If history talks about a character, and that particular history says this character died a certain way, and then after that you don't see anything else about this character until you go to the metaphysical. Because why? The only place that talks about this character named Jesus is the Bible. That's the only place where it actually talks about him firsthand, right? The second thing is, it says in this particular text that he was crucified. The third thing is, it says after he was crucified, he was resurrected. The big problem with that is the last piece, the resurrection. That's not something physical. That is metaphysical. Someone who is an agnostic or an atheist like Bart Ehrman, he removes the metaphysical, as historians do. History does not leave room for metaphysical or something that miracles. That's why historians don't believe in miracles. Historians don't believe in anything metaphysical. So Bart Ehrman looks at a text like that and says, you know what? If our sources say people say that a character named Jesus existed in history, but yet this source says that he was crucified and resurrected, he was going to conclude that the only way that each source says that he was gone is by crucifixion. So of course, someone who's an atheist, someone who's a historian, is going to look at the physical and say, you know what? This says that Jesus was crucified, but notice how he says it was crucified, but he doesn't say he was resurrected. And that's why someone like Bart Ehrman will conclude, well, there has to be a way that Jesus, he concludes and says, you know what, this seems to be the most reasonable way for him to die, because obviously you just remove the resurrection. And that's why he comes to this conclusion. He does not say, well, it certainly happened or it happened without a doubt. No, he's saying based on the evidence we have. That's why, my friend, there is no such thing as a historical certainty. And every single historian that says that, for one, you have to listen to the full statement that they're saying. Because I kid you not, when they say historical, if they even use the word historical certainty, they will always back it up by saying based on what we have. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get.
Can I
Okay.
add
Yeah, I
something
get.
before Brother John? You start. I have some references in front of me, and because Brother John,
Could I
brought up
reply
some.
to him, dude? Like, we're having a conversation here. It'd be nice to
Oh,
like get
okay.
my thoughts out.
No,
Sorry, I'm
okay.
just like
No issues. Just continue.
you can go after me. I just want to get the conversation going. When you kind of
Yeah,
cut in, I forget about it, and the conversation
Yeah,
goes
yeah.
somewhere else,
Go,
and
go
it's
ahead. But the
go
thought
ahead, bro.
you could sponsor him after, but go ahead.
so okay. So if let's say, for example, I do take the certainty word out, so
Okay.
they still believe it's historical, and the reason and where they get the historical, whatever, I can't speak correctly. Wherever they get that history from is from the Bible. Whether they believe the resurrection or not, it doesn't deny that he was crucified. The crucifixion can happen obviously without the resurrection in their mind, so that does not negate the crucifixion if the resurrection didn't happen. Know what I mean?
Cool. I have something to respond to that, but I promised, but I thought he can go ahead and respond. Go ahead, Akhi.
No, you guys continue. I'll just add up at the end.
You know what? Okay, cool. John, the funny thing is, you're absolutely right. So not cool. Now here's the big question: are there people that said that he wasn't crucified besides the Muslims? Because what the Muslims say, what we say, it's based on our theology. I'm asking you, are there people in the first century, second century, third century, fourth century? Are there groups of people that say that he wasn't crucified?
Yeah, there's an early. I'm sure you guys know about that early Jewish sect
Okay.
that said it.
Okay, that's one. So we have
But
evidences that says one group of people believe he was crucified, and then the other group of people believes that he wasn't crucified. Cool. Now let's focus on this. Is the majority always right? I'm just saying this in general. In general, is the majority always right?
well, no, they're not obviously. 100%
Cool.
they aren't
So
always.
what we have now done is remove this idea that, for one, there obviously haven't been people who stated that he wasn't crucified, but we've now removed the idea of certainty, meaning because historically there are people that said that he wasn't crucified. You, as a historian, you looking from a historical angle, you can't be certain anymore. You can say, well, a majority of people believe he was, but you can't say it's without a doubt that this is how. That means any historian that says it's indisputable, that means they're speaking out of their butts now. Because now it's been evidently so, that there are historical evidences that people did not believe this happened. So what does that mean? That means it's disputed because people believe to the contrary. You following me so far?
Yeah, I get it, but that
Okay,
one group I
go
was
ahead.
talking about,
Go ahead.
in that case, like I know what you're saying, and 100% agree. Sure, 100% I agree. But
Go ahead.
what I'm assuming the historian would do now is, okay, I'm gonna take the text, I'm gonna go over it, and I'm not sure what that group is called. What is that group called? Do you know? I forgot.
What group are you talking about?
That Jewish group that believed that Jesus wasn't crucified in the first century. It's a name
We
for them.
You have many of them. You have the Ebionites, the Basilidians, you have the
Yeah.
Nazarenes. Which one?
Anyway, it's the Ebionites I'm talking about.
Okay.
What the historian would obviously do is go into the text and compare their beliefs. That's what I assume they would do to the beliefs of those sects that come out of, I guess, Christianity it would be, or Judaism, and see if it actually lines up. For example, the
Okay.
Ebionites believed that Jesus didn't become human; he was just spirit, right? So that way he can't be
So
crucified.
no,
That's
what
No,
what they
that's
believe.
that's not true.
what a historian will do is go with the majority. That's what historian will do, because what is history? And this is what I asked the person last time. I tried to ask him. History is literally hearsay and conjecture. If history will record what most people believe or what most people say happened at that time. So the simple fact that we just talked about, yes, there's one group of people that believed he was crucified, and then there's a whole other group of people that believe he wasn't crucified. Now, these two people, which one is the majority? The ones that believe he was crucified. But then there are some issues with that. One is that in the 4th century, this is history by the way, in the 4th century, when Rome officially canonized the Bible, they made Christianity the official religion. Historically, Emperor Theodosius II, what did he do? He slaughtered everyone who disagreed with this form, with his understanding of Christianity. And as far as the message, as far as the text or the evidences that survived, those were gone too. That's why even when it comes to the Ebionites, what we know from the Ebionites only come from the enemies, the church fathers, because we don't really have the text of the Ebionites from them. We have people who disagreed with them writing about them. So that means that's a clear evidence that showed that there's been some favoritism, there's been some ruling, meaning history is always taught by the winners. The ones who had all the power killed and destroyed the text of those without the power. And this is why it goes on to my point when we say history itself cannot be 100%. And two, history itself, when we talk about recorded history, history will always go with the winners. History will always side with the majority. And the fact of the matter is that you just told me right now that the majority is not always right. Now you've actually agreed with me that whatever the majority believed in, that may not necessarily be true. So technically, you just told me that the crucifixion may not have happened.
Not necessarily. All the book, if you all the historical texts they use to come to that point to decide
Okay.
whether or not he was crucified is they use the Bible or they use the Gospels for the most part. And
What
you
did
see, and just Josephus also
no no
mentions
you're going
Jesus,
somewhere else.
and but
You're going somewhere else. Please address please repeat to me what I just said.
you said as I said you said by agreeing with you that the majority doesn't always right,
Mm-hmm.
that I kind of in a way gave you the fact that the crucifixion could have not happened. But
No,
yeah, sure,
which so
obviously you can say that,
no
but
no, it's not. I can't say that. I asked you. Let me confirm by asking you again, so that way we're clear. Okay. The first thing is, what is history? Did I not tell you that history is hearsay and conjecture? Yes or no?
for the most
Meaning,
part, I guess you can say that. You
yeah,
pretty
no,
much have to,
yeah,
obviously.
yeah. History, yes or no? History will always side with what the majority says happened at that time. It will always side with them because they're the winners. Correct?
See, I don't know if I'd agree with that, though.
Okay. Can you give me one historical information that does not side with the majority of the people historically?
I'd say, honestly, I'd say the Gospels, because at first no, they were they were very small. They were just a couple thousand people, like the
That's not what I'm
first
saying.
church.
I'm saying any historical event throughout history, what stuff was written down and recorded. What historical event that historians use, because when we base history, what do they look at? They look for the overwhelming evidence. When you say historians look for the overwhelming evidence, that tells you they look for the majority of what people say. So historians, when you test history, when you look at an event that happened at a particular time, historians look at what most people said happened at that time. That's how they test it. That's why when we say history is taught by the winners, That's what we mean. It's the ones that where their works survived, and it's the ones that had most of the people on their side. Whether or not it was true or false, it's who is on my side. If the majority of the people is on my side and they believe what I believe and they believe this would happen, history is going to record what I say. And that's what history is. And you tag that along with the fact that I told you, and you yourself agreed to this. In the first century, there were groups in the first century who rejected this idea that Jesus was crucified. They rejected that idea. So that means if we're looking at it rationally, we're looking at it, there were some people who are opposed to this idea that Jesus was crucified. So that means you're telling me, and again, lastly, one more time. Lastly, I asked you, is the majority always right? Because I agree with you. The majority of people that when the work survived, the majority of them say that Jesus was crucified. I asked you, is the majority always right when it comes to history? You rightfully said, no, the majority can be wrong. When you told me the majority can be wrong, what you really just said is that the crucifixion that most people believed in the first century, the people that believe that the crucifixion happened in the first century, they can be wrong. So meaning it's not within itself historical, because why? The moment you say it's not you can't say that it actually happened, because why? The moment you say that these people can be wrong is the moment you stop saying this actually happened in history.
Well, that's where that thought process massively fails, and what, like, I
Go
agree
ahead.
with you that okay, for example, let's talk about World War III. I can completely deny it, and you can tell me,
World War
okay, it
Three?
happened.
World
Well,
War
World
Three?
War II, World War One,
Okay, World War
whatever,
Two.
or the
Okay, yeah,
Holocaust, for example.
okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
I could just straight up deny it, and there are people that deny it because literally anything I get before I was born is through people telling me. So
Okay.
it's if you think like that, if you have that thought process, you can't have faith, you can't believe in literally anything that happened before your life. You basically you're a robot, basically. That's the problem with that
And
ideology.
so John, you know what the crazy thing is? I actually agree with you. You're right. If
I
we're
know
talking,
it's the problem.
if we're no, but here's the problem. You being right actually goes against your point, and let me tell you why. When we talk about can you prove the crucifixion and resurrection actually happened, the moment you start saying, well, wait a minute, there can be people that believe, there can be people that are opposed to anything throughout history. Everything you just said is you can't prove anything historically. That's what you just told me. You just told me, and use World War II as an example, World War One, World War II, that there can be people that believe the Holocaust didn't exist or the Holocaust never happened. There can be people that think World War II or World War One never happened. You are right, and to this day, I actually know some people that don't think the Holocaust actually happened. You're right, but what that says to me is that historically you can't prove anything for a fact historically, because why? The moment you have one group of people that goes against what the majority says, that removes this idea of historical certainty. So what's the question here? The question here on this chat, on this stream, can you prove the crucifixion and resurrection actually happened? What you just said is you cannot prove it for a fact historically 100%. And if you can't prove for a fact historically 100%, that means you can be wrong.
Well, true. I can be
Thank
wrong
you.
about everything in life. Like how,
Thank you.
but
And
that's where
and
that's
that
where
and a you're right. Historically, you can be wrong, and that includes the crucifixion. You can be wrong about the crucifixion historically. That's exactly my point.
well, yeah. So
There you
basically,
go.
this entire stream is pointless because we can't prove anything.
No, this
Historically.
the entire no. Here's the thing
So we
about
should just shut down the stream, huh, John?
Yeah, let's
No,
go.
go
We're
here's the
home.
done,
thing.
boys.
Here's the thing, John. You know the funny thing is,
Christianity has
John.
been proven, huh?
Fuad, you know the funny thing is
Really, I'm
when
just
John
trying to use my own logic here,
no,
boys.
no worries, no worries. So, Fuad, you know the funny thing is when John came up. Let me ask you, brothers, who went to history? Was it me, you, or was it John?
It was him.
It was. So he's basing it based upon it's historical, but now based on what we just did, you can't say it happened for a fact. You can say, well, people think it happened, but you can't prove it, because when you say proof, that means you're without a doubt. That means you cannot say that you yourself, John, cannot say the crucifixion, the crucifixion of Jesus actually happened historically. You can't say that because you say you can't prove anything historically. That's true. You can't prove anything for a fact historically, and that's the whole problem with history. So thank you, John. You actually agree with me.
Okay,
Yeah,
John. So
what?
I'm gonna take a slightly different approach. Okay, so we can
Yeah.
go somewhere, inshallah. Okay.
Fuad,
Okay.
you look like you about to fall asleep, man. I'll say
No,
wake up, bro.
not at all. Aki, not at all. So let's take the approach of the historicity. No problem. We can take that. That's why I started off by saying, instead of appealing to scholars, because look, I can quote you several scholars. Okay, most of them are critical scholars. Some of them historians, right? You have Richard Carrier, right? He actually says this was in his book Historicity of Jesus, okay, which was published in 2014. What does he say? He says there is no compelling evidence that Jesus ever existed, and the evidence that does exist is ambiguous, late, and often forged. When all the evidence is considered, it is more probable than not that Jesus was not a historical figure. You have Robert M. Price that I told you about earlier, right? He says something similar in his book. He's a theologian. He's a scholar of the New Testament, by the way, right? And he says this. He says in his book, the Christ myth theory and its problems. This was published in 2011. He says, the argument for the historicity of Jesus do not stand up to scrutiny at all. This evidence for the mythic Christ is far more substantial and coherent, right? Thomas L. Thompson. I can go on and on. I have a list of, another 5 scholars over here. Here's the issue that we run into. Now, it's just quote versus quote. It's appealing to authority. We will never go anywhere. The approach that I was actually hoping we would take is, instead of appealing to authority, let's go by the arguments that they're making. Okay. So if I'm going to, let's say in my argument, which I'm not going to do, but let's say if I'm going to make, if I'm going to make the argument that Jesus never existed, instead of saying Robert M. Price believes so, no, I would rather give you his argument and why I believe in that argument. So the same thing I want you to do, instead of quote mining, tell me what his argument is. People love to quote Bart Ehrman, right? But that same Bart Ehrman is then telling you that the New Testament authors are anonymous. Nobody knows who wrote them. They're very late. They have discrepancies between them. That same Bart Ehrman is telling you there are more textual variants and theological variants, by the way, okay? But he says that there are more textual variants than the words of the New Testament themselves. Okay, the same Bart Ehrman is then telling you, that these books are not reliable at all. And then he's appealing to those same books and saying, by the way, Jesus died. So you see what I'm doing? I'm actually questioning his methodology. I don't agree with him. Even if Bart Ehrman was there in front of me, I would ask him this. How could you appeal to, and a lot of Muslims and even non-Muslims have asked him this on his blog, okay, that you claim New Testament authors are anonymous and they cannot be relied upon, right? They're very late, etc., etc. Then how can you appeal to it? You know what his response was? He said, it is more probable than not, because he's an atheist. He gives you a more naturalistic explanation that during that time, a lot of Jews were crucified. So, okay, if people recorded that he was crucified, probably it happened, versus what the Talmud says, right? That he was actually stoned to death. So for him, it is just more of a naturalistic approach that he takes. He's not going to say, as an atheist, by the way, he was saved. You know, Romans, they messed up. They got the wrong guy. You know, he's not going to say that. So this is why I said, instead of appealing to authority, give me what their argument is, and we can go from there. Does that make sense?
Yeah, well, I know what Bart Ehrman's stance is. He obviously doesn't believe Christianity and all that, and even he probably doesn't even take the Bible all too serious as a really reliable historic source. But I've never really gone through his argument per se, I guess. So I couldn't tell you what his argument is. I just figured I'll quote you biased opinions. Like where can you go wrong with those? But then again, like you said, you can obviously have people that say the opposite, and then we're just fighting amongst each other about who has more authority. But yeah. But
So that's how, like I said, like let's question their methodology, and let's question the people that are claiming. So if it's, for instance, Josephus, let's question, you know, instead of just saying, oh, this scholar actually claims that Josephus's quote is actually accurate, right? We can go to the scholars that actually say otherwise, right? And there are plenty of them. I literally have a list of like, ooh, my cat going crazy over there. Okay, I have a list of probably over 12 different scholars and prominent scholars. And believe it or not, some of them are prominent church historians. And some of them are even Protestant theologians. They actually say, yes, this quotation is a forgery. But you know what I'm going to do? I'm not going to appeal to authorities. I will break it down to you why Josephus's quote is actually a forgery. I'm not going to appeal to authorities. Because in the past, John, I used to do this as well. You know, I used to appeal to authorities. I used to quote mine. Now what I do, I don't take that approach anymore. You know, I like to break down the argument. I like to look at the argument that this person is making, right? And then I look at the evidence on the contrary as well. And I look at the evidences that are presented against it. And then I weigh it out. You know, so this is what I'm saying. Because you see, it makes absolutely no sense. Have you read the quote by Josephus?
Well, it's not. It's for me when Josephus quotes it. It's more about the particular historical claim of being crucified under Pontius Pilate.
I understand, but the quote that mentions Jesus, have you read it yourself?
Yeah, I've read it before, but I couldn't verbatim tell you what it is.
Okay, so check this out. Josephus, what religion did he belong to?
He was Jewish, right?
He was Jewish. He was not a Christian, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Why would he refer to Jesus as a wise man? Or is it okay to even refer to him as a man? Does that make sense to you?
Say it again. I'm not sure what.
Okay. So he says in his quote, he refers to Jesus first as a wise man. And then he says, I don't even know if it would be okay to refer to him as a wise man. Does that make sense to you? Huh?
Are you saying Josephus said it? He doesn't know why or are you saying
no.
did he?
Okay, so let me dig up the exact quote to you, okay?
Yeah.
Now you tell me, like, if a Josephus's quote about, because I had the book over here. I'm trying to find the book so I can, but it's okay. I can dig it up.
It's
online.
okay, Fawid. You can use Google. I'm not gonna down you, man.
No. I was just gonna, because I like to go to the direct source about.
That's
Jesus.
okay, man. Google's a good.
Okay.
Google's a nice resource.
Okay, so here it is. This is in book 18, chapter 3. Okay. It says, now there was about this time Jesus, a wise man, if it be lawful to call him a man. He was a doer of wonderful works, a teacher of such men as receive the truth with pleasure. A Jewish man that does not believe in him to be the Messiah. As a matter of fact, he believed in him to be the false Messiah if he was a Jew. Right? If he's a Jew, he never converted to Christianity. That means he never affirmed that Jesus was the Messiah. right?
Yeah, I
Why would
agree.
he
I agree.
refer to Jesus as a wise man? And then he says, if it be lawful to call him a man. You see, does that make sense to you?
Yeah, it's actually an interesting point of view if you read it like that. It's pretty interesting that he put that in as a. It seems like it's a thought he had or something. It's pretty interesting.
Not a thought. This is okay. And then the language itself, if you actually break it down in Greek, right? It seems like there's an addition in there. And this is what critical scholars actually point out to you. They tell you point by point what is wrong with this particular quotation. And just a side point, do you know when his earliest manuscripts are from?
I think they're pretty late.
There are almost a millennium after the crucifixion of Jesus, from the 10th and 11th century.
Yeah, I actually recently discovered that, and I was actually very surprised.
And on top of that, there are so many early church fathers like Justin Martyr, Clement of Alexandria, Origen, and they extensively quote Josephus. But guess what? They never once referred to Testimonium Flavianum. This passage is referred to as Testimonium Flavianum. They never once referred to it, and they extensively quote Josephus. Okay, then you have Photius, a 9th century patriarch. He wrote that Josephus did not mention Christ. He specifically says this in his book. And he actually indicated that many of Josephus's works, they lacked this passage, and that Eusebius, he was a potential forger of this particular text, because we actually see Eusebius is the first person that actually refers to this. You have John Chrysostom, right? A prominent early church father. I'm sure you have heard of him, right? He frequently references Josephus as well. Not one mention of Testimonium Flavianum.
I actually don't know that church father, no.
Yeah. Look it up. So all of these things. And by the way, Josephus, he never uses this word tribe, because like in the Testimonium Flavianum, you will actually see the word tribe is used over there. Okay. Now this, he's referring to Christians as a tribe. Now this never, like in his entire book, not once will you ever see him referring to Christians as a tribe. This is the only place where he uses this. And why is this important? Because Eusebius is the first person ever to use this term tribe for Christians, because it's a religion. It's not really a tribe. He always uses the word tribe for like the tribe of Judea and et cetera, et cetera. But he never once refers to it as a religion. See, so many other problems with it, and then the passage's language is distinctly like very Christian. If you pay attention to it, go ahead, Ali.
I was gonna say, and appealing to Josephus, it's very, very problematic too as well, because if you're gonna count the works as far as what he said about Jesus, then you have to count some of the other quote unquote historical arguments that he says that are found in the Bible too. One of them just so happens to be in the believe in the Gospel of Matthew, the killing of the firstborn son with the King Herod, right? How he killed the firstborn son, right? Now the problem is that's something that you can actually test, historically. Oh, well, this king of Judea actually did this. Okay, cool. You believe that because it's in the Bible, right? Now Josephus was actually a historian. He's actually one of the was very, very proficient in writing about the accounts of King Herod himself. He actually has a book. He came up with a book called The Atrocities of King Herod. It's titled The Atrocities of King Herod. Not one time in that book does he say that King Herod killed the firstborn son of killed every firstborn son. He completely says that he negates that at all. And here's the problem. Now, you can't say, well, you can't make this case that somebody removed it, because why? Christians or the church fathers or anybody who saw that work would want that work to say that he did this. So this notion that it may have been removed is highly improbable, because that would be something that is for the Bible, not against it. And so the fact that in his entire work he negates the killing of King Herod as the firstborn son is historical evidence to show that this never happened. Meaning, it's historical evidence to say that this account that the Bible says is inaccurate, but when we look at it from outside sources. So when you're going to appeal to one person said that he said this, and you trust his word on this one, then you have to be consistent. And this is why anytime somebody really mentions Josephus, that's how you know that they really did not do research on him. You know, Josephus, Tacitus, Pliny the Younger, they just mention them surface level. But when you actually read their works or like thereof, you realize that they're not necessarily not reliable, but it doesn't even say what you think they're saying. Hey
Yeah,
yo.
I get what you mean, but the biggest thing I don't really read Josephus that much, but I read a few quotes, I read a bit of him, but the one thing I really do focus on is the fact that he got Pilate being the prefect or the governor of Judea at the time, and there's actually, I'm sure you guys know that they found a rock. I don't know where it is, in the Middle East somewhere, where it actually literally says Pilate the governor, and then gives AD whatever, whenever, and it perfectly lines up with the accounts in the Gospels. And even I heard this lately. I read a quote from a historian, a later century historian. He actually, when he quoted that Pilate was he was basically pointing out that Jesus was crucified under Pontius Pilate, and he actually got the position of Pilate wrong. Like, he didn't say he was a governor; it was something else. But in Luke or wherever, I'm not sure where that is quoted, but in one of the Gospels, it specifically says that Jesus was crucified under Pontius Pilate, the governor of Judea, and that rock they found dates back to at that exact time. So in that instance, it would line up historically and with archaeology, I guess you can say that. So little things like that.
You know what? Can we try something, John? Let's actually try this idea of, historical rationality, right? Historically, who assigned not Josephus, what's his name? Who assigned Pontius Pilate? Who assigned Pontius Pilate to be the governor of Judea?
What's his name now? It would obviously be the Roman, the main guy. I don't know his name, whatever.
Augustus Caesar.
Yeah, that thing, right.
Now, do you know why he did that?
Weren't they getting out of control? I'm not 100% sure.
No, you're right. He did that to keep the Jews in line. Not the peace, to keep them subordinate, to keep them in line. So, because Pontius Pilate, historically, outside sources, he was known for his cruelty and brutality. So his whole reason for being in Judea in the first place is to literally rule with an iron fist. That's why he was there, because there are many rebellions around that time. Quote unquote, the Jews were getting uppity. So Pontius Pilate was the answer. So, oh no, he'll fix it. He'll keep them in line. He'll keep them. Now here's the problem, and this is what we actually use when we use our heads and talk about things that happen historically. It goes against what the biblical narrative is, because the story goes as this, and it's in the Gospel of Mark, is that Pontius Pilate had an option to crucify one of two people. It's Jesus and this other guy named Barabbas, right? And the gospel says that for some reason the Pontius Pilate was, it peer pressured by the Jews to crucify Jesus. So he succumbed to the peer pressuring of the Jews. And does that picture of Pontius Pilate in the gospel, does that equate to how he's pictured historically? Does that equate?
It doesn't. I'll tell you why. Not in the way you explained him. No, it doesn't. But I'll tell you why I do disagree with you on this.
Go ahead.
if the reason he did it, and again, man, I'd have to basically Google it. It's just something I've read. Is he was under pressure from Caesar to get Judea under control, because he was slowly, he even after Jesus' death, he got killed after for and that's also a historical event where he actually got killed for, I don't know, I'm not sure what it is, but he got killed afterwards because he was supposed to be there to kind of, so like you said, so rebellions don't start, or so they don't fight
Okay.
back or whatever.
Okay, cool. Keep that same mentality. But I'm listening. Keep going. I'm listening.
And in order to and sorry, my English is terrible. I'm bad with words, by
Hey,
the way.
no problem, bro. No problem.
So in order to get the Jews in line, or for them to be in a better standing with them, I guess, I do believe he would have done that, even though his character doesn't portray that.
Okay. So okay, now I listened to what you said, and I do disagree, and I do disagree with what you're saying, and here's why. Pontius Pilate was sent to Judea to be an iron fist, right? Now, based on what we know about the Romans historically, whether it's what they did in the Lusitania Peninsula, which is modern day Portugal, what they did to Carthage, what they did to the Germanic tribes, the Romans don't do that. Literally, so that alone, what it says in the gospel, that goes against what Romans were known to do. That's one. Two, when we talk about, again, Pontius Pilate was known, this man had a reputation. This man was handpicked by the emperor himself. He had a reputation for cruelty. And when we talk about he was there to keep the Jews in line, let's go with the territory. Let's go with the narrative. Do you know who Barabbas is?
Yeah, he was there's a band and crew that was, I forgot what their names were, but they were rebels basically. Yeah, I know who he is.
Why was he there for?
Well, he was with a rebel group that fought against, or what, that tried to dethrone I guess Roman from Judea or
Cool.
something. I'm not sure,
Yes,
something like that.
you're right. Barabbas was a rebel leader, and the reason why he was there is because he just failed. He lost a rebellion. He tried to overthrow the ruling party, or the ruling nation. So going back to that narrative you were talking about, Pontius Pilate was sent to Judea to be an iron fist and to quell any traces of rebellion. And he just fought a rebellion. Like this guy named Barabbas lost. Why on earth would he keep him with Pontius Pilate, who has a reputation for cruelty? Why on earth would he not kill him? And we're talking about historically here. Does that fit? Someone who has a reputation for cruelty just sees someone who tried to overthrow him, a rebellion. He failed. Why would he not why would he not get rid of him? Why would he let him go? Because the story goes in the gospel that there's two people to be crucified. There's Jesus, and then there's a guy named Barabbas. The story says Pontius Pilate chose Jesus to be crucified and left Barabbas, the one who just decided to go against Rome, to try and fight and get freed against Rome. And historically, the Romans faced anybody who tried to rebel. They burned down cities who tried to rebel. And when I say they burned it down, they left no traces. They will kill their family and anybody that they had a reputation for that. Let's just say that's what the Romans did historically, right? Why would it make sense? How would it make sense that Pontius Pilate would choose Jesus, somebody who was claiming, somebody with no political power, by the way? Jesus did not have any political power. I said political power. He was claiming to be, yes, he did come to be the Messiah, but most of what his works were doing was as a religious figure. That's what he was known for, the miracles that he was performing. And the Romans did not care about their religion. How do we know they didn't care about the religion? They let the Jews practice their religion. So they didn't care about the religion. So we have two people here. One doing for the most part, doing prophetic things, and the other one who just failed out of rebellion. You're telling me literally, someone who's not a Christian, you're telling me literally that it makes sense that he would choose Jesus and not the person who just tried to remove him from power? Does that really make sense?
I'll say yes, and I'll give you an explanation.
Go ahead.
Okay, so in a regime or what would you call the Romans? What would be like a word for that?
Colonizer, oppressor.
Yeah, sure. Like what would
the Roman Legion, the Roman Empire.
Yeah, okay. For example, what is an empire? Most of the time, what is an empire built on, and what did the Jews give the Roman Empire that made them strong and prosper even more than it would have than if they actually destroyed them or didn't keep the peace with them?
So no. Here's the problem. When it comes to empires, how they work, and we're talking about what the historical record shows up with Rome. Empires in the Roman, what they did, they don't do things peacefully with the tribes. It's actually the other way around. The tribes, the people that the Rome took over, they keep the peace with Rome. They cooperate with Rome because the moment they slip up, Rome exterminates them. That's what Romans did. That's what they did to the Carthaginians not too long before that happened. That's what they did to the Lusitanians, which is modern day Portugal. That's what they did with some of the Germanic tribes. That's what they did with the Thracians. So they're known for doing that. Rome don't try to keep the peace with people. People try to keep the peace with Rome. That's what occurred. And how do we know this? Simple. What did the Romans do in the year 70? When
They
Jews
destroyed Jerusalem.
when Jews failed to keep the peace, when Jews failed to try to keep the peace with Rome, Rome burned this town to the ground.
Yeah.
So that's evidence to show that what you're saying, my friend, is not true historically.
Well,
So
wasn't there like a massive rebellion when that happened?
There was
like a Jewish rebellion.
There were rebellions before and after. But the thing is,
I mean, like an actual, like it was. They went all out. There were a bunch of guys on a mountain, and they even jumped off or something like that.
I think I don't know if you talk about the Bar Kokhba revolt, but that occurred in the mid-2nd century, so that's something else. But I don't know what you're talking. Besides that, we're talking strictly about this notion of history versus the Bible, and this is what I'm saying. When you use your critical thinking skills, and you're saying, wait, what Pontius Pilate was known to have been versus what exactly the Bible says he portrayed, it's two different people. It's literally this person just tried to overthrow you, and you allow him to live. And you talk about he was facing pressure from the emperor. Be honest with me. If the emperor found out that somebody named Barabbas tried to overthrow Rome and Pontius Pilate let him go free, what do you think the emperor will do to Pontius Pilate?
Well, he would kill him, didn't he?
So if you're Pontius Pilate, wouldn't it make sense for you? We're just thinking
rebellion and sedition. It was like the topmost crime you were crucified for back then. You know what sedition is, right, John?
No, I don't know what that is.
It's like enticing others to rebel. So you're rebelling yourself, and then you are spreading, you're enticing others
around.
Yeah.
And by the way, when I said
he was famous for both of those.
When I said Barabbas was what he was, he led. I meant it, bro. He literally united people and led the rebellion, meaning he was the one that started it. He was the main factor. He was the catalyst. He was the one that said, you know what? Are we going to take this from Rome? No, let's all rise up. Let's rise up. He would have been the perfect person to take and use as a message to never go against Rome. Because for one, if Pontius Pilate let him go, who's to say he wouldn't have done it again?
Yeah,
And this is
I understand what you
so,
mean.
and
I
this is,
do
and
get it,
again,
obviously.
and this is what we mean when we say when we talk about historical claims. When you look at the history, it goes against the narrative of the Bible, from what Josephus is saying, even to what this idea of who Pontius Pilate is. And by the way, do you know what Barabbas' first name was?
I heard that argument before.
Well, what's his first name?
Wasn't it Jesus?
His first name was Jesus.
Oh, I heard you guys use that talk
Cool.
about that argument
So,
before.
that's exactly the point. So, if we talk about history, let's say history says somebody named Jesus was crucified. Uh-oh, which one? Oh, what about the last name? Barabbas. What does Barabbas mean? I mean, if you heard us speak before, you should know what it means. What does Barabbas mean?
I know what it means, but I forgot what it actually.
It
It's
mean so
the
bar means son, Abbas means father.
Son of the Father.
So Jesus, son of the Father, versus Jesus, the Son of God. And by the way, what did the Romans? What did the Jews at that time call God?
The Father, I guess.
They called him Father. So there would have been no difference between Jesus, Son of God, versus Jesus, Son of the Father. Same thing.
Mhm.
And now we're talking about what history would have
No, but
said.
see,
If history,
Ali,
if history,
my
what's up? What's up?
my question is this: if Romans, we know historically, I think Josephus mentions this, Tacitus, all of them, they mention the reasons why Romans crucified people, right? It was for rebellion, sedition, treason, slavery, right? If a slave ran away from their Roman masters or something, right? Piracy, uh, or robbery or violent crimes if you actually killed, especially somebody from the Romans, right? Blasphemy or religious offenses against the Romans, not the Jews. My question is, why would the Romans even care of a person just preaching that he's the Messiah, when especially during his time, before his time, and even after his time, so many people claim to be the Messiah, right? So why would they even worry about crucifying him? He was so irrelevant that they didn't even recognize him. They had to, and of course, I'm talking biblically speaking, that they had to have Judas actually kiss him on the forehead to
identify him.
identify him. You know, it makes absolutely no sense, because nowhere else in any of the other historical accounts we see somebody being crucified for somebody claiming to be the Messiah. It just didn't happen. You think the Sanhedrin or Jews accepted all of the people that claimed to be messiahs? No,
Nope.
they denied other people as well. Why weren't those other ones crucified, right? So this is why in the Talmud he's referred to as being killed by stoning, which also doesn't make sense, because the Jews themselves, they were not allowed to do that under Romans. They were in some cases, like, you know, some people make the case for James the Just, etc., that, you know, but even he was, I don't think he was stoned to death. I think he was pushed off of, I forget exactly, I think it's mentioned Josephus, if I'm not mistaken, but that's besides the point. You know, so my question is, why was Jesus crucified? What? Because I don't see it falling under any of those categories. You know, he was not inciting people to rebel. You know, he was not involved in any type of treason or slavery or piracy or robbery, blasphemy against against religious offenses in against the Romans. You know, why was he crucified?
You mean to tell me if I bootleg a copy of Mortal Kombat, I would get nailed to a cross?
Pretty much.
Basically.
Better watch out, boy.
I'm so screwed.
So yeah, and this is what we're talking about, John. And when you make a historical claim, you have to look at the entire history and see if it lines up. It's obvious the storylines does not match up, because I mean, again, what does history record? What does people like Tacitus, what do they record? They record people saying that this guy named Jesus, Son of God, was crucified. what we just established, literally, that could have been talking about Barabbas. I'm just talking about possibilities. Possibilities. It could have been talking about Barabbas. Could have. And if we're going to use history, then it most probably should have been Barabbas, because Barabbas was the rebel leader. He was the one that you had to make an example of. Because what was crucifixion? Crucifixion was a method of torture, and for it to send a message to everyone. It was for the highest of crimes, like seditionists, like like people who try to go against the ruling oppressors. If I was ruling over an oppressed city and I wanted to put my foot down, I would make an example of everyone who tried to go against me, including Barabbas. The last thing I would do is let Barabbas go. Because for one, if I let him go, what's to stop him from trying again?
I was ruling
And two, if I
over
let him go, what's to stop other people from what's to stop other people from saying, wait a minute, Barabbas just tried to lead a rebellion, and he was set scot free. What's to stop me from trying to do the same thing too? Yeah, all these
Well,
questions arise when you look at these things historically.
well, that argument you guys bring about Barabbas in the scriptures in John 19, it actually says Pilate did call Jesus of Nazareth. He didn't call him Jesus the Son, or you know what I mean?
You know,
No, I'm not.
that's the sexual
I'm not.
variant. You know this, right?
See, but here's the problem. I never
Yeah.
stated that. I never stated that. I never said what Pilate said. I'm stated what people around were gossiping, because it was word of mouth. Because people,
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. People knew who Barabbas was. They knew the name, because Barabbas, Jesus Barabbas, Yeshua Barabbas. Like they were. Sorry about the accent, but they were literally. People would have been going around. People that quote unquote they actually may have saw a crucifixion take place. What game of telephone would they have been spreading? They would have said, Jesus, the Son of the Father, was crucified. Jesus, the Son of who we know as God, Jesus, the Son of the Father, was crucified. Hey, did you know Jesus, the Son of the Father, was crucified?
Not just that, Ali. You
Go
know
ahead.
that Origen, in his commentary, he actually says this. He says no one should have the name of Jesus except the one who is Jesus Christ. That's why they actually, in some of the manuscripts, they removed it from there for Barabbas to have the first name as Jesus.
Thank you.
Uh,
That's why most
regarding
that's why most Christians don't even know that his first name was Jesus.
and also a very interesting point is, subhanallah,
I guess.
you guys made a very good
My apologies,
distinction.
Akhi. One second. Guys, can we wrap this up in the next few minutes? Because we have another Christian waiting backstage. Thank you.
I gotta go soon as well.
I just wanted to add one point to the punishment of crucifixion, and it's a very interesting point. And as the brothers laid out very beautifully for you, that it was a punishment which was held to the highest as the highest form of punishment for people who had committed certain crimes. And one thing that was very intrinsic to that punishment was the carrying of the cross. It was a part of that crime, because as you carried the cross and you were paraded around the town carrying this cross, it was part of the humiliation of the punishment that you're. But Jesus never carried the cross. Who carried the cross instead of him? Supposedly,
Simon.
according to Simon of Cyrene.
Well,
Now,
I guess halfway, obviously, but they did both carry it, but after Simon carried it, as
okay,
the
so
story goes.
Well, it
again,
depends. It depends on what gospel you read, because if you read, if you were
exactly.
someone who would have read the Gospel of John only, you wouldn't have even know that Simon of Cyrene existed, because Simon of Cyrene is not mentioned anywhere in the Gospel of John. But sorry, go ahead, brother. Okay.
Exactly that. That it very much depends on which account of that you are reading. So that just to add on that fact that it makes no sense. And then if you talk about post the event, supposedly, who was Joseph of Arimathea?
He was a not a Sadducee. What are those others called? What are what's the other not the Sadducees? What's the other sect called, or the other?
Pharisee.
Yeah, he was a Pharisee. Yeah, there you go.
Well, actually, what Sadducee or Pharisee aside, what we do know, or supposedly, according to what the Gospels tell you, he was a member of the Sanhedrin. Supposedly.
Mhm.
Okay, what was the Sanhedrin?
It was a group of people that made the decisions for the Jews.
It was the ruling council of Judaism, so to speak.
Yeah,
Correct.
basically. Yeah.
Which sect ruled the Sanhedrin? How to control this of the Sanhedrin?
Huh?
Which
Who
sect
controlled the Sanhedrin?
controlled the Sanhedrin? Was it the Pharisee or was it the Sadducees?
The Sanhedrin. Oh, it was
Yes, the
what's his name? It would be the Pharisees, right?
No, it was the Sadducees.
What's his name?
Exactly. It was the Sadducees that controlled the Sanhedrin, not the Pharisees. So again,
Well, whatever.
whatever. If Joseph of Arimathea was a member of the Sanhedrin, first of all, why is a member of the Sanhedrin there for the crucifixion of Jesus? And why is a member of the Sanhedrin taking his body down? And why is a member of the Sanhedrin providing a tomb for him? First point. And secondly, if he was a member of the Sanhedrin, most probably he was not a Pharisee, he was a Sadducee. Second point. Third point, if he was also a member of the Sanhedrin, you should have Jewish accounts in support of Joseph of Arimathea, which there are none.
Well,
so there is another point.
That's kind of a what if kind of situation. What if that? What if that? What if that? In a sense of he could just have become a believer and just done those things. That's the simple answer.
Okay, if that's a simple answer, then you should have evidence to back up this answer, correct?
Well, I would just use the Gospels because they're the earliest sources anyway.
And here's the problem with this. But here's also the problem with when it comes, and I know we got to wrap this up eventually. But here's also the problem when we talk about the account of the story of Joseph of Arimathea. How long was Jesus up on the cross according to the story?
Was it 3 hours? 3 to 9. Wait, 3 to 9.
Now, around 3 hours, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, the crucifixion itself, what was it historically? What was it used for?
For a painful death. I know the argument.
Not just the pain,
slow death.
Not even just a long, slow death. It was meant to send a message to everybody else. So even after people died, they were still up there. So it's not about, oh well, after you die, then you can go. Then no, it's even after you die, you're still up there, because people need to remember you. People need to see you. People need to see your carcass and know this is the fate that's going to be for you the moment you decide to go against Rome.
Well,
that's the point. So and I'm not stating this idea of what if something happened, if something didn't happen. I'm stating historically that would not mix. That would not mix with the whole point of what it means to be. It has to go against a lot of what we know historically in order to make the story fit. Oh, somebody who was meant to be crucified, who was meant to be there for a long time, who was meant to be there for a message to everyone. Don't piss off Rome. And he was let go after 3 hours or 4 hours or 5 hours at least. And not only was that, he was given the honor of a great burial. He was buried in a tomb. Whereas historically, people who were crucified don't get buried in tombs. They get put in a ditch.
Well, mainly because nobody really claimed them. And my argument would kind of be, according to the Gospels.
Wait, you said no one would claim them? Who told you that?
Well, actually, that might have actually just been a bad claim. It's probably I'll be honest, it actually just came out of my head. So ignore that.
I'm aware.
Sorry. Anyway.
No worries. See, and unfortunately, what I don't want you to start doing is now, because what that tells me is that you're trying to come up with something just to kind of go again, just to kind of match it. Don't do that. I mean, if it was just a slip of the tongue or something you took back, I mean, that's cool. You take it back, but that's fine. But I don't want you to get to the point where you're out, you're just trying to just reach for anything. No, let's be rational here, because the whole point of the contention is we're looking for a historical basis. So we're looking for historical accuracy, and we're looking for historical consistency. And that's
Well,
exactly what we need to do here. So it's so far what we're telling you, even you can say that it's historically inconsistent with the. I'm not saying whether or not you shouldn't believe in the. Obviously, that's your belief. I'm not talking about your belief. You're entitled to believe in whatever you want to believe in. But if you're making a basis that this book itself is historical, we have to line it up with its historical consistency from what we know about certain things, like this whole point of crucifixion, Pontius Pilate, Barabbas. All we have to look at those things historically and see if they line up consistently. And what we've seen is that they don't line up. There are things that you have to say, wait, this is not inconsistent of who Pontius Pilate was seen as outside of the Bible. Wait, this is not consistent of what typically a crucifixion is for. Someone who was crucified as a criminal get buried in a tomb. That is inconsistent with how normal people who get crucified, or even someone who got crucified, was let go after 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, was let go. Instead of typically he would be up there for days, if not weeks, or even if not a week. That goes against historical consistency. And if it starts getting
can we wrap it up
overwhelming,
in the next couple of minutes, Achi, so
no worries.
we can
No worries.
bring.
I'm about done. I'm about done. And if we get to the point where it's the evidence, oddly enough, the evidence of inconsistency is going on and on and on, then my friend, you cannot say anymore that the Bible is a historical book. You can't say that because it's historically inconsistent and it's historically inaccurate. So you can still say the Bible is theological. You can still say the Bible is true because that's a theological basis. But what you have to stop saying is the Bible is historical, because it's not. I'm done.
mm,
All right, John. So you get the last word, and it was
well,
good talking to you, brother. Hopefully you
yeah,
stop by
you.
again. But go
Yeah,
right ahead. Get the last word.
I won't reply to Ali. It's okay. I'll let you guys move on. I would just wanna mess with SMK a bit. So you don't when you said your brothers make good points, why didn't you comment me like that, man? What's up with you?
Why didn't I come at you like what?
Why didn't you compliment me like that?
Why didn't I compliment you like
I'll
that?
What
Well,
compliment you. It's
what
okay,
what,
man. I'll
what did I
compliment
not
you.
make one good point, man?
well, you know, I'm sure you felt that you made a good point, and I didn't mean to disparage you in any way. But unfortunately, I would have to agree with my brothers because I feel like they made better points.
That's fair, man. That's fair. Okay. I
Again,
figured I'll mess with you. Anyway, guys.
no
See you
problem,
later.
no
John.
problem. I'm
It was
more
good
than
talking to you,
happy.
brother. Yeah, good talking to you. And yeah, I'm still waiting for my dinar, by the way.
One of these days, I'm gonna scratch something together, and I'll think about it.
All right,
Okay.
man. Take care.
No,
See you,
Good
man.
speaking to you.
Have a
Talk
good
to you
night.
soon.
Bye bye.
wait. I can't wait to accept Islam, my friend. God willing.
Yeah, inshallah,
Inshallah.
inshallah. One day you will.
Inshallah. Inshallah.
Inshallah. All
Okay,
right, take
guys.
care, John. All right,
Thanks. See ya.
bye. Take care.
Brother, Jazakallah khairan for having me on, brother Fuad, brother Ali, and brother DeAndre.
Yeah, Kahi. Yeah.
And always a pleasure. I just wanted to hop on and just chip in to help you guys out wherever point I could. So Jazakallah, thank you for having me on. And you guys are going to be, are you guys going to be live tomorrow as well as Sunday, or only Sunday?
Yes, tomorrow we will be live. I don't know if I'll be able to participate in the Sunday stream, but because I may have to travel. But tomorrow I think we should be on. Yes.
Inshallah. Are you feeling okay, brother Fuad? You seem a little stressed out today. Are you feeling okay today?
I had a long day, man.
Oh yeah, same here.
I woke up super early, so I'm getting sleepy.
You should take a chill pill then for tomorrow, inshallah.
For what? Take a chill pill? Seriously?
Yeah, just hand me all the Christians, man. I'll take them. I'll school all of them.
You know,
Yeah, there you go.
DeAndre, if you want the next one, you can have them, bro.
Well,
Inshallah.
the historical sources aren't my thing, man. You got that one. I'm talking about this for tomorrow's topic.
Oh yeah. Tomorrow, by the way, so Ali, you wanted to sort of do a recap of the stream that we did on Dawah Wise, right?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so perfect. So we will actually do a recap, and we will sort of delve a little bit deeper into Leviticus 16, the Yom Kippur, because I felt that we probably did not do justice to that because of lack of time, because there were so many slides, because it already got to like 1 hour, you know, and it
Yeah.
was
By the
like
way, I'm still offended, by the way, as far as all and the more
taking out all your slides.
bro, the more DeAndre keeps making fun of me, the angrier I get.
All right, so we got this next guest. I think we spoke to him last week, if you guys recall, or Dangalo. You can call me Orange. Okay, so we'll call you Orange.
Yeah.
How are you doing,
Brothers,
brother?
I'm doing good.
I'll let you have at it. So, Jazakallah khairan. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala accept all your efforts and keep us steadfast on the Sirat al-Mustaqim. Fi man Allah.
You see, SMK is running. He's running.
Oh.
Joking. You can go.
Backstage. I can come back on at a moment's notice.
Yeah,
Don't
I'm
worry
kidding.
about
You're
it.
good.
I don't run.
I'm kidding, man. I'm kidding. You can go.
Running is good, man. Running is good for health.
So Max,
Yeah, I'm in cross country.
I was about to say I run. No, I'm not kidding. I run. I'm one of those dudes that don't
I
mind.
run through the fire, not away from it, though.
If
That's
I
the-
ever run away from a debate, I'll just say that it's healthy. I'm just getting some
Okay.
Iman Allah, brother. Iman Allah.
All right. So, or Dangalo, or Orange.
Yeah, you can call me
Let's
Orange.
get
What's
to
the
it.
meaning of your name, brother? I'm
I
just
was
curious.
11 years old and I made a Roblox account and I just made something up. It's actually my channel name too. It's unique enough to where you look that up, you're only gonna find this, so I keep it. But yeah,
All
everyone
right.
calls it.
All right, so let's get to the topic. You see the topic: Christians prove crucifixion and resurrection actually took place. So, go right ahead.
Yeah, I've
Floor
been
is yours.
listening for a while because I wanted to kind of hear some of the things y'all were saying too. I kind of got on around when John was joining. And there's a few things I'd like to talk about, which I don't mean to be repetitive, but just in considering the things y'all said, responding to the idea of scholarship as a whole, like as you were talking about majorities, you were saying like scholars almost they consider history and confirm it by just what the majority is. And I would give more credit to scholarship than that. I mean, obviously they consider what the majority is, but they would also definitely consider what reasoning would make it to where maybe the majority is wrong. Like there's no way that they don't look into that even more than we do. So I think there is some weight to that. And the other thing I would say, just reflecting on some of the things y'all have said, just a side comment, but with Ehrman, I would agree that he even probably would say you can't know things 100% with certainty as far as history goes. So when he says like, you know, we can know this with certainty, I think that shows how ridiculous his confidence is. And it's just a powerful quote because that's someone who is not biased in the direction of the favor of Christianity now.
I would disagree. I think he is biased. He was not until a few years ago. Now he is biased because he wants to sell his books. If he's going to come out and say, guys, something like this is unlikely to have happened, for instance, taking the position that Robert Price and the likes, they take that Jesus never existed, I don't think Christians will actually buy his book. I hate to quote Bart Ehrman because he's inconsistent in a lot of things and he keeps flip-flopping. But as I told the previous guests, you know, instead of appealing to the authorities, why don't you bring me the actual argument?
Yeah, and that's why I said these are just
I'm more interested in that.
I really do want to get into like the reasoning of the arguments, but I just wanted to briefly touch on this. We talked for so long anyway, I wouldn't mind hitting a couple things. But yeah, I mean, as a Christian, I don't think anybody with a little bit of knowledge is going to buy Ehrman's books to like affirm the things we believe. In general, it's common knowledge that like it seems, and how we view it, like his books are deceptive and going to lead you away from things. Even though
no, I wouldn't discredit him.
I don't think it would sell books better.
No, I disagree with that. I don't think you can throw out the baby with the bathwater. I mean, there are many things that you know you can refer to him because he's at the end of the day he's still a good critical scholar. The position that he takes, for instance, on crucifixion and a couple of the other things, it just doesn't add up. And I think he purposely does that because whenever you actually on his blogs, you can actually see this. Whenever you know some people, including Muslims, have pinned him on this particular notion that why do you appeal to those same sources if you have said it out loud so many times, if you've been quoting that these are unreliable sources, to then make this claim that a man named Jesus was crucified, you know? So his response was on his blogs, by the way, you can check even till this day, that it is more probable than not, you know? And I just don't buy that. And, you know, as a atheist or a scholar, I wouldn't even call him a historian, right? Because he doesn't identify himself as a historian, I believe.
Yeah, I know there's a weird thing with that.
Yeah. So yeah, sure, he can take that position. The problem is, like, look, if I don't have a ruler over here, I don't have a scale, right? But if I tell you, look, this scale is faulty, like imagine if this is a scale. I know it's a pen, but imagine if it's a scale, right? I tell you this is faulty. And then I use the same scale to measure something. And then I give you those measurements. You wouldn't take me serious. You'd be like, wait a second, didn't you say the scale is faulty? How can then you use it to then measure something? You know, this is what we keep telling him again and again. You know, it's not just Muslims. Some even non-Muslims have pointed this out to him, you know, in some of the podcasts. And this is where we say that, okay, instead of just appealing to your authority, let's go and let's analyze the sources that he's claiming, instead of just saying, because as I told the previous guest, you know, sure, you can bring in Bart Ehrman. I will bring in Robert Price. You'll bring in another scholar. I'll bring in another scholar, and back and forth we'll go.
I want
we'll just
to
keep appealing to authorities
too, because you've brought up.
By the way, before brother, you know, do you guys know about this Thomas L. Brody? Do you guys know about this man?
Haven't heard
He's
of
a Christian priest, a biblical scholar, and also, you know, he has a book on history and stuff like that. He says that I believe that I am a believing Christian, and he was born in 1943. But his quote is, "The story of Jesus is not based on a historical figure, but is entirely literary in origin." I mean, his position is that historically we cannot prove that Jesus existed, but I still believe it because I follow my faith. So he's also one of the most controversial people.
There are plenty of scholars and Christian scholars that actually take this position, because they know that if you actually appeal to historicity, then I would ask you for primary source material, which would mean interviews with the family, a body to examine, you know, postmortem reports. And it's not being hyper skeptical because it's an extraordinary claim. It's not, the claim is not just that a man 2,000 years ago was crucified. There are plenty of men that got crucified. I can grant you that. The claim is that he resurrected on the third day. Now that's an extraordinary claim, and extraordinary claims, they require extraordinary evidences. What is the evidence for that? There, and including Bart Ehrman, he never in his quote actually says that Jesus actually resurrected. This is a misquotation. Yeah, he says that this is what his followers believed. Okay, now as I said, I can grant you all of that, you know, and but then on the other hand, why are you ignoring other critical scholars saying the complete opposite? That's cherry picking. That's quote mining. That's why I said, now let's get to the historicity. Now, do you want to tackle this from the biblical perspective, or do you want to tackle this from the historical perspective?
I don't want to grant your assumption in that question there, but I can bring up external sources that are not in the Bible.
What are my assumptions? What are my assumptions?
Because you said, like, do you want to talk about this from a biblical perspective or a historical perspective? And so I'm sure you can understand, in my opinion, I'm not going to let that assumption.
I don't understand. Elaborate.
It would imply that the biblical is not involved in the historical consideration, which even if you're not Christian,
that's fine. You can do that. You can do that. So if you want to mix up the two, you can do that as well. But in then that case, then you would have to bring up. I would have to bring to the table the Apocrypha as well. Would you be okay with that?
I heard you kept bringing that up in the Apocrypha. We're going to deal more with Old Testament questions, so I don't really know how that's relevant to the resurrection.
No, absolutely not. There are Apocrypha specifically actually saying that he was not crucified, that he did not die.
I think I mixed it up because there's the Apocrypha, and then there's certain words that are similar, but like the main apocryphal books that you talk about are going to be Old Testament. There's none that like
no. Incorrect.
There's the Gnostic Gospels, and there's like later ones like that.
So there's no such thing as Gnostic. Okay, this is an anachronistic term that started being used centuries and centuries later. Okay, so please don't use that source. That particular terminology, because in academia that terminology is not taken up seriously, because if you are going to just, do you know what the term gnosis means? It just means knowledge.
I'm just trying to get at what exactly we're talking about, though. Like, for example,
Apocrypha, all of them, be
I
it
know, but like,
Gnostic or otherwise.
would for
I'm
example,
not going to
the Gospel of
discriminate.
Thomas fall into the Apocrypha?
Yes.
Okay,
So
so like we're talking about those that date later and have
no, they don't date later. Most of your Gospels, they like, for instance, these are very conservative figures, okay, that actually say that the Gospels are from the 1st century. We grant you that. But then at the same time, those same critical scholars, they date the Gospel of Thomas to 60 AD. So if you're going to say otherwise, then you better back it up with a scholar. This is what I told you even last week. You make a lot of claims, my man, and you never back up a single thing. This is the problem that I ran into
the
with
conservative dating
before.
I've heard for the Gospel of Thomas is 150.
Yeah, so that's incorrect. And if you actually heard of it, I want to know where you heard this from and what is the scholar, what is the book chapter, so I can open up and we can actually talk about
it. If we did that, though, of course you would say quote mining. So there is the issue when you
no,
bring up scholars.
you can
say,
quote
okay,
mine. Look, you can quote mine, but tell me why that scholar actually quotes it to that particular date.
Okay,
based on what? Because
the method
look,
he used.
Yes, the methodology that he's using, because like I told you, it's the same thing with crucifixion or the existence of Jesus. There are scholars saying one thing, then there are scholars saying the complete opposite. It's just, you're going to be quoting, I'll be quoting. You'll be quoting, I'll be quoting.
I don't want to
How do we resolve this?
I don't want to pretend that I looked up all like scholarship references of the Gospel of Thomas, because I didn't think about this niche question before I came on. But a brief search where you ask and like the initial things that pop up, I'm seeing 140 CE. I don't like that you say CE, but
who
CE.
claims this? Name the scholar.
That's why
Name
I
the
just said I don't want to get into this niche question.
This is the problem.
Okay, but I
let's
can give you specific things on early outset attestation, so we can start getting into
one second.
there.
Okay, 1 second. So now, from now on, please don't say anything and think a little bit before you actually say these things, because here on our channel, if you're gonna say something, I'm gonna corner you. This is right off the bat, I'm telling you. I'm going to corner you and I'm going to ask you, okay, where are you getting this from? And a quick Google search is not going to resolve that, because you better have actually done your research. If not, don't mention it. A quick Google search is not going to fly over here, my man. Okay? Because I can specifically actually, bring up other gospels as well. I mean, look at even the Epistle of Paul, 3 Corinthians. It's actually dated to the end of the 1st century or the beginning of the 2nd century. And it starts off with addressing the people of Corinth, that they actually don't believe in the crucifixion of Jesus. And guess what? There were early communities from the end of the 1st century that they actually believed. They included the 3rd Corinthians to be part of their canon. The Eastern churches, they accepted this to be authoritative. The Syriac Peshitta actually included it. You see, you've got the Didache.
I can give you some scholars now that affirm it's 150 or later.
Okay, so this is the issue. Okay.
Well,
so
you
now,
said you wanted some scholars, so I could give you some scholars, but
okay. So and you know their argument as to why they dated to that particular day.
I could get that pretty quick too.
Okay. So go ahead. So you're gonna quote mine on the fly, and then if I prove you otherwise, then
what are you saying? Sorry.
So if I prove otherwise, if I actually quote a scholar that is saying against that, then what?
Then we would probably have to look at the actual arguments like you're saying.
So see, now you want to do the research on the fly with me.
I'm just saying I can get to the level of giving scholars.
Instead of you actually researching properly, instead of just quote mining quickly, tick on Google, and say, there you go. This person says this, this person says that.
I'm just pointing out that like the big names I'm seeing on this are very consistent about its dating, and even what you just said about Paul, like we're talking about someone who would have died like halfway, like the 60s, 70s area. So,
do you have a single thing from Paul before the 2nd century, or even the 3rd century?
Do you mean manuscript wise?
Yes, extant manuscript, because I don't have to grant you anything.
You
Who is the first
manuscript?
person that even refers to Paul by name?
I don't know the first person that referred to Paul by name.
Okay. That's a huge issue. Who's the first person that refers to the resurrection? Not crucifixion, resurrection of Jesus.
I actually do have something I could get into that we could talk about with the creed.
Go ahead.
that's
Name the
in
person. Name the person.
Philippians.
Go ahead. Name the person.
I'm not talking about person per se, but rather the earliest group, which would be even better than a single person.
No, I want to know an exact quotation from a church father or a person, a theologian. That actually refers to the resurrection.
We wouldn't know the name because this is considered a creed. And if you'd like to get into it, I would. 1 Corinthians 15, 3-7 is very relevant for today and something I'm
absolutely
sure you
not. Absolutely not. So this is why I told you, first of all, we don't have any extant manuscripts for 1 Corinthians before the 3rd century.
I know you keep saying the extended manuscripts, but you got like...
Not extended, extant.
I know.
Do you know what it means? Yes, but you're using terms that you have no clue about, apparently,
well,
because you don't even know how to pronounce them properly.
Extant?
Yeah, extant means physical copies that we can examine today, not something that was lost in the history, that we cannot examine, that somebody actually refers to it in their works. Okay, extant means you and I, we can take a look at it if you want.
Don't want to
they are in museums and libraries for us to examine.
So, okay, then if we're not needing an extended one, then you have P46.
Not extended, extant.
I know that. Yeah. I'm talking about like it's not an extensive one. I'm just admitting that as I bring this up, but P46, and that's going to date around 150 to 200 AD, and that is
P46 dates to when?
150 to 200.
It dates to the 3rd century.
That would be the
or first half of the 3rd century. If you're saying that it's actually dating to 150,
be the 2nd century, so that would
okay. So 150 actually, it's an older date, right?
150 to 200. So 150 would be the younger conservative dating, 200 would be the liberal dating.
Absolutely not. That's why I asked you that 150 would actually deem it to be the 2nd century.
Yeah, I agree. That's the 2nd century.
And so I don't have to grant you that because that's an older date. I can literally, I can quote to you a scholar.
I know you don't have to grant me that. That's why I gave it in a range. I brought up that it's 150.
That's a big range, my friend. I'm saying it's from the 3rd century. You're saying it's from the 2nd century.
Well,
I'm saying you guys literally have nothing. You guys, you only have a scratch from the 2nd century. Everything else is from the 3rd century. I'm challenging this entire premise that you're bringing. There's nothing that you have, let alone P46. There's nothing, even P52. It's actually from the 3rd century. Do you know
even
the content?
2nd century would be
and I also know.
Sorry. My apologies. So they've got nothing from the 2nd century. Nothing from the 2nd century.
If you take the liberal dating.
No, there's no such thing as liberal. As I said, stop appealing to authorities. Okay,
well,
stop appealing to authorities and labeling somebody liberal or conservative. Okay.
If you
what I'm interested, look,
then yes,
one second, Orange. And a person that is not a Christian, if he's qualified to make, if he's a paleographer, for him, it doesn't really matter if something is from the 2nd century, the 3rd century. For him, both of them are so close, it's totally irrelevant for them. What I am interested in knowing is what he's basing that on. Okay, the original dating was to the middle of the 2nd century. Do you know the person that actually dated it to the 2nd century?
I don't know the scholar that found
it. Was C.H. Roberts, and later it was Philip Comfort. Both of them, by the way, are evangelical scholars. Okay, but I'm not going to say because they're evangelical scholars, I could actually bring that up, but I'm not going to say that. What I'm going to do is I will tell you that what they said, it didn't make any sense, or it was not authoritative. Okay, because they just used one comprenda, meaning they used the sample that they used. It was just one sample. Okay, and ever since then, there's look up Brent Nongbre, okay, qualified scholar. He's a paleographer. Look at what he actually did, and not just him. There's Hosea Callaghan. Then there you have Elijah Hickson. Then you have Larry Hurtado. All of them, they dated to the 3rd century. None of them actually dated to the 2nd century. So even there, you only have 2 people that used only one comprenda. And on the other hand, you have, I quoted to you 5 people, a lot more qualified than those other 2 people, and they used more than one comprenda.
Okay.
So you see, instead of appealing to authorities, I'm giving you the reasoning. So now can you do that for me?
Okay, I would talk about how textual criticism in general, even within that 100-year or 200-year gap like that, is going to be extremely high quality compared to other Roman writings at that time, where you're normally going to find things way later. Just textually
We're not
criticism in
talking
general.
about textual variants over here. We're talking about the dating of the manuscripts.
Yes, and
my
I'm
man.
talking about when
Do you actually know the difference
first find
between them?
manuscripts. When you first find manuscripts versus variants, that would be two
Yes.
different things you're
So
talking
just
about.
because you
I'm
have
saying that would
something that
also
is more superior to what you find during that time, that has nothing, that has no bearing on what I'm
It's
saying.
just
I'm
kind
saying
of weird, because if you say things like First Corinthians and the manuscript findings we have for it make it to where it's not a reliable text, you're denying like all of
forget
Roman writing.
First Corinthians. Can we deal with P52 first? That is your earliest manuscript that you have. Do you have any critical or critical scholars, stop terming them conservative or whatchamacallit, liberal? Okay, I'm going by their qualification and the arguments that they're bringing to the table.
Yeah,
Okay?
like you said, it
Can you
matters if they're
please
Christian
grant
or
me
not.
this? And if you're willing to concede this, we can move on and we can talk about the First Corinthians. So now, can you at least concede this much, that the dating that you're presenting, this is an older dating? And we can talk about the First Corinthians.
I didn't claim it's dated to 150. I said 150 to 200. I brought up the range.
And I'm disputing 150. I'm saying 150 is an earlier dating. And the comprenda that they used was just one. And both of them were conservative scholars, but I'm not even bringing that up.
What do you mean comprenda?
Okay, so look up these terminologies. Okay, so basically, Philip Comfort and C.H. Roberts, they worked on this together. Okay, and they basically used the comparative sample, and they only used one comparative sample for it. Okay. On the other hand, you have Brent Nongbury and Jose Callaghan and Elijah Hickson, Larry Hurtado. They used a lot more than that. They didn't just take one sample and say, there you go, we're basing it on that. Okay. They looked at a lot more factors in there. Okay. They looked at a lot more factors in there. Was not just one thing and just one sample and that's it.
Okay, what date did that bring P52 to? Because I'm just curious.
It's that to a 3rd century.
Okay. So you're talking about the manuscripts that's generally like considered to be the earliest of Gospel of John and the New Testament in general. What I had brought up was P46.
Yeah.
Talking about.
No, P46 comes after P52.
Yeah, because I was talking about the earliest with like Paul, but yeah, because that's what we were originally talking about. Yeah.
So whatchamacallit, P52 is your earliest one. And even that is not dated to the 2nd century. That is dated to the 3rd century, right?
Yeah, I would have to look specifically into what you're bringing up as the counter argument to P52, which I think is fairly ridiculous for me.
You can do that. Look, we're right here. If I'm making claims, I'm actually naming you the scholars. Go look them up, and come back and tell me, Fawad, you named this scholar and this scholar doesn't say this. Okay. But if you haven't looked into it, don't discredit it. Don't.
And I could name non-Christian scholars that are going to support P46 as its 2nd century dating, like John P. Meyer, J.K. Elliott, and David C. Parker.
Okay, so Young Q. Kim, okay, he suggests, and he's one of the most qualified scholars out there. Okay, make sure whenever you bring up a scholar, look at the arguments that they're making and how old they are. Because the newer scholars, they have used a broader methodology to ascertain that this is not, and I haven't even gotten into the quality of the manuscripts. P46, by the way, it is considered one of the lowest in terms of what's the word that I'm looking for? In terms of its quality. I hope you know this. Okay, and by the way. So here's the thing. What you're bringing up, this was a dating by Young Q. Kim. Okay, my apology. I said that he actually supports it to be.
I mean, one of the guys I brought up is like
no, he actually. One second. He actually supports the argument that you're bringing up, right? But then you have Pickering. He actually refuted Kim's stating because Young Q. Kim, he was the first one that proposed this dating. But then you have Pickering. He refuted Kim's dating, and he dates the manuscript back to the 3rd century.
How did
Because
he
early
refute
on,
it?
huh?
How did he refute it?
I can look it up. Just one second.
Okay, so that's where I
have it
think
in
it's
my-
fair to say the niche arguments like this, you'd have to actually look it up as
No,
I'm doing.
you, my man, you had no even clue what you were talking about.
I know P52 is referred to as earliest New Testament.
Okay, and
Manuscripts,
there
and
is
it's a small
absolutely no
fragment, and
support.
it's
So
John.
this is what he says. He says there is no support for Kim's dating and from other paleographers such as Bruce Metzger that this is supposed to be dated to 200. So there you go. What does he say? There is no proof for it.
That's just him saying that. Yeah, that would be weird.
Exactly.
To me if they actually had no
That's
proof.
not just him saying that. That's Bruce Metzger as well. Okay. So if he's actually saying that, he's saying, what is the methodology that these guys that this guy is actually using? So can you tell me the methodology that they actually used
to confirm the manuscript dating?
Yes.
Well, I know that they sometimes look at the style of writing. They look at if there's
So
writing. on
you're
both
just
sides.
pulling things out of your behind now.
No,
Okay?
I've like literally.
You're
just
giving me
listened
a
to scholar talking
generalistic
about this earlier
explanation of
today.
how they actually look at these
I
things.
was
What
listening
I am
to things. I
saying
wasn't
are the
done.
specifics. I'm asking
Yeah.
you for the specifics as
It
to why
specifically
they
matters
dated
how
it.
it's written.
Can you allow me to complete my sentence before you butt in, please?
I have been quiet a lot.
Okay. So you haven't been quiet. What are you talking about? We've been talking back and forth. Stop playing victim. Stop being obtuse for no reason, man. You've been talking back and forth this entire
now
time.
circle. Go.
So, anyways, as I said, what is the argument that they use that it should be dated? Don't give me a generalistic explanation of how paleography is done or how a manuscript is dated. Okay? Stop being obtuse. That's not what I asked. I said specifically, what is the reason that they dated it to 200 CE?
I don't know. You
a
were
bit
bringing
before
that up.
200.
You were bringing that up. That's what I was asking.
He said,
about.
I don't know. He said, I don't know. But see,
All right.
Brother Orange, Brother Orange, let's just be intellectually honest here. Okay, all right. If you do not know, go back, read all the research papers these historians have put forth, read them, compare them, and then you can talk to Brother Fawad. Okay.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to have a conversation about P52, and so I didn't prepare the scholarship quotes on
Yeah,
it.
because you were talking about scholarship, you were talking about manuscripts, so you shouldn't then actually butt into things that you haven't even looked into. Okay, so now let's go back. So from my perspective, I don't have to grant you a single thing, and I say you have nothing earlier than the 3rd century. Point in case, if you have an argument against it, please, bring to the table and we can discuss it.
I was
If
bringing
not,
up
then
how
we
in
can-
textual criticism, even a dating like the 3rd century, when you're talking about something that took place in the 1st century, is exceptionally good, because most of the time you're going to get things that you might get manuscripts first 700 years later to when the work was actually supposed to be accounting whatever it's talking about, and yet we accept a lot of those things. So I would bring up even
I don't care about other things. We're talking about the Bible and the crucifixion over here.
Yeah, but
I don't
in
care
order
like
to
a million
understand,
things.
you have to
No,
know
we're
how
not
textual
going
criticism works.
by probability over here. We're not going by probability over here. Okay?
Everything's about probability.
Yeah, no, not everything is probability. Absolutely not. If something is established to be reliable, 100% to be from God, the probabilities go out the window. Right? The moment you actually say, yes, it is actually, not from God or a man could have written it, then yes, you can talk about probability in there. Anyways,
in Islamic
now,
terminology, we call it Qat'iyyu Thubut and Zanniyu Thubut.
Yeah. Anyway, so now moving on.
I'm just talking.
So do you want to tackle this from the theological perspective? We can do that. As I said, if you're going to do that, then I'm going to bring in the so-called Gnostic Gospels that you referred to them as, or the Apocrypha, etc., etc. If not, then, because for me, Bible is a big fat Apocrypha. All of it
when
is
you talk
Gnostic.
about the Apocrypha, you got some of these, you got like the cross walking out of the cave and talking. I mean, like embellishment that is so
Yeah,
clearly
it
not
seems
just
absolutely no different to me than Jesus walking on water or him turning wine
the
into
cross
water. To
talking
me,
and walking out of a cave, and then
yeah,
like
what's wrong with that?
going
Your
to the
Old
sky.
Testament says that rocks, they can actually talk. So
I
why
would
can't
say
the
the
cross
difference
talk?
with that, I would need to articulate myself a little bit, but the difference with that would be In the New Testament, you have a lot more formal, clear, and cut to the point writing, and it often also refers back to things that you're going to see in the Old Testament. Like there's even a reference that you can point to in Job 9, for example, about Jesus walking on the water and the significance of him passing by. Things are very formal and very clear and cut to the point and things like that, versus the
Okay, so
ridiculous
Jesus
aspect of
raising up.
walking out.
Okay, Jesus
It's raised
raising
to
up
the
from the
sky,
dead.
it's talking. I mean, there's
Okay,
things that are, yes, miraculous, but then there's things that are ridiculous and very
well,
narrative, and they're
ridiculous.
very
Okay,
boastful
so
about
that
who
is
they
that
are,
is
as
very
if they need to
subjective
claim that.
because to me, somebody walking on water, somebody actually
That's
raising
still
somebody from.
miraculous.
Can
Yes,
you please, like I allowed you to finish. Okay,
you go.
so if we're gonna have a conversation, we can't have a shouting match. Okay, so you're deeming something to be ridiculous. Okay, that is very subjective. To me,
Yeah.
splitting. Okay, my man, if you continue this way, I'm gonna literally have to kick you out or I'm gonna have to start muting you. So please take the approach that you want. Okay. As I said, for you to actually refer to something as ridiculous, that's subjective. To me, if I were an atheist,
Assalamu alaikum
splitting.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Moses splitting the sea, that to me is ridiculous. Elijah being raised up to heaven, in his chariot, that is ridiculous. Okay. Rocks talking, that is ridiculous. Donkeys talking, pathetic and ridiculous. Okay. And we can just carry on with the adjectives back and forth. Somebody being raised from the dead, ridiculous. Okay. So are we going to have a proper discussion, or are we just gonna term all these throw at each other these adjectives and the discussion is not gonna go anywhere?
That's
Okay?
why I was trying to articulate myself a little bit, because like with Jesus walking on the water, that's actually a reference to something in the Old Testament, and it makes a point.
Doesn't matter. Why do I have to grant you your Old Testament? Why?
Okay, the Old Testament was definitely around when the New Testament was written, so you could have that as a reference.
So?
I'm talking about it as a reference. You don't need to.
So what?
Because I'm pointing it out as a reference, and so if I'm talking about something as a reference, we would agree the Old Testament was.
Why are your New Testament's writers referring to the Apocrypha in their works if they did not find it to be authoritative?
I feel like you just took me on a whole. I don't even know how you just came up with that question based on what we're talking about.
I came up with that question because you are dismissing the Apocrypha, saying, "Oh, it's just ridiculous because of things that are in there." And by the way,
How
not
would the New
all
Testament?
of the Apocrypha.
Are you saying the New Testament
Not
like
all of the
referred to like the
Apocrypha.
Gospel of
Not
Thomas
all
or
of the
something?
Apocrypha. Not all of the Apocrypha. Excuse me. Actually, say that. Okay, that's just one of them. They actually
Correct.
say that.
I was bringing up an
Okay?
example.
So there is no such thing mentioned in the second treatise of Great Seth, and it actually it denies the crucifixion. Okay, the Gospel of Peter's, it denies crucifixion. The Gospel of Basilides, the Gospel of Nazarenes, you don't have anything ridiculous like this where the cross is talking. You're just using a one-off example and just dismissing all of the Apocrypha.
You have to get into
one of them
examples
actually
at
has
some
that,
point
so
as I try
all
and
of them,
explain something.
throw them out the window. When your own gospel has the most ridiculous things, talking donkeys and all kinds of things.
That's not even in the
Jesus
gospel.
riding
We're
on
talking
two
about an Old
donkeys.
Testament reference.
Doesn't matter.
There's
So what?
there's an Old Testament.
For me, your Old and New Testament both have ridiculous claims.
Okay,
So
I
why
don't
should I
want to
grant
let
you
you just
any
get
of
off the
those?
hook with the like the
Why
donkey quote you're saying.
should I grant you any of those?
I want to respond to what you're saying, and I want to get to the specifics of it. So you bring up, like, for example, you bring the donkey talking as like, boom, like this is just like the cross walking out. The donkey talking wasn't just like, as atheists use this, and so I find it interesting you bring it up, because they'll be like, oh, you see these people that believe in God, it's like they also think donkeys talk. No, there was a point to that, and that it was trying to say that there was an angel, and the donkey was trying to get him to look upward and realize he was there, because he was so ignorant in his own bliss that he wasn't looking up. I forget what
Why
prophet
did
it was.
why did the cross talk? Why did the cross talk? It had absolutely no relevance to it, and it had no reason.
Yeah, I want to get into that. That's what I was going to say, is a lot of the times these things that are listed in the Apocrypha, as you seem to be referring to them, they say things that a lot of the times are just will throw you off and be confusing to you. And the general reason I've heard for this a lot is they're thought to have tried to pose that they're in the know. Like they have you question things as like these random new teachings that make you think, oh, these people must have some special knowledge to where they realize why X and Y is happening. And so that's why you'd see things like that, which is a sign of embellishment. which
Okay,
would be
it
a
just
lack of
makes absolutely no
reliability.
sense to me.
Okay,
Just
so what's oh, I'm sorry.
go ahead, DeAndre.
Okay,
Webhouse talks about
what's the
that.
reason for the tree debate?
The tree debate?
Yeah, there's trees debating in your Bible, right?
I would have to look into what you're referencing there. I
Oh,
can't
go to
pretend that
Judges
I'm
chapter
familiar.
9. Open it up.
Yeah, that actually doesn't sound ridiculous at all. Trees, they do that all the time.
I'm not
Oh,
familiar
I've
with
seen it.
Judges 9 on
Yeah,
this.
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Haven't you guys seen Lord of the Rings? Come on, there's a whole
Plenty
argument.
of people. Exactly, Lord of the Rings. If
What-
it's
I'm
done in
joking,
Lord of
I
the Rings,
don't
why
know.
What's
can
the
it?
reason
It
for
has
that?
hobbits. The New Testament could have hobbits. Now that's not ridiculous. But if it's mentioned in the Apocrypha, it's ridiculous, DeAndre. What are you talking about?
Okay, I could give it another. We would have to get into like as we talk about these things now, we would have to get into Judges 9, which is fair, and then I could also bring up how like in the infancy Gospel of Thomas, Mary is turned into a man that way she can be saved. I mean that's something that is the purpose of just.
So what?
Who referred to Mary turning into a man or the infancy Gospel of Thomas? See, what you're doing is
You mean who referred?
you're categorizing you're categorizing all of the Apocrypha into one, and you're dismissing it based on just one or two things that sounds ridiculous to you when we quoted to you even more ridiculous things. Pathetic
Yeah, it's a
things.
composition
You talked
fallacy.
about the donkey,
Yeah,
and you talked
absolutely.
about
It's composition
trees.
fallacy.
That would also
What
be
you're
true.
doing is you're
And I
not
explained the
giving me an
donkey.
exact reason as to why you're dismissing it based on one or two things. As I told you, New Testament, Old Testament's ridiculous. The things it associates with God. You will never associate that with God. Okay, God is literally having a WWE wrestling match with a human being. That to me is the most, you cannot come up with a most ridiculous thing than this. The fact that God had to put up a rainbow to remind himself, where you guys have to do all kinds of backflips to justify that, no, it was not this, it was rhetorical, it was metaphorical, blah, blah, blah.
Y'all not
That's what you
believe in
guys
that?
do. Anything that you guys cannot justify, it turns into a rhetoric or metaphor.
Do y'all
Okay?
not believe
To
in like
me,
the rainbow
that's a
part of the Noah
quote.
story?
That's
Why does
actually
it-
ridiculous.
Why does it sound to me like Leela, of that, whenever Hindus can't, defend something, they say it's just play.
Oh, they're
play
cousins.
word.
Honestly, Christians and Hindus, to me, in terms of their theology, they're cousins. Very close. They don't realize it, but Hindus actually realize that. That's why they use Christianity to justify their beliefs sometimes as well. But Christians, they're so naive and they're totally ignorant about Hinduism, they don't realize, To me, actually, the Hindu God, in some way, it actually seems more appealing and more believable because they believe that several avatars can come in the form of God. Why does it have to be just one? That to me is more believable. If I have to grant them that God has to come down in the form of a man, why not several times? Why just one?
It's been 4 hours since you guys started the stream, and we have had many Christians. You guys talked to many Christians as well. The conclusion that I came up with is that the Christians have tough time in understanding what a primary source is.
Yes.
Either they don't want to talk about it, or they don't know how history works or how the historical sources are categorized. So the issue is, Brother Orange, it is that you guys cannot trace back the Bible to the primary source. So what Brother Fawad says is, then what is the reason that you guys reject the Apocrypha and do not reject the Bible that you have today, which is called the New Testament? So you do not have any standard other than some historical biases that you had, like the councils of Nicaea and stuff like that. I don't even want to go there, because Brother Fawad knows much better than me. But what he's trying to say to you is, you guys do not have any basis to to have a contrast or to distinguish between what is historically accurate and what is not.
Okay. So I would point out that I did reference what the story with the donkey talking was about. It's not in the New Testament, it's in the Old, and there was an idea to get the prophet it was to look up. And then the other example you guys brought up with Judges looks like it's a moral warning against like the rulers that are deceitful and violent. At least
So
from what I'm reading here.
what's
It's
the
a
reason for the
symbolic
tree
critique.
debate?
I mean, like if you guys actually think the Bible there is teaching that trees were speaking, I would be surprised. Like if you thought that was the literal
stop.
teaching.
No, brother Orange, just tell me that are you saying that you reject all the Apocrypha just because there is written that Mary turned into a man? Are you just using that argument?
That would be inaccurate, given I already gave another example, and
Man,
obviously don't have all the
man,
examples
man,
listed,
you just need
and
to
have
think
heard
one
Insh-
step.
scholarship on the matter.
in-
And the
inshallah,
dating
brother.
is often very much so later. You might have some that are going to be earlier, but a lot of those are going to be very late, and often extremely. And they do have embellishment that is a different
So
type of
this is
legendary.
it's orange, my
You
man.
guys just gave a
Stop
whole
talking
retort rant about me
nonsense.
being like Hindus, so sometimes you have
Yes,
to get
of course.
somewhat
Because do
rhetoric.
you know what the Hindu concept of God is? It's very much like yours. They believe in the Trimurti, which is a Trinity, just as you guys believe. They have the sacrificial system, just as you guys have. You know, you guys have a lot of things in common, my man.
I've heard that they have like gods numbering in the hundreds or thousands. I don't.
Yes, those are the avatars. Those are the avatars.
You know what?
But
What they believe is they believe
Okay,
that
whatever.
God
That's
can
very
incarnate.
different, obviously. then.
Listen to me, brother. Listen.
Yeah.
They believe that God incarnates just as you guys believe. But the thing is, they do not limit it.
Not
They say
just.
he can incarnate as much as he wants, as many a time as he wants. Simple.
All right,
that's
well,
why I
the
said
similarities
earlier.
between every religion. But I was just pointing out rhetoric comes up.
Orange, I'll ask you a question, okay?
Yeah.
Now, and you can let me know this if I'm misrepresenting you. Don't you believe that the Trinity is three co-equal, co-eternal persons, and that share the same substance and the same essence, and because they share the same essence, they are one God? Yes?
Yep.
Now, here's the problem. Hindus believe in the exact same thing. The only difference is they don't limit it to three. So Hindus, when you see,
exactly.
but here's the problem. Allow me to finish. When you look at Hinduism, you see Brahma, you see Vishnu, you see Shiva, you see Ganesh, you see Saraswati, you see Lakshmi, you see Parvati. You look at all of them and you say, well, they all have to be different deities. But the moment the Hindus believe that each and every single deity is a manifestation of the one true God, Brahman, meaning every single one are distinct from one another, but every single one of them are still Brahman. That within itself means the Hindus believe, you as a Christian, you believe in 3 in 1. The Hindus believe in 1,000,000 in 1. Because the moment you say 1 times 1 times 1, it's still 1, yes, but 1 times 1 times 1 times 1 to the millionth power is still 1. And that's what the Hindus believe. Like what my brother was saying, you guys limit it to 3 as a Christian. The Hindus don't limit it at all. But
Even
the
better,
concept is still the same.
I would even
Go
better
ahead,
thing
Aki.
is that there is one more sect within Hinduism, because Hinduism is very liberal when it comes to accepting sects and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I know
So
you guys
listen
don't like me looking things
listen
up,
to me,
but
listen to me, brother.
there are
Listen to me.
distinct
There is one more
essences in
sect in
Hinduism.
Hinduism. That's the philosophy is called as Advaita Vedanta. You know what they believe? They believe this whole world is nothing but a manifestation of God. That God manifested Himself into this whole world. Each and every particle is God. So you see,
Yeah.
they're much better than you.
I mean, you can make similarities about anything. You could bring up how we have common prophets and have a lot of beliefs that do overlap, but that, I don't know, we're just getting into the rhetoric of how similar one thing is to another. But I have no problem intellectually when I hear that another religion teaches you could have multiple persons that share the same essence, because yeah, I do think that makes sense, and wouldn't be surprised if someone else came up with the idea of category.
Anyways, going back to the topic now.
Yeah, I agree.
As I said, so if you still want to take the biblical approach, I have no problem. But if you're going to dismiss them, I'm not going to take you serious, and I think you can just leave, because we're not going to go anywhere. Because if you're just going to willy-nilly, just call them ridiculous because you see a talking cross in one of them, not all of them.
I brought up 2 examples. You guys brought up 2 examples. I was trying to get into yours.
Yes, but I don't buy this, because you guys believe in miracles. Do you think God cannot make a tree talk? You think it's impossible? We can make pieces of technology today talk. God cannot do that if He wanted?
I am, of course, not saying that He can't.
Okay, so if God can make that happen, then why are you saying it's ridiculous?
Exactly.
Saying what's ridiculous?
That a cross can talk or a tree can talk.
So I wasn't. That's
or-
not what I was saying. Sorry, that's a misrepresentation, and it's fair if you got that.
Okay.
But I
So
wasn't
did
saying
you
it's
not say
ridiculous.
that based on the cross talking, you think it's
I
ridiculous?
want to clarify
You
for
don't
you.
believe it?
So it wasn't the fact of can God have this miracle. It was the aspect of the nature of what's happening. So we have a cross talking for no evident reason in the text. It's very random. Why would the cross even be in the cave after he's risen from the dead? Why is it rising into the sky?
Why can't it happen?
These are
Why
things
can't it
that are.
happen? It
No,
could be
that's the thing.
testifying
I'm not talking
about
about
Jesus.
can. I'm not talking about can. I'm talking about the random narrative implement of this story that's really weird, along with something like Mary basically
Again,
getting
see
transgendered.
these adjectives that you're using. See, weird, ridiculous. Like
I'm telling you
you know,
why. Along with
orange. Like you literally
I explained how it's weird
turning
that the
this
cross would even be in the tomb
comedy.
after.
Like
Why would the
it's
cross be in
comedy
the
for
tomb?
me.
Why would the cross be in the tomb?
I'm literally not even taking you serious anymore. I don't even
I
know.
don't
if
I'm not
you
think
actually
asking.
can-
I
I'm
don't
not
think that
asking.
the
Can
conversation
God
should
do
go on
it?
anymore.
You know,
Brother Orange,
because
Yeah.
it's so pathetic. It's so pathetic
Now
that
you're
okay,
using
if I were to ask you in the second treatise of Seth, or let's say third Corinthians, or let's say the Gospel of Hebrews, or the Gospel of Nazarenes, is there anything like this? Absolutely not. Then why? What type of
Fallacy
reasoning
of
would you give me?
composition.
Yeah, what type of reasoning would you actually give me to reject those?
I would
Sometimes
want.
you see, and you're not even consistent with your methodology. Sometimes you say, oh, it's because of the dating. You know, when I solved the problem of dating, because you have so many of like 99% of all of your gospels written much later, and you don't have a single extant manuscript. Okay, I'm granting you your most conservative dating. Okay, I'm granting you all of your most conservative dating. Even then, you know, so I took care of that. Then you're like, you know, oh, just the cross talking, even though it's like 1 out of 100 apocrypha where it actually says something like this, but you want me to grant you talking donkeys, talking, you know, and you just say, oh, that's because it's mentioned the Old Testament. Why do I even have to grant you Old Testament? I'm questioning. I am questioning.
Things.
1 second. I'm questioning all of your Bible. I think all of your Bible, it is ridiculous. Why do you believe in your entire Bible? You know, there's a gap of over 1400 years from the time of Moses and the extant manuscript that you have. Okay. Before that, you got zilch. You got nothing. You got a scrap. Okay. You believe in that. You don't have a problem. Over a millennium. That's like 1,400 years from now. Imagine. You know, something that is happening today, somebody's recording this over 1,000 years after. You have no problem with that. Okay. And then you have the audacity to talk about dating. You want me to take you serious, my man?
I do want you to take me serious, because if you're talking about the New Testament, considering textual criticism, that is going to be of the highest quality compared to things in antiquity of that time that we are going to consider reliable.
you know what, Brother Orange, as I told you before, go back, study all the research papers regarding the the dating back of the historicity of the Bible. Come back and then argue with Brother Fawad.
Fawad, I wanted you to tell me, what are the apocrypha books you were referring to that you would say you don't think have anything like the cross walking out or like transgendering Mary to
Gospel of Basilides, second treatise of Great Set. But again, if you're gonna say, if you just 1 second, can you shut up, man?
I just want to research.
You asked me a question, and the moment I'm about to answer, you
I couldn't type them fast enough. I want to research what you're saying, but I couldn't type them fast enough.
I will write it down for you, but just let me make my argument first. I will write them down for you. So chill. I'm right here. I'm not running anywhere. Okay. I am saying, just because you're going to term it ridiculous, like that's a composition fallacy, like my brother said. As I said, if you're going to do that based on the miracles that are mentioned there, I mean, you have to then tell me that you don't believe in the miracles, because you yourself just admitted that yes, trees can talk, crosses can talk.
I'm not talking about ability of God.
Can you please let me complete?
Is it fair when
then
you
can respond?
You are questioning the will of God. Or
yes. If God wanted, look, this is forget the cross, because it's still made of a tree, right? Look at this. Okay. Can God make this flask talk if he wanted?
You're misrepresenting me.
Can God
not know.
make this talk? Yes or no?
Yes, I have no
Okay.
problem with that. I'm not talking about ability.
If this thing can talk, why can't another object talk?
I completely agree. The cross could talk, walk out, and rise.
Perfect.
That's not what I'm saying.
Why it talked is another question altogether.
That would be more what I'm getting at.
This is the last time, because after this, like, you know, I'll let you continue with Ali, because I can't talk like this. Literally.
Orange. Oh yeah, brother, Fawad, continue.
You know? Okay. As I was saying, if one thing can talk, another thing can talk. If we can make pieces of technology talk, God can make anything talk. Okay? Now, why it talked, there's a reason behind it, even if there weren't any reason. Okay? It still does not give you the right to just dismiss it based on your philosophical or theological differences with those communities. And it's just not one of them that actually mentions that Jesus was not crucified. There are so many of them. So what you're saying is, as long as there is nothing like a miraculous nature that is mentioned in there that I could dismiss because of my willy-nilly desires on my subjective thinking, only then I will take it serious. But we both know that if, let's say, you go through the entire Gospel of Basilides, you go through the entire Gospel of Valentinus, and by the way, Valentinus, he had his own version of the Gospel of John. So what you have, that's what he had. The difference is his Gospel stops at John 17:3. Okay, so when it actually says that the only true God is God the Father, after that, you know, Jesus ascends to heaven, and that's it. It stops right there. So what are you going to say about that? You see, so this is the problem that you run into. You're not giving me any substantial, you know, thing to even work with. You're making a joke of yourself over here. We haven't even gotten to the argument.
Give us an objective method to distinguish between what is a you know, what will be a New Testament and what will be considered as, you know, apocrypha. You are not giving us an objective method. You are giving a subjective thing. You know, this sounds ridiculous. If something sounds ridiculous to you, it may not sound ridiculous to someone else.
I'd like to answer. Okay, so I would like to give you guys my criteria, as you often bring that up. And you are going to debate me on the criteria I bring up. Yes, that's fair. But my criteria would be, even though you don't like that I say this because you think it doesn't work, but dating. It would be lack of embellishment. It would be seeing how the author identifies themselves, as in, are they really trying to rely on repetitive basis of like, I am Peter, I am Peter. If it was something like that, then obviously they're trying to rely on something they have to make clear instead of just letting the reader know, because if they had that level of authority. So lack of embellishment, the dating, and the way the authors identify themselves versus if it just seems to be plain to whoever it's being sent to. That would be some ways I would historically evaluate the reliability of something. And Fawad, please send those that you think would stand out and seem just as reliable as the New Testament. If you could send those in the chat here,
right
so I
ahead.
can copy and
But again, as I said, like, if you're gonna say just as reliable, I don't think your entire Bible is reliable. Not a single word in there is reliable. So
you don't need to like
you're just a dogmatic
man my description. I just want you to send
those.
those.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you, because like when I was talking, I mean when you were talking, I didn't say a single word. So I'm gonna mute you. You can unmute yourself after I'm done. So as I said, your entire Bible from the beginning of Genesis to Revelation, to me, it's unreliable. Okay, and I can give you reasons for it. First, the dating, like you pointed out. Second, anonymous authors. We don't know who wrote them. Third, textual variants. There are more textual variants in the New Testament, by the way. New Testament is a lot less reliable as compared to the Old Testament, according to the scholars. I would actually disagree. I think both of them, you know, they literally, and don't take this the wrong way, I think all of them, they should be thrown into the garbage. If you're talking about in terms of reliability, none of them are reliable. Okay. You guys love to quote Bart Ehrman, you know, what does he say about crucifixion, you know, cherry picking. Everything else, Bart Ehrman says, yeah, throw it out the window. Crucifixion, yes, throw that out there in every single conversation, because it you know, falls in line with what we believe. You know, cherry picking, quote mining, you know, what does he say? He says, and this is not just him saying, there are so many other scholars, and he has co-authored books with other conservative scholars, okay? And what is the conclusion that they've come up with? Okay, there are more textual variants of the New Testament, and a lot of them are for theological reasons. okay? Not just things that wouldn't really matter to you guys. He says there are more textual variants in the New Testament than the words of the New Testament themselves. What does that tell you? You're talking about dating? What is the earliest complete manuscripts that you guys have got? From the 4th century. That's half a millennium from when the event took place. I just asked you, who's the first person that refers to the crucifixion of Jesus? There's nobody that referring to the crucifixion of Jesus all the way until the end of the 2nd century. You know, you talk about Paul. Why is it that Justin Martyr, Ignatius, Polycarp, all those guys, they don't refer to it? Like, why is Ignatius not referring to Paul at all? He, as a matter of fact, he actually references him once in his works, and even that one time he actually misrepresents his theology. He doesn't even understand the Pauline theology. So the point being, the things that you're bringing up, my man, you know, they work against you. The embellishment. What do you mean by that? The fact that you're talking about, you know, the authorship, like. Where in the entire Gospel of John or the entire Gospel of Matthew, Mark, except for Luke, I can only grant you that, even though he himself doesn't identify there to be Luke either. You know, none of them are said to be, they don't say they're inspired by God. And on top of that, you know, none of them identify themselves by these names that you guys have attributed to them. This comes, you know, way later, to the end of the 2nd century. Irenaeus of Lyons, he's the first one that refers to these gospels by their names. Show me a single person. Justin Martyr, he quotes the gospels. He just calls them, what does he refer to them, Ali? By the memoirs. The memoirs.
Yeah, the memoirs of the memoirs of the apostles, the memoirs of the disciples,
Yes.
something like that.
You know, and never quotes
Lord
from.
said.
Yes, and never quotes from them once. And when I say quote, I don't mean parallels. I mean with citation, because these same people like Ignatius, Clement, Justin Mark, etc., you know, whenever they give quotations from other books, they specifically cite them. These were highly learned men. Okay, they never gave parallels. They always quoted them. Why is it that they don't quote any of the Gospels? Why is it that they never quote from Paul? Yeah, all of these things, you may not have looked into them. So come here and we will teach you. But for that, you have to be sincere. If you're trying to argue and you know, tell me things like, oh, I will dismiss all of the Apocrypha because a cross in one of them talks. Come on, dude. Like, I know, but that's not a very good example.
Cool.
That's not a very good example. Anyway, so take a look at a Gospel of Basilides. So if you want to write them down, go right ahead.
Can you put them in the chat just so I don't spell them horribly wrong and not find them? But yeah,
Okay,
there's a good bit you said there. I'd like to just talk for a little bit. And
Go
I
right
don't
ahead.
mean to
Go right ahead.
interrupt. You brought up Bart Ehrman again and brought up how there's more variants than there are words in the New Testament. I would also point out, if we're going to talk about Bart Ehrman, like, oh, you quote him for these things. The reason Christians quote Bart Ehrman is because he disagrees on a lot of things. And so he's valuable in that, okay, this guy doesn't generally agree with us. He was a Christian. He's not now. That's why we quote him. And yes, we can talk about the other things, but that's why we're going to quote where he still affirms the things we believe, because it stands out in their strength. And Bart Ehrman also said that 99% of those changes and variants, they're irrelevant, their word order, their spelling. He actually removed that part of the end of his book later. And I can give you guys that quote. So I feel like that's relevant. I would also bring up on the authorship, you might not have understood what I said earlier, which is fair. I didn't get to articulate myself very well, but I was pointing out, if someone repeatedly has to claim who they are, that's historically removing their credibility. If I keep having to tell you, I'm Peter, trust me, I'm Peter, then I'm relying on just his name and trying to get it out that way. If I don't even claim who I am, and yet, like, I just send this gospel or this letter out, it actually is a sign of credibility, because they're willing to not even have to claim who they are. They're assuming the people they send it to are just going to trust them for their word. And so that's what I was talking about with how they go about authorship. That's a few things. And we can get into the authorship of Mark more, as I have more quotes early affirming him, since we talked about it a lot last time. Thank you for letting me talk. That's it.
All right. So I sent you a few of them. There are tons of them. I don't have energy to write all of them, but here, about 6 of them I wrote for you. So it's the gospel, it's in the private chat. Gospel of Basilides, Gospel of Valentinus, where he had his own version of Gospel of John. Then you've got the second treatise of the Great Seth. Then you have the Gospel of Judas from Codex Tactus. Then you have the Third Corinthians. It is dated to the 1st century, according to scholars like Ron Cameron. Then you have the Coptic Apocalypse of Peter. You have what else? You have the Didache. It should actually mention, because there are a lot of documents early on that were quoted by some of your church fathers. They were revered quite a bit. They should be mentioning the Passion narrative, but they don't. Didache being one of them, the Q document. So I'm sure you have heard of the Q document, which predates the Gospel of Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, right? Where Matthew, Luke, and Mark are supposed to have actually taken their narrative from. Okay, and that is the backbone source of the Synoptic Gospels, by the way. Absolutely nothing about crucifixion. So if you actually look at the Q document, there's not a single.
Q document doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist, but what did I just say? I said it's the backbone source of your Synoptic Gospels, man.
How do you establish that it doesn't teach the crucifixion? I'm just curious.
Because they actually have taken. They actually, so if you actually read about the Q document, they actually show you that what would actually make up the Q document. Okay.
Very speculative.
So there are these common sayings between them, and they can actually tell that, okay, this is actually taken from another source, which they referred to as the Q document. So supposedly Mark would have taken from there, Matthew would have taken from there, and Luke would have taken from there. Some scholars say even John would have taken from there, but because it's the narrative is very different than Synoptic Gospels, they say no, the backbone source of Synoptic Gospel, for sure it is taken from another source. But and then you have the redaction and everything between. So yes, Luke and Matthew, they use Mark as well. So you have between them, they're using each other, and then at the same time they're using other documents which they just referred to as the Q document. That's just I do know this is actually a theory that they've postulated. But
I've heard about it.
Good backing behind it. Yeah,
it's a newer thing. I would say, given what you're just admitting there, and how, as we brought up before, even Mark doesn't actually describe the narrative of what happens when Jesus appears specifically. It doesn't talk about it in the present. So what you're telling me is there are independent traditions rather than more just copies from. Either way, I see a good turnout in the Christian perspective. Either you have a very early source that does refer to the resurrection, or you have independent traditions all affirming the resurrection.
What early source? What is the first source that
I was saying either you have
the resurrection of Jesus. So go ahead if you actually know. Please do tell me.
The earliest reference you're going to have to the resurrection of Jesus is going to be that creed in 1 Corinthians 15. But I don't want to get into that just yet. We can. What I was saying was either you have this Q document, which pushes back dating of gospel material even further, because you're saying they took it from something. Okay, that means this date's even earlier, and that's what these are based on. Okay, that actually gives me more credibility. And also,
how does that give you more credibility in none of the Q
because you're pushing the date back further. If you're referring to something before
No. What I am saying is that if it was so important, why is it that in the Q document you don't, the Q document you actually don't see the passion narrative mentioned at all?
Yeah, and that's why I was pointing out. Okay, so let's say you don't have the passion narrative, kind of like Mark. Maybe it doesn't articulate that. Then what you're saying is
there's absolutely no mention of it. I'm not talking about articulation. There's no mention of it whatsoever.
Okay, well, you're talking about a ghost text to where it gets very speculative of, okay, would we have references just like Mark did where it's going to happen? You're getting very speculative because you're trying to see in each gospel what
I'm not getting
match, and then you're seeing if it sources to something. Like Q is very new and speculative. Yes. Would you be able to, with a very high confidence, say there's nothing about resurrection? I think that would be speculative upon speculative.
I think you have nothing before the 3rd or the 4th century about the resurrection. If you have it, please present it and we can analyze it.
Okay.
Which means after half a millennia of an event taking place, like I literally want to burst out laughing if somebody is going to use that as historical source. So what I'm going to say is, if you have look, I told you, if you're going to take the historic route, it's not going to work well for you. If you're going to take the biblical route, there I have to put the Apocrypha on the table. I have to take the deuterocanonical works I have to put them on the table as well, because your New Testament authors actually specifically refers to these Apocrypha that you guys have completely thrown them out.
Okay,
You're a Protestant, I think, right?
When you say yes, I'm a Protestant. When
Okay,
you say
you're a Protestant. So,
deuterocanonical, that is
yes,
Old
deuterocanonical
Testament.
would
Those
be
in
actually
the Old
books that are
Testament.
included in the Catholic and the Orthodox canon.
Old
Now, can you
Testament, yeah.
please? Yes, not the Old Testament, the New Testament as well.
No.
Okay. Yes. Oh God,
The
this guy is
Deuterocanon, no, Catholics and me have the same New Testament regardless of the Deuterocanon. The Deuterocanon are only going to fall into the Old Testament.
okay.
Apocrypha
So
are different. None of us accept those.
okay. So going back to what I was saying.
Yeah.
So do you believe that all the Apocrypha, they're not inspired by God?
Yes, and we got into some of the reasons for that. As for the
Perfect.
examples you
Perfect.
gave,
I didn't ask you for
of those,
reasons.
I'll look into it.
That's fine. I can. I don't mind whatever reasonings you give me. It's besides the point, right? What I'm saying is, what I'm asking, my question is, then why is it that your New Testament authors they refer to these Apocrypha?
Where do they? Okay, so when you talk about the Apocrypha, these are things generally dated after the New Testament. Maybe you think the New Testament's late too, but where do they refer to the Apocrypha?
Okay.
Because they talk about similar things, but where can you
What
confidently
was my
say they're
question to you?
quoting the Apocrypha?
Can you tell me my question? Can you repeat
Your
my question?
your question had an assumption because you were asking why does it quote the Apocrypha? And if you're
Mhm.
talking about
No,
the things that were written
I
about
asked
Jesus,
you early on. I asked you early on, do you consider Apocrypha to be divinely inspired? And your answer was a definitive no. And you were about to give me reasoning. I said, you don't need to give me reasoning. So Apocrypha, according to you, is out the window. Okay. Now, I asked you, if that is the case, why is it that your early church fathers and, for instance, Justin Martyr, why does he actually have in his canon the Enoch?
Enoch. Okay, so you're kind of mixing up terms, and that's why it's confusing me. Like Deuterocanon, and
okay, the Jewish
books are
Apocrypha,
different
is
than
that better? Okay, why does he actually? Do you consider Enoch to be divinely inspired? Yes or no?
No, but there are
Okay,
individuals who
there's no
dated
but. I don't need the
historically.
but. Okay, why is it
Has
then
value.
Justin Martyr, individuals like Justin Martyr, they actually quote from it and they actually say in their works that this is divinely inspired. It is actually part of their canon. That's my question to you.
Why did Justin Martyr say that?
Yes, why is it part of his canon?
I would have to read Justin Martyr's talk about that. But I mean, you can't just talk about things that the Bible quotes. And I want to point out, this is important to me, as you talk about things that the New Testament quotes, which I don't grant your assumption that it quotes the Deuterocanon, which is more, I think, what you're talking about. But they definitely don't quote like the Gospel of Thomas.
Okay,
don't quote things after Jesus.
Just one second.
It doesn't work with the resurrection topic.
Doesn't matter. 1 second. Here.
Yes, so that's going to talk about things, but that's not Jesus' time. We're talking about Enoch, yeah.
Dude, stop being obtuse.
I think it's important to the conversation.
Okay, so Jude 14-15. Okay, what does it say over here? I just specifically asked you the Jewish Apocrypha. Do you consider it to be divinely inspired? You said no. Okay, so why is it actually referencing from Enoch? Right here. From the Jewish first book of Enoch, approximately the 1st century BC. Why is Jude referencing from a book that is not divinely inspired? Can you answer that without waffling?
Yes, this is not me trying to waffle at all. I feel this is a very relevant question. Then why does Paul quote a philosopher that is believing in all these other gods? Like we have examples where the Bible, many places, quotes things that are not considered scripture, even evidently by the author.
But it is a theological.
I'm answering your question with the question.
It's related to theology.
Yeah, exactly. Because it says Enoch, the 7th from Adam, prophesies. It's actually talking about a prophecy. It's not like me or Paul quoting a philosopher to make a point. No, this is actually a theological point that he's actually mentioning over here. He's giving a prophecy.
Okay, I would point out that the reference Paul has is also theological, and he only uses part of it to affirm what he's saying because it says, "In him we have our being and our movement." And so Paul also quotes a theological affirmation.
Orange, what you are
but
saying.
Doesn't matter.
You are
It's
saying,
still it doesn't undercut the point that I'm trying to make. Why is he actually, referencing a philosopher? Doesn't matter. I am talking about this.
theology.
Stop talking about Paul. Why is Jude referencing a Jewish apocrypha if it's not divinely inspired and quoting a prophecy from there? Can you answer that? Stop waffling.
I would say that the
Stop
Lord
waffling
coming.
about Paul. Don't mention Paul. One time you mention Paul, you're going to piss me off.
Okay, that was
Stop.
kind of relevant because he's quoting something out of
It's
the
not
Bible with a
relevant at
theological
all.
implication.
I don't care about Paul. I haven't talked about Paul. I'm talking about Jude. Can you tell me
I brought it up.
why is
Okay.
he actually bringing up a prophecy from a book that is not divinely inspired, man? Come on, it's 4 a.m. over here. I want to wrap it up. Just come on.
I would say that the Lord coming with thousands of angels could still be a prophecy that takes place and also something affirmed in previous books. That doesn't necessarily mean that it is inspired, because there are plenty of Christians today, myself included, that would still say there can be prophecy, but I wouldn't write it down and add it as a
My
Bible verse.
God.
And
You know
that's
what you are
just a
saying?
fact of the matter.
You know
That's
what are
part
you
of.
saying?
I,
You know
You
what
see,
are you
Athar, by what we have to deal with, right? And then you think that I agree.
Articulate my
Hindus are
mistake.
worse, but you see, we have to go to, and I
Who's
can give them
worse?
plenty. So let me ask you this: do you consider the the Talmud to be inspired?
Of course not.
Okay, good. What is
I don't
this?
think it's
What if I actually no, I'm not going to share this.
Remember, I think things can be quoted that
what
aren't
if
in
I
the
were
Bible.
to show you that Paul, you were referencing Paul, that he
Mm-hmm.
actually makes theological points, or he points out certain miracles, certain things from the Talmud? What then? Or over there also, you guys love to cherry pick.
We think certain parts of the Talmud are accurate interpretation because these are scholars of Judaism, and we agree with the Old Testament.
So then you're cherry picking, right? So you're cherry picking.
I think it's a fair articulation to say that there are
Absolutely
books
not. What is the
outside of
objective
inspired-
criteria that you use? What is the
Okay.
objective criteria that you use
the
to
methodology.
basically assert? Yeah, what is the methodology? What is the yardstick that you use? Okay, that we're going to take this and we're not going to take this other thing. You
Okay,
mentioned this in the book.
a lot of the times for the Old Testament, we look at what the Jews received as inspired scripture, as it said that that's who it was given to. As for the New Testament, you're going to be more looking at who these people are and how we know who they are, which we started getting into, but haven't very much. And those
And
are a couple of the.
I asked for an
clues.
objective criteria. Just stop.
Those are me
Just
listing
with these-
criteria.
This dude, just you're pulling things out of your behind.
These
You
are
don't
pretty
even know
relevant.
half of these things that I told you. You just, these ad hoc responses from you. It's really getting on my nerves, honestly.
By the
Just
way, I
think
have
a little bit like,
very-
what the heck
You're
are you
telling
even
me-
saying?
So
man?
you're telling me you wouldn't look at what the Jews received as inspired as a criterion?
When did I say this? I asked
Well,
you
you're
for an
responding to what I
objective
just said.
criteria. I asked
That's
you for
what
an
I'm
objective
saying.
criteria that look within a book,
Mhm.
you're saying I'm going to take this, I'm not going to take that. Okay, what is that objective criteria? Stop with these, these ad hoc responses.
Okay. What's your problem with me saying that one of my criteria would be what the Jews received as scripture, as we believe what the Jews received scripture?
How
What-
do you even know what they received? Because those same Jews are telling you we received the
Josephus lists
oral law
first
and the
Matthew.
written law. They're saying both of them were received by them. For instance, I'll give you an example. Show me in the entire Old Testament, in the Pentateuch, where it says that Moses wrote the 5 books of Moses. Go right ahead.
I didn't claim that it said that.
I'm asking you that. I didn't say that you claimed that.
It's
Stop
kind
being
of
obtuse.
it's kind of similar to what I brought up.
Can you please tell me that? Do you believe that the Pentateuch was written by Moses? Yes or no?
I can't say I've researched authorship of Old Testament as much, but that is usually the position by people I respect, and so I would put my name
Okay.
behind that.
So tell me, where does it say this in the Pentateuch, please? Where
Can
do
I
they get
respond
this
to
from?
apart from a yes or no, or like because
Where? So can you show me where it actually says this
Okay,
in the Pentateuch?
I would point out
if
the
you
same-
haven't looked into it, say I don't know. I haven't looked into it. That's fine.
There is one thing I would point out, and that is the same principle I used earlier, which is going to deal with the Apocrypha as well, which is if they have to claim I'm Peter, or I'm Moses, that's pointing out actually a lack of reliability. Versus if they don't even have to claim it,
Brother. Just say that you do not have any methodology, man.
is that not a method that would be a reasonable thing to bring
No,
up?
no,
Someone has to
no.
claim who they are
It's more ridiculous than that cross of yours talking, or Mary
Okay,
turning
scholars
into a
talk
man.
about this too.
It's
I'm
more
not
ridiculous
making
than that. Now, can you answer my question, please?
I don't
Where
think it's
in
more
the
ridiculous
Pentateuch?
than Mary
Where
being
in
transgender to
Pentateuch?
get saved.
Where in Pentateuch does it say that Moses wrote the Pentateuch?
I again wasn't claiming it did.
Dude, like
I guess
literally,
it's
you're
xenophobic.
like, I'm just holding back the adjectives I have in my mind for you, honestly.
Orange, it's
Literally,
better for
Orange.
you to go now and just read more about it before some things get take a different turn.
Okay,
Yeah,
That's
so
what I suggest you.
Brother Hassan,
is it
I don't
correct that
I don't
you
even
never
think he himself actually knows what he said. Like if he actually looks back at this conversation, he's gonna probably laugh. He
I know
may
what I'm
not,
talking about.
but
Maybe I'm
he
not
should
articulating
actually.
myself
You
well
have
enough.
no clue what you're talking about. You have been just
I admit
taking
when I
things
don't know,
out of
and
your
I'll say it
behind
because I
and just these ad hoc responses. Nothing concrete at all. When
didn't.
I told you want to take it the biblical route, you said no. I'm going to take it the biblical route, but you can bring the Gnostics. When I told you there's no such thing as Gnostics, this is something that you guys hear, right? And then you
Category
guys bring
descriptor.
to us, and you guys haven't studied a single thing about it. If I were to quote to you, verses from Paul's epistles, which will actually establish that Paul was a Gnostic, then you will never deny Paul's epistles because of his Gnostic tendencies. Okay,
What would you define as Gnostic?
But you want to get into that?
Yeah, because I would be curious if you'd say Paul's a Gnostic. That'd be pretty weird.
Okay,
Orange,
so
you know what? You just don't want to accept it.
one second, brother Arthur. My apologies. Okay, tell me what this term actually means.
What term, Gnostic?
Yes, what does it mean? What does gnosis mean?
I don't know if I'd say I know Gnostic, but it's I think it's knowledge. It's referring to knowledge.
Yes, that's because I told you this earlier. So you're not
knowledge.
fooling anybody. I was the one that actually told you this earlier.
Wait, you remember earlier when I was talking about how they claim they have specific knowledge and that's why they say weird
Yes,
things?
but what
I
type
thought
of knowledge? What type of
that.
knowledge?
Like hidden in the room, like they only know. That's usually the
No,
idea.
it's esoteric knowledge. Okay.
Okay, well, I've heard the other one talk
now,
about
now, tell me this. Okay, now tell me this. Early on, did the Gnostics have a separate church?
Well, there's definitely division talked about between them and them being the minority.
When did this division take place?
You see it sprouting in early 2nd century.
Absolutely incorrect. See, you're saying things you have no clue about.
I mean,
In
the
the
data
2nd century, who says that they actually had separate churches? Name a single church father that actually said that in early 2nd century, the Gnostics had a separate church.
I don't think
Please.
they would affirm it as a church. I think they would just see it as heretics that have departed. They wouldn't use the word
Exactly.
church.
And so, okay, so tell me, where do they say that the Gnostics were not allowed to go, to the temple or the church with them? Please go right ahead.
Why is this relevant?
It's relevant because I want to get to my point. So please, can you answer this without waffling, without you actually being slippery? Please answer this question.
In the Christian perspective,
I will give you the relevance of it because you made a claim. I asked you because you said that the Gnostics, they had their own separate knowledge. And I told you that's not what it means. It means esoteric knowledge. By the way, gnosis, the term gnosis, it just means knowledge. It doesn't even mean esoteric knowledge or a hidden knowledge. This was something that got associated to them centuries later. But I asked you that, do you know that they actually had a separate church or not? You said, yes, in the early 2nd century. So now when I'm cornering you, you're like, oh, why is it relevant?
I want to corner you on what you said.
Man, this is going to work with other naive people. It doesn't roll with me.
I want to corner you on what you said.
I remember every single thing that you're saying, and I'm going to corner you every single dot.
Okay,
Everything that comes out of your mouth, you better think about it 20 times. I told you this from the beginning. I'm going to corner you on every single thing that comes out of your mouth. Now, can you tell me, you made a claim. If you cannot substantiate it, I want you to apologize, and then we can move on to the next point. So you made a claim that Gnostics, they had a separate church. Can you tell me a single person that actually says this?
I'm going to get into semantics because church would mean a group of people, or you could talk about like a established organization. I'm just saying that there was
Established organization, church, temple, a room, whatever you want to call it. Go right ahead. Tell me.
I don't. So some things I do say out of things that I thought were common knowledge, like that there is a different group that teaches different things around that time. Is that wrong?
Okay. So what was my question? Can you repeat my question to me?
You were asking me to name someone that affirms this, which I could look up, but what I was just telling you is I thought it was common knowledge that there is a separate group around that time teaching different things. Am I wrong about that?
Look at me, my man. Common knowledge. Okay. I'm not going to embarrass you further
really
on
wrong?
this. I'm not going to embarrass you further on this because I would love to, because
there's
it's
not
like
a separate group
4:15
in the
in the
second
morning over here. So I'm not going to embarrass you further on this. Moving on to the next point. Okay.
I
So
want to really go on
shush.
what you said.
So if you're labeling these people as Gnostics because they're claiming to have possessed a mysterious or a hidden knowledge, okay, or the dualism that you guys referred to, or some people refer to, is that why you're terming them as Gnostics and you're saying that whatever they say, we're not going to accept that? Yes?
I'll have to explain what I'm about to say here, but you're saying that too. When you say
I'm asking you, is that your claim? Because this is normally how Christians actually termed it, or they use this terminology.
You're saying
so I'm asking you, is that your position as well? Yes or no?
My position, yes, is that they claim to have hidden knowledge, and that defines a lot of what they say. You're saying that
Perfect.
too. That's what
Okay, so
means.
Perfect. One thing at a time. Can you open up Ephesians 3, chapter 3, verse 3?
Okay, I feel like you're about to apply a example.
Can you please do that and stop waffling?
What you said? What chapter?
Ephesians chapter 3, verse 3 and 5. And read it out loud, please.
3 through 5. Isn't that the one about salvation? Okay, let's see. Ephesians 3, 3 through 5.
Yeah.
It's saying a mystery that was made known. Okay, how the mystery was made known to me by revelation. As
No. Slow down. No. You specifically made, actually, you know what? No.
Better put it on screen.
Yeah, I'm going to put it up on the
you
screen.
can emphasize what you want to with rhetoric.
No, doesn't matter.
Okay.
Matter. You made a specific claim. Shush. No, you're not going to talk. Now it's my turn. I'm going to put you on mute because you made a specific claim. Okay. And this is what I wanted to show everybody, because you are not being honest enough. You are speaking very fast, and when you're being cornered, that's what you guys do. Okay. So can you guys see my screen?
No.
Okay, just a second. Okay.
Yes.
This is Ephesians chapter 3, verse 3. Okay. What does he say? This is supposedly Paul talking. Okay. He says, that is the mystery made known to me by revelation. So it's a mysterious revelation, mysterious knowledge that he received through revelation. As I have already written briefly, in reading this, when you will be able to understand my insight into the mystery of Christ, which was not made known to people in other generations. In other words, just as the Gnostics believed that this is new revelation, hidden knowledge that was not revealed or known to other people, that's exactly what Paul says. As it has now been revealed by the Spirit of God's holy apostles and prophets, exactly what the Gnostics supposedly believed. Go right ahead.
Sorry
now
to
you can
say, Orange, but you are cooked, man.
talk.
Okay.
And I have plenty of other ones, but go right ahead.
Okay, I would point out that what he's saying here is that the other generations have not known this, but that it is being let to this generation. And obviously, in Paul's epistles and also with the Gospels, what they're doing is telling everybody what this is. And so when you talk about the hidden knowledge and esoteric, you're trying, that would be like, I'm keeping it from you and you don't get to know it and it's in our back rooms. This is him yapping about it for
not
the entire...
made known to people. Made known to people.
You think the Gnostics, they never revealed what they
other generations
they thought? Yeah, exactly.
It's
so and that's exactly what the Gnostics.
The knowledge is.
That's
it was
exactly
mysterious in the past.
That is exactly
known now. This mystery is being made
that is
known
exactly what the Gnostics believed, that certain things they were not known in the past. Who do you think was the biggest follower of Paul? That was like, who's considered the granddaddy of Gnosticism.
Timothy. Oh, I thought you said Paul. I thought you were saying who's the biggest follower of Paul. That would be probably Timothy. What were you
No,
saying?
no, biggest Gnostic follower of Paul. Do you actually know him? Okay, it's Marcion. Okay, and Marcion, he actually quotes directly from Paul. He got all of his Gnostic tendencies from Paul, and he quotes Ephesians 3. He quotes
People do all
First
sort of things in the name
Corinthians
of Paul.
2, 7 to 8, and you clearly see that's exactly what the Gnostics believed, that there's a hidden knowledge that was not known previously to people, just as Paul says over here, not known to previous generations, and it was esoterically, just like how Paul says, because remember, he had a vision, right? So esoterically, he received this, because remember, he doesn't say that he received his gospel from the living, walking, talking Jesus.
Yeah.
Correct? So this is absolutely gnosis to me. You can deny it all you want. You Christians love to be blind. We're not blind. Let the people decide. I'll give you one more before I move on. Okay?
Sure.
First Corinthians.
Oh, I thought you were saying you give me another chance to talk. Okay.
No, you can talk all you want, but it'll be just
Yeah, I'd like
denial for the last.
I'm not trying to
2 hours.
deny anything. I would point out that this
You did deny that this is actually not Gnostic tendencies. To me, it's an absolute
yes,
Gnostic
because I
tendency.
disagree. I would point out that if you read Ephesians 3, he's literally about to describe the gospel, how it works, and how this
Is
relates
he talking
to
about?
He's not
Is he
keeping it
talking
hidden.
about?
He's saying
Okay,
it was not
is he
revealed in the
talking?
past. It is now. I'm talking to you about it.
Okay,
That's not like the Gnostics.
is he referring to anything particular that was not known to the previous generations? Yes or no?
Yes, and that would just involve anything.
That's gnosis. Okay, that's
knowledge.
Gnostic.
Yeah, knowledge
That's
is
Gnostic
Gnostic isn't just
101.
knowledge.
That's Gnostic
Or it was
10. Repeat after me. Gnostic 101. Okay. First Corinthians chapter 2, verse 7 to 8. What does he say? No, we declare God's wisdom, a mystery that has been hidden. And that God destined for our glory before time began. None of the rulers of this age understood it. For if they had, they would not have crucified the Lord of glory. So he's talking again about a mysterious knowledge, because God's wisdom or God's knowledge, same thing. A mystery. It's a mystery. That means it was not known, that had been hidden, and that God destined for our glory before time began. Gnostic 101. Okay.
Okay.
What is the next thing? What is the next thing?
Do you want me to respond to that or not?
Go right ahead, but it'll be just denial. It'll be
Notice in both of
waste
the things
time.
you brought up, he's pointing out how these things have been hidden, but he's also yapping about them in the entire letters that you're bringing up. He's not keeping it hidden. He's saying these things have been hidden because he wasn't telling all the details about Jesus ahead of time. But now he's telling
Gnostics,
not.
So Gnostics, you think they kept it hidden? You think they didn't reveal? Why do you think they
That's
wrote
what I
the
was trying to
Gospels?
talk about earlier. At least what I've heard of some scholars talking about this, or podcasts I've listened to with scholars, is that the Gnostic aspect is they'll tell you some random story, like the examples I brought up, and you're left wondering, like, why the heck did that just happen? What is that supposed to teach me? And the idea is like, oh, if you were in our inner circle, or maybe if you joined our cult, you would know, but it doesn't teach you just from the text. That's the difference. And that's what I've heard articulated as and that's what I was talking about earlier. I brought this up way earlier, so obviously I'm not just making this up now.
You know nothing about the Gnostic.
Okay, you use a lot of rhetoric because nothing would be inaccurate if I can name
Framework,
one. You use a lot of rhetoric.
Okay, so do you know how many? Do you think Gnosticism was just one group? You think just all of them?
There was a lot of divergent groups. That would be a general articulation of what
and
it is.
and then all of them they believed in the same thing. You think?
No, I would not say that. I was
okay. So now we're distinguishing them. So before you were sort of all throwing them into this one grinder, right? And now that I'm pinning you on it, and if I were to ask you, okay, name some of the Gnostic groups, or even if you don't remember the groups, tell me what type of things that they believed in. So let me ask you this: how many groups do you think? Just take a guess if you don't know.
Nobody knows.
How many groups of Gnostics do you think were there early on?
Nobody knows for sure.
As a matter of fact, we do.
You know,
You may not know.
you talked
You
about
may
knowing
not know.
things for 100%. You talked about that
Yeah.
earlier. How you can't do
Okay.
that historically. Whatever, man.
So if you don't know, just say I don't know. Don't
I
say
don't know.
nobody
I don't
knows.
have the estimate generally given of how many. Trying to determine the
It's
exact amount of sex
over
is obvious.
70 different sects that
Notice
we
how you said
know
over.
of.
We don't know exactly, so I would be
Okay.
guessing too.
So that's fine. But I asked you a general figure. You didn't even know that.
Correct. I
You
did
said
not know the
nobody
general figure.
knows.
I have
Okay.
no problem
It
admitting I
doesn't
don't know.
have to be an exact figure. I told you take a guess. How many?
You said you do know, in fact. Whatever.
I do. But I'm asking you. Do you actually know? Apparently you don't.
I did
I
not know the
actually
estimate.
know. I know the exact number. There's about 70, 75 groups
I
of
thought you said it was just 70 plus.
of Gnostics, right? There's about 75 different groups of Gnostics. There are the Sethian Gnostics. You have the Valentinian Gnostics. You have the
Basilidians.
Manichaean Gnostics. You have the Basilidians. You know, you have so many of them. You have the Syrian Egyptian Gnostics. You have
the Canaanites.
Yes, you have the Borborites. You have the Thomasine Gnostics.
You
and
wanted
so
me to
on.
talk
So-
about some of their
and
teachings?
guess what? Wait, one second. And guess what? All of them, they have different belief system.
Okay.
None
so
of which do you actually know. So please stop talking about stuff that you have no clue about.
Okay, I feel like you're using a lot of rhetoric when you say, like, I know nothing. Like, I already brought up earlier, for
I
example.
asked
Yeah.
you if you knew anything about these groups, and you said no. You
No, I
said
didn't.
yourself. You just
I said I didn't know
briefly
the
said
estimate
them.
of how many there are. That's
Yes,
again, you're
and
using
I
rhetoric.
asked you, okay, tell me the difference. For instance, if I were to ask you, what was the difference between the Sethian group and the Thomasine group?
Okay, I know
Do you
there's
actually know?
I know there's differences where some of them think that the crucifixion is more symbolic. I know some of them think
It has
Jesus
nothing to do
wasn't
with
physical.
crucifixion.
I know some of them think
That's not how they're categorized.
See, you're cutting me off when I try to start listing things.
Okay, go right ahead.
There's also the ones that would say you need to be a man to be saved, as I already brought that up earlier, so you can't say I'm making it up, where it says that Mary needed to be turned into a man and that Jesus does that, which is ridiculous. I don't think that's wrong to say that it's ridiculous. And like I said, there's ones that think that Jesus wasn't even physical at all. There's an example where he doesn't have like footprints when he turns back around. I mean, those are some examples of the teachings they'd have. And some, like you have pointed out, would say the crucifixion didn't happen, although there is no historic credibility given to those by scholarship. Because they have a motive we know behind it.
I guess we have enough. Yeah, we have had enough for today.
It's 2 a.m. for me almost, so I'm good with that as well, or 1:26, whatever. I can
That's
come back.
fine.
Y'all know I'll come back. I've come before, so I don't want to... If y'all feel burnt out on talking to me or ready to go, 100%, but no.
What are you talking about? The entire time there was a back and forth. The only time I interrupted him when he would ask me a question. Yes.
Don't even worry about that, actually.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, you know, what is this going? Probably he's been sniffing paint. So all I'll say is stop sniffing paint. You know? Yeah, it's bad for you. Bad for you. Anyways, so yeah, Orange. So I think let's wrap it up. So as usual, we got bupkis from all the Christians, including yourself. You know, it's just blah 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 blah, but nothing of substance. You know. And
Yeah, I
it's
know. I mean,
really-
I find it funny stepping back. I mean, everybody says that about everybody in these conversations, and
no, absolutely not.
I am not as
actually say it, and I can even tell you why you are blah 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 blah, but you couldn't because I.
Oh,
literally,
I mean, when you're on the channels, like if you're on a Christian
I
channel,
I
they say
literally
about you.
pointed out to you that you had no clue what you're talking about, starting from the manuscripts to all the way till the very end. The
I think
Gnostics.
you're using a lot of rhetoric now because again, you like
I
say
clearly
nothing,
showed
I did
you.
all
I clearly
this.
showed you. I clearly showed you. I didn't even get into the rest of the Gnostic tendencies that Paul has. You know that.
I don't agree to the ones you brought up. There, he tells you what
Of
his
course
stuff
you don't.
is.
Why would you? Why
He's
would
not
you?
keeping it hidden. That's
Tell me, why would you agree with me? Can you give me one reason why you would agree
You
with
would
me?
say it's because I'm biased and I'm disagreeing. I would say it's for
Yeah, because you're a
intellectual
dogmatic Christian. You're a dogmatic Christian.
well,
Just as our, if I
Sometimes
would be
it's fun to
talking
just step back from this and think we probably are both fully convinced. But I want to tell you, and if you don't know me as a person, but I'm a Christian, so I'm not gonna lie about something. Like, why would I spend my time at 2 a.m. talking to you. I'm not intentionally
I
being
don't know.
deceitful.
As I
I'm
told
genuinely
you,
intellectually convinced of the other side.
Orange,
You have to
look,
keep
orange.
that.
You know what?
you
I
are
suggest
a
something.
dogmatic Christian. You're a dogmatic Christian
All right,
that
I'm a dogmatic Christian,
that
I guess.
wants to
Whatever. I just
appear
wanted to say
that
Let's
history
wrap it
means
up.
anything to you, that secularism means anything to you, when we know at the end of the day it's all your dogma speaking. These are things you will never apply to any other facet of your life. Never in a million years can you convince me that if I were to talk to you about anything else, that you would apply the same criteria, same standards in there.
What do you
And that's
even
what
mean
I'm
in bringing
saying
that up?
when I
I'm not going to
actually
bring up
say
textual
you
criticism
are
of
a
Mark.
dogmatic
Sorry.
Christian, because if you're going to apply those same standards, you wouldn't actually be a Christian. Simple as that. Then
I don't
you
even,
like
we're getting
what
rhetoric
holds you
now,
back?
but I
What
don't know,
holds
bro.
you back from accepting any other religion out there, like Sikhism or Hinduism or Buddhism? Because they see the same stuff. They're actually a lot more convincing than you guys in certain things.
You think we have true aspects
You know,
to our
orange.
religion that
I
are
have a
in our
suggestion for you. I
prophets?
have a
You wouldn't
suggestion for
even
you.
agree with
Suggestion
that.
for you. Next time when you will come up, keep a written form of, write your own methodology, that why do you reject specific scriptures, and some you don't.
I
Write
already
it down on
listed
a
my
notepad.
rules. I just
No,
want to
write it
look
down.
up the ones he gave.
Write it down on a notepad in a, in a very, I would say, in a formable manner, and then come up again and share it with us, and then we can talk about that.
I
Okay,
can
so
tell
it
you
can
now.
be. No, just next for the next time. It
I
will
will
be
No,
not.
better
I
in a
think we've
written
had
form.
enough of you. All right.
Fair enough, man.
You,
Fair enough.
you
By
I'm
gave
the
me
tired
way,
of
enough
talking to
headache for
anybody.
tonight. Yeah.
okay, Orange, take care, man. Just
You
Take
guys take
care,
care
brother.
too.
All right, you too.
by the way, brother Fawad, before you proceed, I just want to say one thing.
Yes.
You gave a very interesting, I would say, a source where you said that in Bible they have taken from Talmud as well, the authors.
Yeah.
I have heard, and I guess I'm not wrong, that Talmud has blasphemies regarding Jesus, peace
Jesus.
be
Yeah.
upon him, and
Of course. Of course.
Mother Mary. You know what? As Muslims, and I'll talk about myself as well. If there's a book in which there is blasphemy of a horse owned by Prophet, peace be upon him, I wouldn't even spit on that book. And look at you guys, man. I mean, I have read the blasphemies that have that the Talmud has regarding Prophet, Jesus, peace be upon him, and Hazrat Maryam, may peace and blessings be upon her. And just look at your standards. I mean, pathetic.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's why they actually reject them. The thing is, though, there was a big revolt against them, and this is one of the reasons why they were being persecuted. I think it was the 13th, 14th century. There was actually a trial against them, right? Actually, let me share this with you guys, and if you guys actually know, Ali probably knows because he was there. but for the rest of us,
By the way, when you guys, inshallah, when you will do the second part of this particular stream, I would suggest that in the in the starting, you guys give a presentation on what does it mean by primary source and secondary source, so that we educate
yeah,
these Christians
that's a
as
good
well,
idea.
that what actually we are asking from you, what actually we want from you guys. So it will be better,
That's actually a good point. I mean, the thing is, though, like a lot of them, they don't even watch these presentations. They hop on, and they're like, "Yeah, I haven't seen the presentation, but yeah, I'm here to talk about the topic."
Wait, wasn't there somebody that came on our stream? Oh, was it somebody that came on our stream with Dawah yesterday? That he said that he didn't watch the stream, but he was gonna come back when he did. Who was that person? Was that
Jason.
I think it was Jason. It was Jason.
Yep.
Okay.
It was Jason.
Yeah.
We'll see how that works.
Absolutely.
He wanted
So,
to talk about Yom Kippur.
Yeah. Okay. So it was called the Disputation of Paris from the 13th century. I was looking up the date, but you guys can look this up on your own because we're about to close anyway. So it was called the Disputation of Paris, and it was where Talmud was publicly burned and Jews were accused of blasphemy. And I think it was especially after that the Jews started using like this cryptic language that they have till this day. that only they can actually understand. Whenever they're referencing Jesus or his mother, they wouldn't say clearly that, that's Jesus or Mary that they're talking about. They would give him terms like Balaam or something like that, right? But they actually, if you look at the context,
It is
and
very
yeah,
similar to a group. I will not name that group, but many will understand which group I'm talking about. Very
so
similar.
What are
yeah,
you guys talking about?
so they refer to Jesus as Balaam or Ben Pendera or Yeshu, among some of the names that I'm checking over here. And
In the subcontinent, Jesus is called as Yesu still.
Yesu, yeah.
Christians use Yesu.
So it was actually after the disputation of Paris that they actually and they literally burned the Talmud, and they persecuted, they massacred so many of the Jews around that time. All right, so inshallah, let's wrap it up. Ali, DeAndre and Brother Arthur, you guys go ahead with your last thoughts.
Oh, thank you so much for taking me,
Good,
and it was very nice. I seriously learned many things. Thanks to Brother Fawad and Brother Ali, and it was very helpful.
Who did you learn more from? Just kidding.
Oh no! Be careful! Be careful with that answer, bro. Just be careful.
Nah, I'm not answering that question. So,
Yeah. Jazakallah
may Allah
khair
bless you.
for
May Allah bless you both. Thank you
hopping
for
on.
taking me in. And if I said something wrong, I'm so sorry for that. And thank you so much.
No, absolutely not. Thank you so much. Your contribution is always welcome. Inshallah, join us tomorrow. And see you tomorrow, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Okay, so walaikum salam.
Wa alaikum salam.
All right, Brother DeAndre.
All
I'm
right.
sorry, you didn't get to talk much today at all, man. Tomorrow, I'm going to be completely quiet. It'll be your stream.
I think that's scary. I actually do.
Inshallah. So just a couple of things. First of all, I did fall asleep after that. During that orange guy. What did I miss from him?
So it was when I was talking, huh?
No,
the yelling didn't wake you up. See, this is why I have to yell from time to time, guys. To wake you guys up. This is why, like with Ali monotone, this monotone that he actually uses, like Adam Sandler, people fall asleep.
Monotone.
Yes.
That's just monotone.
So what were you guys talking about after?
There has to be some highs and lows, Ali.
I mean, I like to keep my voice calm. What the heck? So you want me to raise my voice and then put it down a little bit?
What were you guys? Yeah. What were you guys talking about after this orange guy left?
This orange guy after he left?
Don't you support him?
See, Brother Elias, he agrees with me.
Don't you support him?
See, now you guys understand why sometimes I have to switch the accents. I have to raise my voice.
Bro, that was too damn funny. Your entire Bible is one big fat apocrypha.
Your entire Bible is, bro. I did not know whether or not you were freaking you're freaking Godfather or you Count Dracula. Like, I'm going to suck your blood. Like
your entire Bible is one big fat apocrypha.
No, he was being ridiculous. But, like I hated the way with his laugh and everything because I was quiet the entire time. I was trying, But yeah, there you go. So we have a very good duo right there. Brother Zephyla understands. See,
I don't. My voice is not monotone. What the heck?
But yeah, alhamdulillah. It's always a pleasure. Like this stream, I knew I wouldn't speak because I'm not someone who's familiar with the historical sources. I'm very excited for tonight's topic, inshallah, because I will be able to speak there because I did do like some of the research for Leviticus 16. For Yom Kippur, I did do some of the rabbinic commentary, so I hope we get at least some pushback with that, some objections at least. And guys, subscribe to this channel, subscribe to Islam God Answers. Also, by the way, we'll subscribe to Islam God Answers. And yeah, there's nothing really to say. Oh, and that that guy was obviously, we know that he's being dishonest with his methodology. We have so many things like that in the Old Testament, so many anthropomorphisms. Like it's a subjective criteria, as you pointed out, that something can seem ridiculous to him, but I think a lot of what's in his Bible is ridiculous. God having nostrils, trees clapping, God having breath. All that is ridiculous to me. God riding on the cherubims. All that is ridiculous to me. So it's just a matter of subjective methodology, no objective methodology to establish, which canon they want to follow and which canon they want to reject. Anyway, with that being said, I'll see you guys later, inshallah. And you guys take care. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ali,
Well,
anything from you?
honestly, I'm a bit on the tired side as far as stuff in my mind right now. But apparently people want a history lesson, so I don't know.
Well, that's because late over there people want to sleep. So.
Well, this will be the first time to go back to sleep.
Wait a minute, yo, okay, I don't know. Maybe I'm just hearing my voice differently. How the hell is my voice monotone? I don't get that.
Yeah, exactly. So listen to yourself when you were talking on the stream and see,
Bro.
and tell us tomorrow if you put yourself to sleep or not.
Actually, I unfortunately I cannot listen to myself on the stream because each and every single time I do, it always takes me back to my sister, because my sister always, growing up, she always made fun of me, saying that I sound like a creep. And when I hear my voice, first of all, I don't realize that my voice, I don't realize I have a deep voice. I don't realize that whatsoever. So when I hear myself speak, I'm saying, ugh.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, that's a mutual feeling.
Damn.
But dang, monotone. I mean, okay, whatever, man. Anyway, so
but tomorrow, DeAndre, stay
Yes,
backstage and we can briefly discuss about what we're gonna do tomorrow, inshallah.
Inshallah,
Wrap
amen.
up
Fuad,
the
as
stream.
compensation for not talking in this stream, you gotta hand me some of the action for tomorrow's stream, inshallah, man. Come
Oh
on,
no,
man.
no. How about this? Yeah, I was about to tell you that, right? So you can actually just, Ali and I, we're gonna chill. We're gonna chill, and you're gonna, take on all the Christians. There you go.
Oh, okay.
You know
See,
what?
that's what we're talking about.
I think Saifullah wanted this the entire time. Look, I think he wanted this. This is what he planned on doing. Look at
What
this.
did he say? What did he say?
I think Ali just unlocked a new insecurity.
That's crazy.
He
Yeah,
planned
actually,
it.
Fuad, inshallah, I'm not playing. So we'll talk about the backstage, inshallah.
Yes.
You know what?
Look,
So,
Ali, you even put her to sleep. Look at how sleepy she looks.
bro, that was you. I don't know what the hell she was. I heard something fall from your end not too long ago, man. What the you
Oh
you
yeah,
guys were
that was
fighting over
her. She was playing with a tennis racket. So
I mean, you
she
mentioned
probably-
WWE 3 times today, man. Maybe they got a match going on over there with your cats.
WWF.
See how just when you started talking, look at her eyes.
Wow.
Which cat is that? Is that the little one or the other one?
Yeah, that's the little one. The big one, man.
Mashallah,
Ever
mashallah.
since I started carrying this one, the big one, she just seems like a freaking lion, man.
Oh no, she's mad, bro. She's scorned.
Yeah,
she's
the other one.
fuming.
So,
Oh,
you
she's
see?
fuming.
What do you think? Oh, she's gonna take my spot. She's gonna take my
She's
position. Are you trying to
fuming.
replace me? Is this what it is? But
Absolutely.
honestly, quite honestly, okay. What else was I gonna say? Okay, well, people on a history lesson, guys. Let me make this quick. What topics you guys want me to cover that I can try my best to cover?
Well, there you go. You can stay. You can do that. And yeah. By the way, this one guy Muha is backstage, brother. We're closing up. We can't take you right now, but I don't know if you're a Muslim, if you're a Christian, but come tomorrow. And if you have any questions, we can deal with them tomorrow, inshallah. All right, Afan. So let's wrap it up.
Real quick, guys. I need some topics. Let's make this quick. I need some topics.
So there you go. So Ali is going to take over from here, and
Yeah, you guys can go. You guys can go. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right. Assalamu alaikum.
Check the group chat, or I sent you something. Just go and check it.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
Come on. The
All right.
Mamluk Empire. Okay. Huh.
And if you want to, take this person on stage, it's up to you as well. But I'm gonna take off, guys. All right.
Wait, is he
Salam
Is he
alaikum.
Muslim?
I don't know. So confirm with him. Muha, are you a Muslim or are you non-Muslim? Can you type backstage? Tell us your religious affiliation, please, so we can bring you on.
Oh shoot. Okay.
Oh, so Brother Saifullah is actually having a stream. It's for Muslims. If you have any shubhat, any doubts, he will be live in about 10 or 11 hours from now. Guys, can you please put
Saifullah link.
Saifullah's channel?
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Right here. So can you put the link, instead of just writing subscribe to, that way they'll be able to click on it. I don't know, can they click on it? Because here I don't see on StreamYard.
I don't think they can.
On YouTube, but on YouTube, does it appear as a link? Let me double check.
Yeah.
Let me check. Yeah, it appears as a link, so I think it's fine. Yes.
Awesome.
Okay, on StreamYard, we can see it as a link. All right, sounds good. All right, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Let's see if he's Muha, you Muslim. Let's see. Muha, you say you have a question on tonight's topic. Just 1 minute. Okay, sure. As long as it's okay, no problem. But I would need to have to see your face. So can you please? No one's gonna see it but me. Just okay, you all set? You can turn it back off.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Muha.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, it's just a quick question on what somebody said in the chat about 10 minutes ago. There was a claim that the Quran copies from Talmud the passage in Surah Ma'idah 5. The reference, I think I know what he's talking about. He's saying like the person who kills, it's like he killed the whole mankind, and the person who saves a life, like he saved the whole mankind. And I think he's saying that the Quran copied that part from Mishnah Sanhedrin in Talmud. How do we respond to this?
Okay, well,
Okay.
for one, go ahead, DeAndre. No worries.
Oh, okay. So
No,
Ali
you got it. No, you got it.
Ali can have his bits in there, but I'll say two things. For one, this is called the post hoc fallacy. Okay, so this is a logical fallacy. Basically, a fallacy is an error in someone's argument. It's basically like there's a problem with the argument. So the post hoc fallacy says that just because something comes after something else doesn't mean that later thing took from the earlier thing. So like if I have a book and my book comes after Ali's book, just because my book not necessarily takes, but has similar things than Ali's book, does not mean that it is copying from Ali's book. Second, we know that the Prophet ﷺ did not have access to any Jews in Mecca. And when he got to Medina, it would be ridiculous to suggest that he was actually being taught the Jewish books, especially the Mishnah and Talmud, because the Mishnah and Talmud were specifically for the Jews. The Talmud says this, that you should not teach the Talmud to someone unless they're, actually like wanting to study Judaism. So the Prophet ﷺ being taught the Talmud, it makes no sense historically, because the Jews were not prone to teach Gentiles, especially Arabs, their sources. The Jews do not teach them that. And third, we know that the Quran says a lot of things, and it corrects the Talmud on everything that it says. So the Quran refutes a lot of what the Talmud says about theology and about law and everything, and so that's how I would respond to that.
But how do we explain away the similarity? Because they seem to be very, very close to in meaning.
So here's the problem with that.
Good, Ali.
Everything the brother just told you, when we talk about post hoc fallacy, one thing we need to understand is that just because just because there are teachings that are similar, that does not mean it's automatically copied. And let me give you an example for what the brother is saying, my friend. Let's say you and I, Muha, you and I are going to the same event, right? Let's say you and I, we are from opposite ends of the world, and we're going to the same event. Oh, he left. Well, he should be back. Let me see. Muha, are you here? Okay, well, he's gone. Okay.
All right.
But he's back. But that's okay. Unfortunately, the only reason why I'm still here is I'm trying to, at least for the people, just try to give a quick history lesson. But as far as that, Akhi, I do think it would be best for you to come tomorrow night, okay? But I'm not, I don't want to. Okay, just 1 minute. Just make it quick, okay? Just 1 minute. Make it quick.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I don't want to take up any time whatsoever. I just wanted to hop on for a very important point in regards to, first of all, answering Surah Maida, ayah number 32. And we spoke about this before. The moment you address that question that why does the Quran copy this? First of all, you're addressing a presupposition. So don't even address it to begin with. Because you are answering someone who's presupposing that the Quran has copied anything, which is not the case. As you and Brother DeAndre very clearly clarified, that it's not a copy. And the second part of this is, if you look at the opening of 532, what does it say? It says, that is why we ordained for the children of Israel. The Quran is telling you what was ordained for the children of Israel.
Subhanallah.
And if it is clarifying to you what was ordained to the children of Israel, and there's a reference of what was ordained to the children of Israel, that just means that both facts add up, not
That's a proof for Islam, subhanallah.
Exactly. So it's not that one thing is copied. It's saying this was told to the children of Israel, and oh yes, that was told to the children of Israel. So it's a like you said, a post hoc fallacy, which with presuppositions. So alhamdulillah, I just wanted to just come and clarify that point.
No problem. Barakallahu feek, akhi.
Barakallahu feek.
I was under 1 minute. I was under 1 minute.
Yeah. you know how to keep it under the limit. That's a skill Ali could use. You know
what? Everything you guys are saying, I'm gonna get you guys back for this. But anyways,
I'll see you about tomorrow.
Assalamu alaikum.
And don't play too much with your dolls, okay?
Action figures. They're action figures.
Bye.
Whatever, man. Bye. Salam. Action figures, okay? They're you know what? Anyways. Is there something funny, DeAndre?
No, I used to play action figures too.
Used to?
Yeah.
Okay, now I see people saying the same Bartholomew's Day but Massacre. To be perfectly honest with you guys, that I have to brush up on. My memory on that is kind of iffy, so I may have to refresh on that one. So let's keep that going. So I don't want to tell you guys anything that I may have lapses in memory about. So that one, I'll put that as a reminder to look for, because it was a while ago. Well, what else you guys got?
How about
I mean, come on, guys, come on. Mr. Doctor, I just told you guys, I have to brush up on that knowledge. So, something about Khalid bin Walid. Huh. That's really interesting. Huh.
That'll be an interesting one.
It would be. What can I do?
Do you have any knowledge about that?
Not too much, which is weird.
Ooh.
You know what? I like this. These are actually things I can write down. I know exactly what I'm doing today. Anyway, I'm not for real, because now my mind is
I just got an
huh.
assignment from Fawad, so I have to work on that today. But it's okay. I'll do that.
Hopefully for good. You know what? How about this, guys?
It is actually a pretty good topic. I do want to do that.
So how about this? I'll leave it in three ways. I'll talk about either Hannibal, ancient India. These are things I should know.
Ancient
Really,
India?
That's a good one too. This is amazing. I like these comments.
Are you talking about the guy that's like, "Hello, my name is Pandit. Can I have your good name, sir?"
No.
And I'll be like, "What the hell is a good name?" And they'll be like, "Oh yeah, your good name, sir."
Hassan. Salam alaikum, akhi. Hassan, you there?
Yeah, walaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Yeah, I was just going to suggest the Opium War. You could talk about the Opium War, China.
That's too long.
Oh, let me guess.
That is
Two
too long.
countries got zooted to hell, and they started just battling it out with sticks.
Now, because first of all, always is of course, as all things are when it comes to drugs, it starts with England. They always have something to do with it, but no, yeah. If I get to that,
I would have guessed Colombia.
Yeah.
Or Mexico.
Good one. Okay,
All right. So, what else in history could you talk about?
You guys are. I need to tell you a historical matter that I can do within 5 minutes, because the Opium Wars, I can't do that in 5 minutes. Japanese history, wow, that narrows it down to what, thousands of years. I mean, come on now.
So helpful.
Ancient India. Now, don't get me wrong. I do have to brush up on my Indian, but like ancient India, wow.
How about the end of the Maurya Empire? Can you do the end of the Maurya Empire in 5 minutes?
The Maurya Empire.
Yeah.
Oh, the Maori Empire. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, those guys. Yo. Can I do it in 5 minutes? No, I can't.
Yeah. It's hard to make it. Yeah. It's actually very difficult to do it in 5 minutes.
When we talk about empire, like any empires, the Roman Empire. What about Roman Empire? You got they conquered a lot of people. Okay, it's just. I mean, the best thing I got so far that I can actually discuss within 5, like Hannibal. Okay, cool. I can talk about any. Okay, guys, give me historical people, all right? Because I can't talk about historical event within 5
Okay,
minutes.
why don't you talk about
Tiberius the First.
Oh, Emperor Tiberius.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay. I should stop taking the link out because there's no way. Nah, 1 second.
There's no. What happened?
Let me remove
There's
the
someone.
link.
There's someone else backstage.
Yeah, someone's trying to come.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't. MD, I don't. Yeah, unfortunately, my man. I'm not taking any more for right now. So unfortunately, we have on the stream tomorrow, but please come tomorrow. As far as right now, I'm not accepting anybody else tomorrow. Okay, we're actually about to close down within the next 5 minutes. Okay, so with all due respect, I don't know if you're a Christian or Muslim or whatever you are, but please come back tomorrow. It'll be on around the same time. All right. Thank you. Okay.
Okay, so none of those guys. So, wait. There's one guy you can do in 5 minutes, I think.
Who?
Robert Mugabe. Robert Mugabe.
Mugabe? I can't.
Yeah.
Wait,
I mean,
Robert Mugabe, the stuff he did? Oh, no. Bro, no, Robert Mugabe was one of the worst dictators in the 20th century. I can't do it in 5 minutes.
What did he? At least tell me what land he ruled over.
What? Okay. Okay, DeAndre. Oh, wow. Okay.
Robert Mugabe.
You all need to visit Africa someday. All of you. At least one African country. All of you guys need to visit.
I went to I heard a Nigerian guy talk in my ear for 30 minutes. I think that suffices for now.
in a sense, DeAndre, Mugabe is from Zimbabwe, and he, in the fast forward, he basically helped its country gain its independence. I believe the country gained its independence from was, of course, the British.
Of course.
Of course, right?
So he ruled
But
over Zimbabwe?
yeah, and
Okay.
unfortunately, the person who actually helped gave the country its freedom actually ended up one becoming one of the biggest dictators of the country, which is common.
Yeah,
Anyways,
okay.
all right. Screw it, guys. A lot of the options you guys are giving me, I'll be honest with you guys, I have not searched up in a while, but just to keep things safe, let me just talk about Charles III. Charles III, which one? Which one?
The third one.
Of which country?
The third one.
Charles III of England or Charles the Third of France?
France.
Or France.
Well,
Yeah.
Charles III of England is the current king.
Really?
Yeah.
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 I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's King Charles III.
that's why I specifically mentioned him first.
Oh, well, you want me to talk about Charles III's reign? That what's been like less than a year?
Why don't you talk about
Oh no.
Ahaziah?
I'd like you to talk about his first marriage.
I don't know about that. Oh, nah.
Why don't you talk about the guy that reigned at 8 and 18 at the same freaking time?
You talk about Ahaziah?
No.
Or
Talking about Jehoiakim.
Jehoiakim?
Mm-hmm.
This is what I like. The moment where you think you know a lot, I see people telling me how little that I really know, and I actually do enjoy this. So I'm invigorated, and I really am. Seriously. But just to keep things fresh, let me talk about. Well, there is one document that I did watch a couple days ago. It was it was about this. What battle was it? It was the battle. Not the battle of Constantinople. Not the Constantinople. It was the battle of David. No, not David. Not this. What the heck was it? I'm actually losing my mind, guys. I don't know if I'm just that tired or something. I'm losing my mind.
Okay. You know what, Ali? I've
I
got
don't
an
remember
idea.
anymore. What's up?
I've got an idea, brother. I've got a really good idea. Right.
When all
For
else
now,
fails.
no history lesson right now. But tomorrow, when you start the stream, the first 20 minutes are dedicated to a history lesson by you.
Oh, hell no.
Dude, I said 20, not 2 hours.
I don't care. I don't care.
All right, you know what? Yeah, I've talked about Henry VIII. You know what? Let me take a brief moment and talk about the War of the Roses. How about that?
Oh, War of the Roses. Okay, yeah, good. Let's go.
Yeah. Now the most difficult part about the war of the Roses is just remembering. Good night. The most difficult part about War of the Roses is just remembering their names. Richard the Third, Edward the Fourth. I'm just like, well, dang. Anyways, cool. Let's just do the War of the Roses real quick, guys. So, for anybody, for anybody that watches Game of Thrones, this is the inspiration for Game of Thrones. The War of the Roses is actually the inspiration for Game of Thrones. Okay, so I believe in England during the 14th century, so around the late 14th century, around the year 1377 or the 1380, right? Now the king of England, I believe at that time was King Richard II, if I'm not mistaken. Richard II, right? Yeah, Richard II or Edward II. Oh dear God!
What about King John Edward V?
And that's the problem. It's just the names that I got, because they all have the same freaking names.
Oh yeah, Richard,
They're
Edward,
all
Jonathan,
Richard,
Jameson.
Edward,
Yeah.
Charles. I'm saying they all have this, and then you got the first, the second, Henry. It's the same freaking names. Like,
Okay.
let me confirm. Let me confirm this.
Oh my gosh.
Ali, Akhi,
What's
Ali,
up?
I've got to. You know what? Let's be merciful to you and everyone else. Mao Zedong.
And me.
Just
Song?
discuss Mao Zedong.
No. I got the word the words. I got the word the words. Okay. So yeah.
Okay.
Oh no.
So the year is 1377 in the 14th century. The current king of England right now is Richard II. Right now, Richard II has about three sons. Right. He's got three sons. Right now, here's the problem. Without going, let me actually remove this link because many people are coming on now. Why now of all times?
Yo, guys. What are you guys doing?
Let me remove the link.
Is it
I
Muslims or is
think
it like
it's
Christians too?
Yeah, let me remove the link real quick with
Please remove the link.
expeditiously.
Expeditiously, indubitably. Guys, come on the stream tomorrow, inshallah, because apparently Fawad says that because I stayed silent the whole stream, he's gonna hand me some of the action, if not all the action.
Yeah,
So
he lied.
guys, oh, if he lied, I'm gonna be so upset.
Yeah,
I'm
he
just kidding.
lied, bro. Yeah, he lied. Or, better yet, I'm gonna make sure he doesn't tomorrow, just because of what you just said about me. Yeah,
What did
I'm
I
gonna
say about you?
saying how am I gonna put people to sleep. You thought I was gonna let that slide?
I've always been saying that,
Yeah, now it's my time for vendetta.
but that's not a bad thing.
Yes, it is,
No, it's not.
bro. Anyways,
I
let
mean,
me
Yeah,
let me remove
see?
the link.
I mean, Akhi Ali. I mean, in Akhi DeAndre's defense, he most probably or could have at least meant it like your voice is like my lullaby sort of thing.
Yeah,
All
see?
right. Akhi, again, assalamu alaikum, Akhi, but we're just not. We're about to close down. We're not accepting any other person for right now. Okay.
We're gonna
So with all due
be
respect,
here until Salat al-Fajr waiting for him to pick a
no.
topic. He's lying.
Okay, let's get this over with. Okay,
That's what
officially.
I'm saying.
So the year is 1377, right? The current king of England is Richard II. Now Richard II has a dilemma, right? So there's three. He's got about three princes that out of his sons, right? There's the Black Prince. There's one named John of Gaunt, and of course the I think one of the ones named
The
Edward,
Black
whatever.
Prince.
The Black Prince, basically. Now
That's
here's
a
the
little
problem.
racist.
No, he's called the Black Prince for a completely different reason. So
Oh,
that's
okay, never mind.
yeah. So the Black Prince is supposed to be the heir. The problem is the Black Prince is dead. So the Black Prince actually passes away in battle. But here's the problem now. The Black Prince has a son. When King Richard II dies, the big problem is who's the king now? Is it the middle child, or is it the Black Prince's son? Who is in charge now? Well,
Fight.
at this point in time, it's right now we have the answer. It goes down to the eldest's lineage. So right now the answer would be, well, the Black Prince's son will be in charge because it goes down with the eldest son. That's how it would be, because that's how it would be. But back in the 14th century,
That makes sense.
it does now. But back in the 14th century, it didn't. So when King Richard II died, now it's the grandson that became king. And I believe, yeah, King. I think it was an Edward. Yeah. See, that's the thing about the names, anyways. So now the Black Prince's son is now in
Just give them
charge.
your own names.
No, I want to no.
Come
So yeah,
on. You're never fun.
no. Okay, so now the grandson is in charge, right? Unfortunately, the middle child and the youngest child are pissed, right? So there's actually a fourth child. But he's unimportant, right? So
Okay.
the middle child, he became eventually he became I think he became what's known as the Lancasters. The Lancasters basically where they ruled, right? So the Lancaster, and then the third child became York, right? So Lannister, Stark, whatever. If you watch Game of Thrones, so eventually the middle child, his lineage, he took on the Red Rose of Lancaster. So the Red Rose, it will be the middle child's lineage, right? The Red Rose of Lancaster. The third child took on his from where they ruled York. They took on the White Rose. So the Red Rose of Lancaster and the White Rose of York, right? So why is this important? Simple. Yeah, John of Gaunt. Yeah. So why is this important? Simple, because that grandson I told you guys that became king, yeah, he sucked. I think his name is King Edward, King Edward the Third, if I'm not
Of
mistaken,
course he
right?
sucked. His name was Edward.
So yeah, King Edward the Third, he was a tyrant. Literally, he sucked. Right now, what's important is the fact that this entire time his claim has been in dispute. Literally, people don't really mix with them. And when they don't mix with you, the moment someone else feels like they have a claim to your throne and that someone is likable, then people will flock to his side. And who was that person? John of Gaunt's son, meaning the second oldest child. John of Gaunt, the one who started the Red Rose of Lancaster, he
The
had
Red
a
King.
son. He had a son. Oddly enough, the son was named Henry. Whatever. So he had a son named Henry,
Why is that
and
oddly enough?
because there's a lot of Henrys.
I mean, how many Henrys and the most famous Henry? I mean, you really want your son to end up like that guy?
Nah. So so okay. So the most so his name is Henry now. The thing about Henry is this. He's unlike, believe it or not, guys, unlike British rulers today, Henry was one of the first people to actually know how to speak English. Yeah, at that time, the King of England did not know how to speak English. He spoke French, believe it or not.
French?
So yeah, because it goes back to William the Conqueror in the 11th century. Because William the
Oh.
Conqueror was from Normandy, France, and he became king.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
yeah,
okay.
so yeah, again, so Henry, who was the son of the middle child, was very, very popular, right? Now, Henry had a claim to the throne because this entire time he's saying, wait a minute, which Edward III should have never even been king to begin with. And since people liked Henry, they started backing his claim. So what did Henry do? Henry actually went for the throne and he won. He defeated his cousin, Edward III, and his cousin was locked in a cell or locked somewhere, was never seen again. Ain't that something? So that middle child, Henry, became Henry III. So yes, that was Henry III, right? Now, this is where the Red Rose of Lancaster started taking over, right? Henry III became king, and then he had a son. And by the way, guys, if we look at the greatest kings of England, if we the most memorable king of England was Henry the Eighth, the guy who killed all of his wives, right? But if we talk about who the greatest kings of England was, a lot of people will say it's actually Henry the Third. Henry the Third could be seen as the greatest king of England. Period. It's either him or Henry the Fourth, one of the two. And yeah, by the way, Henry the Third, he passed away. He had a son named Henry the Fourth, and Henry the Fourth again, he passed away and had a son named Henry the Fifth. Everything was going good. Everything was going good for the Red Roses, right? Henry the Fifth was also a pretty good king. Everything was going well until the king after Henry the Fifth. Now, why is this important? It's important
Henry
because
the Sixth?
Henry the Sixth is one of the worst kings of England. Now, here's the problem. I told you they all had the same name. So Henry the Fifth died in battle. He died in a war campaign, right? Henry V died in a war campaign and left his son, Henry VI, as the king. The one big problem with that, Henry V died when Henry VI was only 6 months old. So,
Baby King.
yeah.
Available in theaters near you.
And what does that mean? And what does that mean? That means, yeah, he died. He was sick. Died in the campaign. I forgot what disease he had. I forgot what disease was. It was either
So
tuberculosis.
I'm guessing his chief advisor took his stead.
Yeah, people were controlling Henry VI from a very, 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 very early age, and they basically made Henry VI a weak king. And one of the ones that was responsible for keeping him a weak king is this guy who was the Earl of Somerset. I forgot what his name was. A lot of the same names. So let's just call him Somerset, right? Now, what Somerset wanted to do, right? At that time, England had a bitter rivalry with Spain, right? So Somerset wanted to do is Somerset wanted to marry Henry to a French royal named Margaret of Anjou. So for anybody who watches Game of Thrones, the character of Cersei Lannister is based off of her, Margaret of Anjou, right? Now, Margaret was slated to be Henry's wife. The dysentery. Thank you, Okhti. So Margaret was slated to be Henry's wife. The problem is Henry was weak and Margaret was not. So in that marriage,
Was she one of those Israeli masculine women?
Stop. Okay. So in that marriage, it was actually Margaret that was more influential. She was more gung ho with everything. That's why even around that time, it was slated that it was actually Margaret of Anjou that ruled England, because again, Henry was very, very weak. Now, how is this a problem? Simple. That third son, the York, eventually the lineage came down to this one guy named Richard, right? Richard Richard is at this point in time, he's the Duke of York, right? Now Richard is seeing what's going on. Richard really does not like Margaret, nor does he really like Somerset, right? So what he wants to go do is he actually wants to go and stop them or to do something about it, especially around this time with the whole war going on with Spain. What happens? Henry VI goes into a coma because when he realizes that England is losing against Spain, Henry VI has an anxiety attack and he literally goes into a coma. And this coma, they say, lasts almost a year.
Damn.
So he's incapacitated. Now, when Richard, the Duke of York, he finds out that Henry, his distant cousin, is in a coma, he uses that opportunity because one, he doesn't trust Henry VI, and two, he hates Margaret and Somerset. So he goes to to London and he says, hey, I have a claim to the throne. Henry is incapacitated. So until Henry wakes up, I'm in charge. So Richard became Lord Protector of England, meaning he's basically the king, but not really until Henry wakes up. And what's the first thing Richard does? He banishes Margaret. He gets rid of Margaret. He gets rid of Somerset, meaning they're done, in a sense, right? Now, here's the problem with that. Richard actually ends up being a good person. Like he's making a lot of reforms. He's doing good things for England, right? Richard even has two sons, right? One of them will be important. So, yeah, Henry had a son. Yeah, his name was Edward of Westminster, but he's not really important. So Richard had a son. One of them will be important. So Richard is actually doing some great things, and Richard is actually trying to solidify his claim, solidify his rule by literally getting rid of Margaret once and for all. Until after a while, just the moment where Richard gets comfortable being in charge, Henry wakes up. The king is back, basically. And what's the first thing Henry does? He listens to his wife and gets rid of Richard, the Duke of York. He gets rid of him, meaning not only are you not Lord Protector anymore, but I'm gonna banish you. I think they said he banished him all the way to Wales, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, so
Who's wailing after that?
So Richard has a problem now. So now Margaret and Somerset are back, and King Henry VI is now repealing all of the good work that Richard is doing. So Richard, at this point in time, he's getting a little uppity, right? Now, Richard, I did not forget Edward IV. I'm actually getting there. Now, Richard,
when do you plan to end this? This has gone way past 5 minutes already.
This is funny. Anyways, so Richard actually gets past.
Good.
No, if people are not enjoying it, they could let me know. I could stop right now if people are not enjoying it. But anyways,
this is the first history lesson that you gave. That's kind of interesting.
What the hell? Anyways,
I'm enjoying it. Go on.
So anyway, so Richard, he's over here saying, you know what? I've had enough of this. I've had enough of Henry. I've had enough of Margaret. I'm actually going to go for the throne. So literally, Richard, Duke of York, he builds up an army and tries to solidify, because he has a claim to the throne, obviously. He tries to go for the throne. Unfortunately, he loses and he gets beheaded. So Richard, Duke of York, loses to Henry, and he gets beheaded. Right now, this pisses off a whole lot of people. The one person this pissed off the most was Richard's son, Edward. Again, another Edward. Yes, Richard, the Duke of York, had a son named Edward, who is now the Duke of York, meaning Edward, Richard's son. He gets mad at this, and at this time he was like what, 19 years old, 18, 19 years old. So anybody who's 20 years old and just not doing anything with your life, okay, whatever. So Edward decides, you know what? I've had enough of this. Edward wants blood. He wants revenge. So he's saying, you know what? I've had enough of this. I'm going for the throne. And Edward, charming, handsome, good politician, great fighter. He's the full package for the most part, right? He goes for the throne, and magically he wins. He wins the throne. Literally, he
Wow.
he wins the throne. But here's the problem.
That's my boy Eddie McEddie.
He wins the throne.
Free him.
He wins the throne with the help of this guy named the Earl of Warwick. Warwick. Let's just call him Warwick, right? He helps.
That's a cool name, actually.
He helps people unite Edward to his cause, and Edward raises up an army and defeats King Henry VI. And now Edward is king. So now the King of England is a York, a White Rose of York now, right? So he became Edward the Fourth. And of course, people say
the fourth.
Yeah, Edward the Fourth, right?
Okay.
People say Edward is actually one of their best kings too. So Edward was a good king, right? Very young king, very good king, right? So he starts to reign with, he's a benevolent king, right? The only problem is now Edward is at that age, obviously, where he needs to marry. And of course, being a king, you don't marry for love. Come on now, what the hell is that? Why would you marry for love? No, for the most part, you marry for politics.
Wow.
No, you don't. You marry mostly for politics.
I'm continuing.
Thank you. So you marry mostly for politics. So that's why because typically royals marry other countries' royals to kind of form an alliance, right? So
yeah, that makes sense.
The same guy that made Edward, basically helped Edward to become king, unfortunately, he started getting a little bit too uppity. What I mean by that, meaning he got too involved with Edward. That's why some people at that time said England had two kings, with Edward and Warwick. So some people will start spreading rumors like that, right? So Warwick devised a plan for Edward to marry a French royal, just the same as Edward. Because why? England needs an alliance with France if they're going to defeat Spain. Because Spain at that time, they were coming up in life. They were coming up. So Warwick wanted to.
Was Spain under the Muslims at this time, or not?
No. I understand now.
Would this be before or after this?
This would be after. Well, because when I mean by Spain, I don't mean Spain I mean the Holy Roman Empire.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So okay, I understand. Go on.
Yeah. So what was it? Yeah. So Warwick wanted Edward the Fourth. He wanted Edward to marry a French royal. The problem is Edward already got married to a commoner named Elizabeth. So Edward actually wanted to marry for love, which was a huge problem for if you're a king at that time. Because first of all, if it's one thing if you marry for love, it's a whole other thing if you marry someone who wasn't royalty. That was a huge taboo at that time. Well, it is today, but it was unheard of. So here's the problem, right?
Could he take many wives if he wanted?
Yeah, he could. I mean, he's a king. King Henry VIII did. But again, King Edward, he's a young brash king, meaning he's naive.
Yeah.
And Warwick always made sure to remind him, hey, you're young, you're brash, you don't know anything. So that's why Edward started realizing, yo, Warwick, you need to watch your place, bro. Like, you're not my equal. You need to be careful with that. Yeah, you helped me out, but you're not king. I am. Be careful. Watch your place. So Warwick took that personally, and he got mad, especially when Warwick went all through all this trouble to get a wife for Edward. Edward didn't even tell Warwick that he already got married. He didn't even tell him. So he felt betrayed. Okay, cool. Fine then. Okay, cool. So Henry, not Henry. See these names, man. So Edward IV got married to a commoner named Elizabeth Woodville. And this was very, very problematic, right? So she was just a normal girl, etc., right? So there's two issues that came because of this, right? The first issue is Warwick is feeling slighted. So he leaves Edward and he tries to go and remove Edward from power. He thinks now, wait, Edward, I made you king. I can remove you too. I put you into the throne. I can remove you to the throne. You'll see. So you know who Warwick goes to go support?
Let me guess.
Henry
Henry
VI.
the Seventh. Oh, Henry
Henry
the
VI.
Sixth.
The same guy that Edward beat for the throne. Warwick now wants to go support that person.
I thought
so
Henry the Sixth was dead.
Not yet. He's not dead yet.
So what would happen to him after he got stripped of his throne?
He'd be banished.
Oh, to like a new land?
He'd be banished to either Wales or one of the other colonies at that time. So he was banished, or they ran away.
I see. Okay.
Yeah. So Warwick went to Henry VI and tries to, hey, I want to put you back in the throne, and tried to use Margaret to do so. Right now, here's the problem. Henry loses, and this time King Edward IV deals with Henry for good. He locks him in a prison where he dies. He dies in that prison. Edward made sure he died. And Margaret, even during the battle, because Henry had a son named Henry VI had a son, and guess what that son's name was, bro?
I'm going with Henry.
No, his name was Edward. Right. It's the same names, man. So, the son died in battle too. Margaret of Anjou fled the country and went back to France, and Warwick died too. So King Edward is just removing all of his obstacles. He's like, you know what? Fine, take no prisoners, right? But there's one mistake Edward made, right?
Uh-oh.
When I said that marrying a commoner was not popular around that time,
I said sheer gold digger.
People didn't even see that as legitimate. So there were people in England that believed that King Edward's marriage to Elizabeth was illegitimate.
Meaning his son would have a claim.
Thank you. And King Edward had 2 sons from Elizabeth. Now, how does this work out? Simple. Edward has a brother, Richard.
Oh no, Richard.
Edward has a brother named Richard. So what does Richard do? He uses this as an opportunity, right? So, yeah, there's speculations that he had 2 wives, but for the most part, as far as his children are concerned, it was the children are from Elizabeth for the most part, from what I understand. So Richard, Edward's brother, sees this and he says, you know what? Let me use this as opportunity, right? So he waits until King Edward IV dies, right? Because at this point in time, King Edward IV has 2 children. One of the eldest children, his name is Edward. Whatever. Another Edward. So King Edward IV dies, right? Now this kid named Edward is supposed to be king, right? He's supposed to be coming because he's a child at this time, right? The problem is Richard came and said, wait a minute. Because not only did King Edward marry a commoner, but his marriage, he had a secret marriage, meaning it was not a royal wedding. So if it's not a royal wedding and she's a commoner, he made the claim that these boys are illegitimate. So what did King Richard do? He locked those boys in a tower and they were never seen again. So yeah, it was Edward V was supposed to have been king, but not really. Nah. So Richard locked those two boys in a castle and they were never seen again. And who takes the throne? Richard does.
Of course.
Richard becomes Richard III.
Yep.
And Richard III of England was one of the worst kings. Apparently, he was one of the worst kings in English history. Like, he sucked, apparently, right?
Wow.
So, at this point in time, the Yorks are in charge, and it seems as if, well, Richard III wins, right? One big problem. There was a descendant of, back to that first guy I told you about, John of Gaunt, the first son of the Lancasters. There's an offshoot of him, an offshoot of his lineage, right? This one Lancaster coming from another island, meaning I think it was from France, right? There was another Lancaster coming from France, and he was sailing to England to fight his claim for the throne. And guess what his name was, my friend?
Let me guess. Henry.
His name was Henry.
Knew it.
So Henry came from France, sailed all the way to England to fight Richard III for the throne. And Henry won. Henry won the throne, and he became King Henry the Seventh.
The seventh.
King Henry the Seventh, right? Now, what did King Henry the Seventh do? King Henry the Seventh ended the War of the Roses because King Henry was a Red Rose of Lancaster. King Henry married a York, meaning he married a woman that was from the York family. So basically, King Henry the Seventh united the Lancasters and the Yorks together, and thus ultimately ending the War of the Roses. So yes, King Henry the Seventh ended the War of the Roses. And by the way, guys, King Henry the Seventh is the father of King Henry the Eighth. So that fat dude that had the 6 wives like you're telling you about, yeah, King Henry the Seventh was his dad. So that's how the War of the Roses ended. And yes, it was a beautiful it was a beautiful topic to actually learn about it was very entertaining, by the way. Too dramatic. But ultimately I'm saying to myself, these guys are stupid. But whatever. But
these guys are stupid.
Yeah, it was basically whatever. So all of this is and all this took place less than 100 years, by the way. This is all less than like you talk about 4 different generations. This was less than 100 years. So
I still don't understand how your name could be Henry, and you could have a nice little beautiful baby boy, and you could say, what am I gonna name this beautiful son of mine? I know. I'm gonna name him the same freaking name that I was named. And then that kid grows up and he has a beautiful baby boy. And he says, I wonder what I'm gonna name my baby boy. Oh, I know. I'm gonna give him the same name as my grandfather and me.
Well, I will say this though, Aki. Names are obviously very important. I mean, even for me. So for me, alhamdulillah, I was named after my grandfather. My middle name. My middle name is my dad's first name. And my first name is my grandfather's name. And his father's name is Ali. So it's my first name, Ali. So it goes back and forth really. So now
bundle of names.
Most likely my dad is looking at me saying, oh, I may have to name my son Ali.
And this was more than 5 minutes. So imagine another topic.
Of course it was.
Then why'd you put that file limit constraint?
I did until I thought about the War of the Roses. Because quite frankly, I'm not even gonna lie to y'all, I shouldn't have done the War of the Roses because it was a doomed beginning from the start. But since I was already there, yeah, that was actually my fault. Because if that's the case, then Saifullah says he had a friend who was named Ali Muhammad Ali Muhammad Ali.
Ali Muhammad Ali Muhammad Ali. That's amazing,
bro. But I would. I think I told you guys before, right? As far as when it comes to England, bro. Okay, so England obviously they care about their names, right? You want to know how petty British people are?
I like
British
fish and chips.
British people are so petty, right? So
Mhm.
apparently, if you look at when I told you about Richard III and Edward III,
Yep.
I talk about two people who are known as one of the worst kings of England, right? But the person who is regarded to be the England's worst king is King John, and he's
Brother of
known
Richard the
as
Lionhearted.
yeah the brother of Richard the Lionheart, the guy with the Crusades and everything. I think it was Salahuddin as well. Yeah. So
Salahuddin. What?
yeah, so Salahuddin was fighting in the Crusades with this one guy named Richard, right?
Of course, it's Richard.
Yeah, Richard the First, actually, the Lionheart.
Richard the First.
All right.
Mm.
So
Okay.
Richard the First, when because he's all about God and Jesus and everything. So when he left England,
Jesus.
when he left England to go fight Salahuddin for for in the Crusades, he left his little brother in charge named John. So, and of course, Richard the Lionheart died. He died in the Crusades. So now John, the fourth son, by the way, John was the fourth son, which is very, very unlikely.
Wow.
John, bro, he was so unimportant. He was the only son that wasn't given a land, which is weird. But anyways,
Okay.
so now they actually call him John the Unlikely, or something like that, right? So now,
Unlikely.
yeah, because
Unlikely.
bro, he's the fourth son. And he and he became king, but whatever. And they call him John the Unlikely. They also call him John Lackland, Lackland, because he
How
lacked the
petty do you
land.
have to be to call him the unlikely?
Bro, which one is worse,
Dude,
John the
Lackland is worse.
exactly John the Unlikely or John Lackland? Like he
John the
lacked the
Unlikely is
land.
funnier. John the Unlikely is funnier to me
Yeah, yeah,
personally,
yeah,
but yeah.
again, he was the fourth son, so that's very, very unlikely, right? So
Yeah, it is.
John became king, and apparently he was one of the worst kings of England. Like, probably British people would say he was the worst king of England, right? So, here's how petty British people are. British people are so petty. They apparently John was so unpopular. John sucked so bad. British people made sure that they would never let a king named John ever take the throne.
Really?
They would never let anybody else named John be king. That's why when I say King John, I didn't say King John the first, second. No, it's just King John. He was the only person named John. He was the
So
only
if your
person
name is
named John.
John, you cannot be king?
Bro, they literally rejected people just because their names was John.
Wow. What if you got your name changed?
Some people, I mean, you could, you actually should, but if your name was John and you were British, you're not becoming king, no matter what happens. That's how bad King John was, apparently. And apparently there are some sources that say that King John wanted the country to convert to Islam out of petty reasons, though. So yeah, I don't know how much how much reliability is with those sources, but that's what I hear. But whatever. So
Okay.
that's basically the War of the Roses. So history lessons over.
Thank our Lord.
DeAndre, you actually said you enjoyed this one, so don't even try it.
Nah, I was just playing.
Exactly. So yeah,
It
but
was,
on
it was
that,
kind of interesting, but yeah.
it was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Anyways,
Especially when it comes to the battle parts, because battle history is also kind of interesting. Those guys were overthrowing each other like crazy.
Yeah.
But like
Wait,
boring
might I make a
diplomatic history is
request?
ridiculous.
What's
Yeah,
up?
what's up?
Uh, yeah, I was gonna suggest next time, Brother Ali, if you could kindly give a history lesson on Longshanks. Yeah, you know what I mean. That is like big history, especially him in relation to his son. That would be
Oh no, he
pretty
hit
good.
yo. He all right. Well, I mean, I think next time instead of actually like War of Roses, like things that will span multiple generations, I think I might just limit it to people. Like Hannibal. You have
Salahuddin.
Salahuddin. You have even I can even talk about Ramesses the second.
What about
The
Meneptah the Fourth?
Meneptah the fourth. Him too.
Meneptah the
No, because I think Meneptah the fourth was actually either the king, the pharaoh after Ramesses, or he was the. I think it's either Meneptah the third or the fourth. But I'm
Yeah.
guessing that was the. I think he was the pharaoh after Ramesses was. I'm guessing.
Hmm.
But anyways, well, I think that's about it.
All
And
right.
yeah, so Ganji, you want to do the honors? You want to close down for us?
You talking to me?
Nah, another DeAndre. Come on now.
Oh no, I didn't hear my name. That's why I asked.
Go ahead.
Okay. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Beautiful, amazing stream. As we have seen, there's no way to, for the Christians to prove either historically or from an internal method that the crucifixion and resurrection indeed took place. We hope to see you again, inshallah. Later today for me, but probably not for these other guys. Probably it's either later in the day or earlier in yesterday. We hope to see you later, inshallah, for our stream on breaking down the sacrificial system, kind of doing a recap of the sacrificial system. I hope to have some pushback, some objections. And today you have seen a lot of Christians make claims, and they were not able to substantiate their claims today. But if you would like to see claims being made and claims being substantiated, I highly recommend you subscribe to this new up-and-coming Dawah channel, known as Islam God Answers.
Islam got answers. What is that?
Islam God Answers is a place where we rebut common Christian arguments against Islam.
Really?
Yeah.
Tell me more.
You see, Islam God Answers will rebut the arguments against the Quran from an Islamic perspective, and then show that the arguments backfire on the very Bibles of the Christians.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And how much do I have to pay for this? Because this seems very expensive.
Oh no, it's absolutely free.
Free? Wait.
Yep.
Wait. You mean free?
I do.
Free as in free?
Free as in free.
Oh my God. You mean I can go to Islam Got Answers and get quality Muslim responses to Christian claims for free?
For free.
Oh my God, guys. What are you guys waiting for? Go subscribe today. It's free.
That's exactly right. It's free.
That would never not be funny.
No, yeah, I agree. But yeah,
All
guys,
right.
inshallah, I hope you enjoyed the stream. We will see you guys. You guys take care. And remember our brothers and sisters that are suffering. By the way, I want to drop that reminder that we are sitting here. We, alhamdulillah, have so much, but they have so much iman, yet they have nowhere near the stuff that we have. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make them steadfast, convict their oppressors, and guide us all to the sirat al-mustaqim. Subhanakallah bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilayk. I will see you guys soon. Later today, inshallah. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.